Hello, everyone, and welcome to Peace Day Live, brought to you by Peace One Day on this, the United Nations International Day of Peace, the 21st of September. Peace Day. I want to first start by saying thank you to our fantastic partners, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just, and Inclusive Societies, United Nations Global Compact, SDG Action Campaign, and Peace Innovation Lab at Stanford. And thanks to our awareness partner, Twitter. Thanks to Digitalis, Social 360, Signal AI, AWS, Green Lemon Company, and Hudson Sandler for their amazing support. And a special thanks to our trusted sponsors, Avon, Lipton, and Truvium Packaging. Today's show would not be possible without you. And thank you to everyone all around the world for joining us for what is going to be a fantastic show. Over the next 9 hours, we'll be bringing you special performances by international artists, words of peace by leading actors from stage and screen, interviews with key advocates, panel discussions with thought leaders on the protection of people, the planet, and wildlife, as well as discussions focusing on the role of business, ESG, and the upcoming COP26. Please help us by sharing Peace Day Live as widely as you can, and do so using the hashtags that will appear on the screen throughout the broadcast. Now, to find out a little bit more about Peace One Day, Peace Day Live, and what we hope to achieve, let's watch a short film by Peace One Day's founder, filmmaker Jeremy Gilley.
Humanity is at a turning point. We are already seeing the results of catastrophic climate change. Peoples are being displaced, finite resources are under even greater pressure, habitat and biodiversity loss is accelerating at an unprecedented pace, all of which increases the likelihood of conflict. Put simply, the climate action we take right now will determine how long we have left. If we want to live in a more peaceful and sustainable world, then we need to protect people, our planet, and wildlife. At Peace One Day, we want to inform, inspire, and engage a global audience with stories of hope. And Peace Day, the 21st of September, is now one of 4 opportunities each year to come together as one to address these critical issues. We now produce 4 live global digital experiences throughout the year, at the turn of every season, encouraging dialogue and setting out action points towards a more just, equal, diverse, inclusive, peaceful, and sustainable world. But that's not how it all started. My name's Jeremy Gilley. I'm an independent documentary filmmaker. In 1998, with a few committed friends, I began documenting my journey to establish the first ever annual day of global ceasefire and non-violence. For 3 years, I built the case for the day's creation. 20 years ago this year, in September 2001, UN member states unanimously adopted a day of ceasefire and non-violence on the UN International Day of Peace, fixed as the 21st of September annually.
Was originally brought to our attention by a UK-based organisation, Peace One Day.
It is so decided.
Next, I wanted to prove Peace Day could work in a conflict zone. In 2007, in Afghanistan, Peace Day agreements between all parties, including the Taliban, allowed 10,000 health workers to vaccinate 1.4 million children against polio on the day. And through awareness initiatives and strategic partnerships, over 1.4 billion people now know about Peace Day, with millions involved in peaceful action. Our new target is to make 3 billion aware by 2025. Welcome to the Peace One Day live global digital experience. Peace One Day responded creatively to the COVID-19 pandemic with the live global digital experience. And we're now focusing our activities on 4 interconnected calendar dates. 21 March, Anti-Racism Live. 21 June, Climate Action Live. 21 September, Peace Day Live. And 21 December, Space Transformers Live, giving a voice to the young change makers working towards a more peaceful and sustainable world. For more information on this new direction for Peace One Day and to become part of all our live global digital experiences throughout the year, please visit peaceoneday.org and follow us on social media.
So as you've seen, it's 20 years ago this year since the adoption of the resolution establishing a day of ceasefire and nonviolence on the UN International Day of Peace, fixing the date of Peace Day as the 21st of September. Since the beginning of Peace One Day's journey, the support of the United Nations, both the organization and many extraordinary individuals, has been paramount. And we are honored now to have with you a statement for Peace Day from none other than Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres.
This year's International Day of Peace comes at a crisis point for humanity. COVID-19 has turned our world upside down. Conflicts are spinning out of control, the climate emergency is worsening, inequality and poverty are deepening, and mistrust and division are driving people apart at a time when solidarity and collaboration are needed more than ever. As a human family, we face a stark choice: peace or perpetual peril. We must choose peace. That is why I call for a 24-hour ceasefire today, and by working in solidarity for a lasting, sustainable peace every day, we can tackle the issues facing us. We need peace to urgently deliver life-saving vaccines and treatment for COVID-19. We need peace to recover from the pandemic and rebuild shattered systems and shattered lives. We need peace to level the playing field and reduce inequalities. We need peace to renew trust in one another and faith in facts and science. And we need to make peace with nature, to heal our planet, build a green economy, and achieve our net zero targets. Peace is not a naive dream. It is a light in the darkness, guiding us to the only pathway to a better future for humanity. Let's walk the pathway of peace as if our lives depended on it, because they do. Thank you.
Our thanks again to His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for that inspirational statement for Peace Day. Now, the first of our words of peace. These are inspirational words in the form of a poem, a piece of prose, or a speech selected by the reader, especially for Peace Day Live. So to get the ball rolling, we are thrilled to welcome someone who has stood beside Peace One Day for the last 15 years. Please welcome Peace One Day Ambassador and co-producer of Peace Day Live, Jude Law.
And the wave sings because it is moving. Caught in its clear side, we also sing. We are born across graves, together, apart, together, in the lifting wall of imprisoned and protected, and so devised to make ourselves unhappy. Apart, we think we wish ourselves together, yet sue in solitude upon our meetings, till the unhindered turning of the sea changes our comfort into griefs greater than they were raised to cancel breaking them. Such are the sorrows that we search for meaning. Such are the cries of birds across the waters. Such are the mists the sun attacks at morning. laments, tears, wreaths, rocks, all ridden down by the shout of the heart continually at work, to break with beating all our false devices. Silver-tongued like a share, it ploughs up failure, carries the night and day, fetches profit from sleep, from skies, driven or star-slung, from all but death takes tithes, finds marrow in all but death to feed and frame to us, but death it cannot invoke. Death is a cloud, alone in the sky with the sun. Our hearts, turning like fish in the green wave, grow quiet in its shadow. For in the word death, there is nothing to grasp, nothing to catch or claim, nothing to adapt the skill of the heart to, skill in surviving. For death, it cannot survive, only resign the irrecoverable keys. The wave falters and drowns. The coulter of joy breaks. The harrow of death deepens, and there are thrown up waves. And the waves sing because they are moving. And the waves sing above a cemetery of waters.
Thank you so much, Jude. What an incredibly moving piece. And thank you for all of your support and encouragement. Now, we are honored to have received a special message for today's show from the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. We are incredibly grateful for her support and that of her team with all of our live digital experiences this year. Please welcome United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Her Excellency, Michelle Bachelet.
Hi, I'm glad to join so many people, especially young people, at this digital gathering. Many of you are actively working for a world of justice, a world without war and without poverty, a thriving planet, a world in which everyone can access information and speak their minds freely, a world of dignity and human rights. You are sending out a powerful message. We cannot continue on our current course. We need new ways of living that will end the deprivation, discrimination, violence, and oppression that characterize the lives of tens of millions of people and which drive instability and conflict. I know you're as troubled as I am about the violence and hatred that are destroying lives, undermining development, and eroding the foundations of peaceful coexistence. I think we also share our deep concern about the human-induced environmental damage that is harming people and planet. I am moved to see the strong, creative, positive work being done by so many young people and human rights activists across the world to seek out solutions to these tough challenges. Despite many recent setbacks to human rights in every region, I see hope, including through the engagement of young leaders like you. I continue to believe that with your advocacy and participation, states can recover from the COVID pandemic and find a new equilibrium guided by human rights principles that places people at the center. Together, we, the people, can build solutions to our world's toughest challenges. This will require strong collaboration. No sector alone can slow climate change or reverse biodiversity loss. No single entity can end corruption or poverty, or promote equality for women, or for groups and communities who continue to endure generational discrimination. Success depends on governments, companies, investors, educators, activists, and citizens coming together to foster peace, protect human rights, and achieve sustainable development. And it depends on you too. In schools, in workplaces, in elections, in our neighborhoods, in every context, we can work to uphold the human rights of everyone around us. Thank you for doing that work.
Extraordinary statement there, especially for Peace Day Live 2021 from Her Excellency Michelle Bachelet, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Now, throughout today's show, we're going to be bringing you some fantastic music from around the world. To start us off, they've been great supporters of Peace One Day this year, and we're so happy to have linked up with them. With their incredible harmonies, please welcome from California, USA, the brilliantly talented Kieran and Nivi.
I think peace means satisfaction. Like you're loving what you're doing and you're satisfied with whatever you're doing. I think that feeling is so relaxing and relieving, and that gives peace. So I think that's what peace means to me. This is our second time performing for Peace One Day, and we just love to be a part of it. We just love what Peace One Day advocates for, and I think peace is something that we all need, especially in the times that we have today. I think we need a lot of peace and happiness, and we're just so grateful to be a part of Peace One Day.
First things first, I'ma say all the words inside my head. I'm fired up and tired of the way that things have been. Oh, ooh, the way that things have been. Oh, ooh. Second thing second, don't you tell me what you think that I could be. I'm the one at the sail, I'm the master of my sea. Oh, ooh, the master of my sea. Oh, ooh. Broken from a young age, taking myself into the masses, writing my poems for the few that look at me, took at me, shook at me, feeling me, singing from heartache, from the pain, taking my message from the veins, speaking my lesson from the brain, seeing the beauty through the... Yeah! Hey! You made me, oh, you made me a believer. Saying I'm a believer. Saying I didn't even say I'm a believer. You're breaking you down and telling me I'm a believer. My love, my drive, it came from hey, you made me, oh, you made me a believer, believer. Third things third, send a prayer to the ones up above. All the hate that you've heard has turned your spirit to a dove. Oh, your spirit up above. Oh, I was choking in the crowd, building my rain up in the cloud, falling like ashes to the ground, hoping my feelings they would drown. But they never did, ever lived, ebbing and flowing, inhibited, limited, till it broke open and rained down. It rained down like you made me, oh, you made me a believer. Saying I'm a believer. Saying I didn't even say I'm a believer. You break me down and telling me I'm a believer. Saying I'm a believer. Hey, don't let the bullets fly or let them rain. My life, my love, my drive, it came from hey, you made me, oh, you made me a believer. Last things last, by the grace of the fire and the flames. You're the face of the future, the blood in my veins. Oh, ooh, the blood in my veins. Oh, ooh. But they never did, ever lived, ebbing and flowing, inhibited, limited, till it broke open and rained down. It rained down like you made me, oh, you made me a believer. Saying I'm a believer. Saying I didn't even
Wow. Oh my gosh, that was so good. Kieran and Nivi there at only 21 years old and an absolute sensation on TikTok. And I'm sure they will be just huge. So, so incredible. Thank you for that fantastic contribution to Peace Day Live. And don't forget to share today's broadcasts. It's free to watch on peaceoneday.org and via Peace One Day on Twitter. So please use the hashtags that will appear on the screen throughout the show. An interview now with an exceptional man, someone who has been a great friend to Peace One Day over the years, one of the most remarkable business leaders of his generation, influencer and campaigner. Please welcome Paul Pullman and our interviewer, TV presenter, and radio broadcaster, Laura Whitmore.
Paul, welcome. You've been a supporter of Peace One Day for almost a decade. Tell us why. What drives you?
Well, thanks, Laura, for the opportunity. First of all, in 2015, we signed the Sustainable Development Goals at the UN, 193 countries, with a simple objective to irreversibly eradicate poverty and not leave anybody behind. And I'm an advocate for the UN for these Sustainable Development Goals. And goal number 16 deals with peace and justice and strong institutions. And I've always believed that is a precondition, really, for having a functioning world. What we all need to fight for is defending the basic human values of dignity, respect, equity, compassion. And any time that we violate these values, we actually erode humanity. Mm-hmm. So it's not as much about sustainability or peace in the end, but it is about sustainable development. You know, interestingly, the world spends about 8% of its global GDP on conflict prevention and wars. That's 3 times as much as it takes to implement all these sustainable development goals and avoid the issues in the first place. We're spending over $2 trillion on military expenditure, and these numbers are going up. There's nearly as much as we can spend to solve these issues by having all girls in education, attack climate change, solve the issues of hunger and poverty. So we're at this critical moment in life, and Peace One Day brings an important focus to some of these elements and hopefully create not only the awareness, but also ensure that we finally get some common sense and spend the money where we should be spending it.
And you have said, Paul, that a business has to take responsibility. It can't just be a bystander in a system that enables it to be. What does better look like?
Well, Laura is totally right what you're saying. A World Overshoot Day this year was July 29th, which is the day that we use up more resources than the world can replenish. Every day after that, we're actually stealing from future generations. So companies doing CSR, corporate social responsibility, is simply not good enough anymore. We need to start thinking restorative, regenerative, reparative. And this is what I call in my new book that comes out in October, net positive. Companies need to move from CSR, being less bad, to RSC, responsible social corporations. I believe that for business to be successful long term, they need to show that they have a net positive impact on the world. In other words, make this a better world for all. We're seeing that many companies that have done better, actually, also during the recent pandemic, have these more sustainable, inclusive models of growth with purpose at the core. They take responsibility of that total handprint in society. They actively embrace the Sustainable Development Goals. They actually see it as one of the biggest opportunities for humanity. And interestingly, 75% of the CEOs now, by any survey that we're doing, see the Sustainable Development Goals as the greatest opportunity to design right for the future we want to have, to create jobs, to solve inequality. And you have great companies already moving in that direction. Microsoft making commitments to recuperate the carbon emissions since they started in 1975. Walmart making commitments to regenerate big pieces of forest and protect oceans. 3,000 companies making commitments to keep climate change below 1.5 degrees warming, well ahead of many of the governments, and showing that we all need to pull together, if you want to create this more inclusive world for all. And, so it's encouraging to see on the one hand, but on the other hand, we need to be very cognizant that the direction that we're going might be right, but the speed and scale which we're going is not enough. So what good looks like, in my opinion, is us all taking responsibility to ensure that we actually irreversibly eradicate poverty and do that in a more sustainable and equitable way, and that we all have a responsibility to ensure that we have this net positive impact in the world.
That book that you mentioned there, Net Positive, How Courageous Companies Thrive by Giving More Than They Can Take. It is going out in October. And, you're talking there about like the big companies and Microsoft, and it's great to kind of have all these big companies, but this is something for everybody that everybody, this net positive, that should take on.
Yeah, correct. It is actually a mindset and mentality that would work for everybody. In fact, I wrote a book to drive a movement at scale. I put it in a not-for-profit structure. And we're all clear on the challenges that we're not addressing with the speed and scale that is needed. So if you're a fossil fuel company, and to get completely out of that within 2 minutes, or our global economy, which is dependent on fossil for growth, to change that in the 10 years that we have and cut it by half is not an easy thing. But I think we're seeing a growing number of courageous business leaders who want to put their companies to the service of humanity and the planet. So I think momentum for change is building, and increasingly people see this as an enormous opportunity. But they struggle with the how. How do you do it? How do you transform your culture? How do you build these broader partnerships, even with your competitors, that are needed to address these bigger issues? How do you build resilience and all that? And that is not easy to do. So I wrote this book, Net Positive, How Courageous Companies Thrive by Giving More Than They Take, just to talk about the how. We don't spend much time on admiring the problem. We're very practical based on our experience on the solutions. And it is as much about leadership transformation as it is about systems transformation.
I guess business by nature is competitive, but actually businesses should be helping each other, because at the end of the day, we all have one goal: for the world to be better.
Absolutely.
And that's important.
Absolutely. You're spot on. I've always said we should not compete on the future of humanity. There's some things we can compete on, but when it comes to our own existence, we should not be competing. We should be cooperating, and we would be all so much more the better for it.
Paul, for those who don't know, could you tell me a little bit about COP26? What it's all about? How can individuals play a role?
The COP26 stands for the Committee of Parties, which is actually an annual event where all the countries in the world get together to discuss what they should be doing to mitigate the climate change. We had this wonderful agreement between all the countries in Paris in 2015, where they all agreed that the situation is now so precarious that we need to take actions to stay below 1.5 degrees, which means that you have to have net zero emissions of carbon by 2050. More importantly, we're now starting to discover the urgency. The world is literally on fire, and we see the incidences and the price we pay of climate change on a daily basis. Also, by the way, affecting peace and justice. We risk having over 1 billion climate refugees if we don't take action. So the COP is this annual process where countries get together to make these commitments and put these commitments into actual plans, which are called nationally determined commitments, or sometimes called NDCs. This year, the COP is in Glasgow. It's hosted by the UK. It changes every year, but this time it's in the UK. And that is why it's so important, because in November, all the countries come together. But not only the countries, also lots of people from civil society, from business, from universities, from other parts of life, to really ensure that the ambitions are set. Right now, we are far from what is needed. We have countries in the world like Australia, like Russia, like Brazil, or who are not taking this very seriously, if I want to, and other countries that are far behind in their commitments. That is grossly irresponsible. People are actually paying with their lives for the inability of our politicians to rise up to the challenge. So we need the countries to be more ambitious when they come together in November. We need specific targets for 2030, not promises for 2050 when most of them are not there anymore. We need to be sure that we get the right financing. There's enough money in the world, as you know, but the money has gone in the stock market again and made rich people richer. We need to be sure that that money actually is being spent on implementing these sustainable development goals, on mitigating and adapting and building resilience against climate change. Unfortunately, the effects of climate change disproportionately affect again the poor and women and girls, which are actually the most vulnerable parts of society, just like COVID affected that group of people. And then we need to help the developing markets. The developing markets were not really the cause of this problem. They need to grow and lift people out of poverty. We need to give them at least some financial help, really not at a very high level, to ensure that they can rebuild their societies better and to be sure that they can deal with the effects of climate change.
You speak so much sense. There's so much to be done. It feels sometimes overwhelming. Your book is all about the how. I want to ask you, are you hopeful?
Oh, I like the word hope, Laura, and I'm glad you're mentioning that.
My favorite word.
I am a prisoner of hope. Mm-hmm. Often my mind tries to go to another direction, but it doesn't lead to anything. You know, technology is moving faster than we often realize. We can solve 90% of the challenges between now and 2030 with technology that is currently already available. The young people, 50% of the world population is below 30 years old. They're going to be 100% tomorrow. They're more purpose-driven and determined, which gives me hope. And the final thing that gives me hope is really that we're at the point where the cost of not acting is higher than the cost of acting. So that's an enormous economic opportunity. People that don't have the higher moral compass or standards will still be driven increasingly by the economics of it.
Well, an absolute pleasure, Paul Pullman. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your continuous work with Peace One Day. And to everyone watching, enjoy the rest of Peace Day Live.
Thanks, Laura. I enjoyed it. And be safe.
Fascinating stuff. Many, many thanks to Paul Pullman, influencer, business leader, and campaigner there. Now, on Peace Day 2002, one half of the Eurythmics, Dave Stewart, and reggae legend Jimmy Cliff performed together at Peace One Day's first live concert at Brixton Academy in London. Following that performance, Dave and Jimmy decided to write and record a song to raise awareness of Peace Day. Over the years, there have been many wonderful songs written to commemorate the day, but this one was the first. Please sit back and enjoy Dave Stewart and Jimmy Cliff, Peace for One Day.
So many broken hearts. Tell me when will it mend? And it's a trend that we gotta break. If we could stop being fake, look at where we're going, look at what is at stake. Examine the cause, examine the effect. When there is no justice, tell me what do you expect? Let's genuflect and show respect to every class, color, and creed, and let's keep in check. Don't get entangled in the selfish wreck. Look what you give is what you get, and we could get peace. Let's escape the rage, escape the hate.
Show some respect for our fellow
That was Peace for One Day, written and performed by Dave Stewart and Jimmy Cliff. Thanks so much to both of them for giving Peace One Day such a tremendous boost back in the early stages of the campaign. Now, we wouldn't be able to bring you Peace Day Live without financial support, but all of our sponsors are so much more than that. They are a part of the team every step of the way, and all of them embody the spirit of what Peace One Day is all about. We're going to hear from one of our fantastic sponsors now, Lipton, and Frank Hairsnape, Global CMO, Pepsi Lipton, to learn a little bit more about why they are so passionate about Peace One Day.
Peace One Day and Peace Day Live instigates conversations across the entire world. We know that from the data. Your sponsorship makes it possible for us to carry out this work. We couldn't do it without you. Why do you want to keep supporting?
Personally, it makes me feel really good and excited and inspired. But more importantly, because this is about our business and about our brands and the change that we want to drive in the world via our business and brands. Lipton is a brand that is fighting for a few moments to connect in a world that's pulling us apart. And so, what you are trying to achieve and are achieving, Jeremy, in the world is exactly the change, the purpose that we want to achieve with our brand Lipton. I think there's an incredible synergy between the impact that you're having and the impact that we want to have. And as such, I get more and more excited about our partnership. I get more and more excited about the possibilities because I really think that you are doing a very fine job of building expertise and momentum. If I just see in the 2 years that we've worked together, how you're broadening your impact, I get increasingly excited, Jeremy, about what's possible because I know that we're sponsoring something that is, that is effective, impactful, and that is, right at the root of the change we want to drive on the brand.
Thank you, Frank, and all the team at Lipton for sponsoring today's event. So I'm just about at the end of my first presenting slot on Peace Day Live 2021, but I will be joining you again later. Thank you so much for watching so far, and there's so much exciting content coming up, so please do stick around. But before I go, I'm thrilled to introduce our first panel discussion. Throughout the day, we are welcoming panelists, experts in their respective fields, to explore various issues around peace, the UN global goals, the protection of the planet, people, wildlife, ESG, and COP26. Please take this opportunity to encourage your friends and colleagues on social media to tune in on Peace Day Live now via @PeaceOneDay on Twitter or peaceoneday.org. To moderate our first panel on the protection of people, I'm going to say goodbye and hand you over to Margarita Kiwis, Executive Director of Peace Innovation Lab at Stanford. Hello, Margarita.
Hello, everyone. I'm Margarita Kiwis, Executive Director of the Peace Innovation Lab at Stanford, and I will be hosting today's panel on protecting people. My first guest, my first panelist, is the Right Honorable Baroness Patricia Scotland, Queen's Counsel. The Baroness Scotland is noted as the first woman in more than the 700-year history of the office to serve as Her Majesty's Attorney General for England and Wales and for Northern Ireland. And with her responsibilities, part of her portfolio is responsibility for gender equality, domestic violence, forced marriage, international child abduction, and promoting diversity and equality of opportunity, particularly for women and girls. Thank you, Baroness Scotland, for being on this panel. Thank you so much. Our next panelist is Liv Torres. She is the director of Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just, and Inclusive Societies, hosted by the Center on International Cooperation at New York University. And then our third panelist is Natalie Deacon, and Natalie is the head of sustainability for Avon. And she's focused on igniting Avon's purpose throughout and beyond the organization. She's responsible for overseeing Avon's sustainability goals to create positive environmental and social impact. Thank you so much. I am thrilled to have three very powerful and dynamic women on this panel. So I'm going to start with the Right Honorable Patricia Scotland. What will be the impact on reducing violence when we see a world of true gender equality with economic empowerment for women and women properly represented in positions of leadership the way the three of you are today?
I think we will see that we have an opportunity to save lives and livelihoods. And there's never been a more important moment to do that than right now. As Secretary General of the Commonwealth, I am responsible and relate to 54 countries. That's 2.5 billion people, 50% of whom are women and 60% of whom are under the age of 30. During this terrible pandemic where we've seen more than 200 million people's lives affected and we've had more than 4.5 million deaths, we've also seen a wicked hidden pandemic, and that is domestic violence. We've got 1 in 3 women and girls in our world affected by domestic violence. It's costing us a fortune. Way back in 2016, the estimate was $1.5 billion were being wasted in economic consequences of this domestic violence. And we've got an opportunity to change that. We have worked together for a long time. I've spent the last 40 plus years on this subject, and we know what we can do. We launched yesterday a further part of our Commonwealth Says No More campaign to end violence against women and girls and sexual violence with our Join the Chorus campaign. And I hope everyone is going to join the chorus. And we've also launched the idea that we're going to have a SDG 5 toolkit. So this is about implementation, but it will take all of us. And if we want change, if we want justice, if we want human rights for everyone, then we have to have human rights for women. And whilst 50% of the Commonwealth and 50% of our world, just over 50% of our world were female, if we're not able to get their talent, their ingenuity and their power released in a way that will benefit the world, we're going to be really, really disadvantaged. So I think we found the way to do it. It's going to take all of us, but look who we've got on this call. We're all saying, not in my name, and we are going to be the difference we want to see in the world.
Bravo. Thank you so much. And thank you for pointing out that peace is actually an excellent investment. There's a huge ROI for peace, and especially a huge ROI for gender equality. And so it's not just a matter of it's doing the right thing. It makes bloody economic sense as well. Liv, COVID-19 has accentuated many forms of violence. In the rebuilding process, we face a turning point. We have to act fast or risk a brutal future of escalating violence, conflict, and human rights violations. How can we ensure that the world is working together to achieve the ambitious goal of having global violence by 2030?
Thank you. Well, let me first say that I'm very honored and happy to be part of this great panel. Women leaders taking leadership on peace issues, crucially important. Now, how are we going to ensure that world leaders and countries work together? It's going to take a lot of ambition, leadership, and a lot of energy and guts, I think, much more than what we see today. Now, if I may just take half a step back, what have we seen over the past decades? We've seen inequality growing, we've seen injustice growing. A couple of years back, the Task Force on Justice documented that 5 billion people are without sufficient access to justice. Now, the injustice and inequality has also impacted on polarization. There's anger growing out there. Social unrest has been increasing. All of this triggers also for violence. Now, it's going to take a lot to get us back on track. The UN member states agreed to significantly reduce violence with the Sustainable Development Goals. We are far off track when it comes to the 2030 goals that were set. So we are very happy and proud from the Pathfinder side to launch the task force on halving global violence today on Peace Day, chaired by Costa Rica, Liberia, South Africa, Switzerland, and with key thinkers and experienced people from think tanks, the UN organizations, all focusing on building a movement to halve global violence by 2030. And we are saying halving global violence because we think point number one, it's important to have a concrete goal, and we think this is the first stepping stone to reduce and eliminate violence altogether. Concrete goals, and we are focusing on solutions in order to find ways to eliminate violence. Now, the UN Secretary General has said in the common agenda that we need new thinking, we need a new agenda for peace building, and we believe that this focus on finding solutions, exchanging experiences, building a movement in order to actually keep a focus on the target. We want to reduce violence, urban violence, domestic violence, etc. That is a movement that can take us forward. So I'm happy to be here today and very happy that we are launching the task force with the statement out also, setting the path for a better future.
Thank you so much. Natalie, representing, the role of corporations and what business can do, what is the role of the corporate sector in protecting women, safeguarding them from gender-based violence, and helping them gain financial independence?
Thanks, Margarita. Really pleased to be here today with such an audacious group of women. So I'm pleased to have the opportunity to discuss this today. And if I'm representing the corporate sector today, I would say first and foremost, business is a force for good and has got a really crucial role to play in tackling some of these burning issues facing the world right now, both people and planet. When it comes to violence, and specifically gender-based violence, more violence takes place in our homes, in our schools, in our workplaces than it does on the front line. So whilst Avon is geared around supporting the issues that matter to women, our business model is about empowering women, actually taking a step back from that, us in the corporate sector can do a lot to tackle this. Firstly, we know that gender violence is rooted in gender inequality. It stems from that. So the more that we can all do to promote women in our workplace, to promote gender equality, we're already 50% representation in our senior leadership in Avon, but we know that we can do more. We know we can do more on inclusion generally, and we would encourage others to join us in going for that 50-50 balance. I also think you cannot underestimate the importance of promoting a culture of inclusion and tolerance. And as part of that, Avon, and I've seen a lot of other organizations do this, have a gender-based violence policy and a protocol so that if anybody in our organization needs help, we have a network of ambassadors, we have a network of NGOs that we fund who can be there to help. One of the most important things about this issue is raising awareness and having people know where to go to get help. And I think for Avon in particular, we have this network of millions of Avon representatives, beauty entrepreneurs. So there's something really important about Moments Today, about encouraging people to take a moment and speak out, to raise awareness of these issues. So we all have got the opportunity here and to become a network of peace ambassadors, to raise awareness, to signpost where to go to help. And it's all of those small individual actions that collectively are going to make the difference, are going to create change for the future.
Wonderful. I love that. No, it's incumbent on all of us to create peace in the world. And the simplest way that we do it is in the small interactions that we have with the people around us every day. And we spend most of our time in the workplace. So it's a huge opportunity to build peace in the workplace. I love this. My next question, and this is open to all of you, and I'll let you sit with the question. In the face of such enormous challenges globally, what can you hope to give people watching today how we can reduce violence and move towards more peaceful, just, and inclusive societies? And I want you to think about where progress is being made and who do we look for inspiration right now?
Well, I'd jump right in and say that one of the reasons we created Commonwealth Says No More was because we understood that many people were saying, I want to do something, but I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do it. So we created, for the first time ever, a portal which deals with everyone. What do governments do? What do business do? What do foundations do? What do individuals do? What can family members do? And that Commonwealth Says No More portal is vitally important because I think, as we've said already, this starts with peace in our homes. If we don't have peace in our homes, we will never have peace in the world. And the great thing about the Commonwealth 54 is we represent the big countries, the small countries, the landlocked countries, the island states. And hopefully with our 54 showing and creating a pathway, it'll be an opportunity for all of us to follow it. The Commonwealth is totally committed to delivering all the Sustainable Development Goals because it's in our charter. And what you see when you look at every single one of those SDGs is that women and girls and children are disadvantaged. They are a large percentage of the poor. They're the largest percentage of the people who aren't housed. They're the largest percentage of the people who don't get justice. So everything we do for women and girls, we do to deliver all those SDGs. And I think that this conversation we're having, look at how it's knitting together. All of us are banging the same drum and we've just got to get louder. And I would be saying to all of you, please join the chorus, be the chorus. We've got these harmonious voices that we can make sure that people hear and listen to us. And I'm glad to be echoing what others on this wonderful panel have already said.
Wonderful, thank you. Liv, Natalie.
Let me jump in. I totally agree. I think we need to get louder. We need to get more gutsy. We need to be to get tougher, more energetic. Look, when we look back at the last 2 years, we've seen that the pandemic has amplified the problems we had already with inequality and injustice. We've also seen over the past years that the solutions are there. It's not rocket science to figure out how to deal with violence and how to reduce violence. We know a lot of the solutions. And we have seen, and that's where I find the inspiration, we have seen cities reduce violence. Medellin in Colombia did it. Oakland's in the US, and there are others. We've seen individuals mobilizing, and we have seen civil society organizations mobilize. I find inspiration when I see a coalition like the Pathfinders of 40 countries plus civil society organizations mobilizing for peace, justice, and inclusion. I find inspiration when I see the leaders of the task force we are launching today stepping up saying, we know the solutions, Let's mobilize to get more of the political will needed in order to actually implement and deliver. And I find inspiration when I see individuals all over the world who are stepping up to help their neighbors, solving conflicts with dialogue, setting up small organizations to help out. There's a lot of initiative out there. And yes, it's right, we need to be louder and get more on board this movement, but the people are there and the hope is there.
Natalie.
Thanks. I build on what Liv had said about this. We are in a moment in time right now. You know, we've heard the phrase "build back better" a lot for very good reason. And if we look at what happened over the last 18 months, we saw a huge rise in domestic violence as an unintended consequence of lockdown. We're seeing the figures go in the wrong direction, but at the same time, we're seeing a greater collective awareness and concern. And that's what really gives me hope that this is a moment. So we are seeing institutions, society, communities, business really coming together in a way that we haven't before to really focus on these issues. And it gives me hope that we can also break out of the echo chamber. I've been working in this area for many years, and one of the things that can happen is you find yourself in an echo chamber talking to people who care about the things that you care about. And what we need to do is break out beyond that. And the wonderful thing about an event like today, about Peace Day, is that it really gives us all a moment to mobilize, to speak out against violence, to share a hotline or a helpline with a friend, just to know that we need to be aware of this and conscious of it. So I think Baroness Scotland's absolutely right. People often, whether it's an individual or an organisation, they just want to know what to do. And I think the great news is that there are lots and lots of resources, those we've talked about today, lots of helplines, Avon funds, refuges and helplines across the world. So if anybody needs help, there are lots of places that they can go to. And I would love us to do more to work together to make sure we're reaching out beyond the echo chamber.
Yeah, it's what's been heartening for me certainly in recent years is seeing more women rise up, not just in leadership, but also just speaking up of what's not acceptable anymore. So the social norms of how women are treated are shifting rapidly because women are actually using their voices and saying, this is not okay. And men as allies also saying, this is not okay, at home, in the workplace, in relationships. And I'm thrilled to see all these tough, gutsy girls out there who are saying like, no, I'm not going to put up with that kind of behavior. I deserve to be treated with respect. And that is so inspiring coming from another generation where we kind of put up and shut up with a lot of stuff. I think the other thing that's very important in this panel is for us to say that the way women are treated and domestic violence, that is violence, and peace is all about ending violence, and that includes gender. And probably the biggest conflict that we have on the planet in terms of violence isn't something that's happening in some country somewhere, but it's actually the violence against women. And if we can make positive change to reduce violence against women, we are creating more peace in the world. That's probably one of the most effective things that we can do, is to focus on gender violence, eliminate that. And when we do that, everyone is going to be so much happier. My last question for all of you in the time that we have left. So what can individuals do? So we've been talking about getting involved. Do you have like some targeted actions that individuals can take that someone listening to this panel can say, you know, I'm gonna go out and do this? Is there a website? Is there discrete behavior, something that you want people to do right now? If they, you know, I'm the Monday morning girl in my lab and go, okay, great. If we're going to do something, what are we going to start doing on Monday morning? What do you want people to do tomorrow morning now that they've heard us talk?
Well, I think the first thing I want them to do today is next time you ask someone, how are you? Hang around, look them in the eye, and really listen to what they have to say, because many people say nobody asked. The second thing I want them to do is to join the chorus. This is a film that we launched yesterday. We need your voices. We've got some fantastic actresses and actors from across the Commonwealth. But we've also got our 54 leaders of the Commonwealth who committed themselves in 2018. So I'd say go onto our website, which is the.commonwealth.org. Look at the Commonwealth Says No More. Join us. Make your voice heard, and then take the material we've got there and please, please use it. Be the difference we need to see in the world. And you can do this. We can all do it. And it can start not tomorrow. Can I just beg, let's do it now, today. Join the chorus and say no more.
Wonderful. Liv, what have you got for us?
Yeah, let me jump in. I think my key points are as follows. To those of you who are in leadership positions, make sure that you actually join the movement to halve and thereafter eliminate global violence. Reduce inequality, reduce injustice, and make sure that people have access to justice. That's going to be a major step in the right direction. And to everyone, I think my key point is this: whether you're in a leadership position or in any other position, make sure that you listen, that you promote dialogue, and to get away from the echo chambers that Natalie talked about. Make sure that you also talk to people and listen to people that you disagree with. What worries me deeply these days is we have a very polarized world where we mostly talk with people we agree with. Now make sure actually that you talk to people that you disagree with also, and promote dialogue with them, try and solve problems, and listen. We need to create or find back to the respect for dialogue and respect for disagreement. Remember that disagreements are actually the core of the democracies that we want to promote. So disagreements are good, but we need to listen, we need to talk, and we need to get better at promoting dialogue. So join the movement to halve and eliminate global violence, and make sure that you do everything you can every day in order to promote dialogue and respect disagreement, I think are my key points.
Wonderful. Natalie.
This is such an important point, isn't it, about tolerance and inclusion of perspectives that are different to your own. I'm so pleased that Liv brought that up today, because it's so important that we learn how to disagree, that we reach out to people who aren't like us in whatever way that might be. And I think that inclusion, that diversity and plurality of thought and perspective is hugely important if we're going to create a more peaceful, more inclusive community, a more peaceful, more inclusive world. In terms of what we can do, I would say firstly from a business perspective, I would encourage others to look at creating policies and protocols to support the people around gender-based violence. Our policy is open source, anybody can take it, and it's really about helping people know where to go to get help and to commit to support those people. So that's what I'd say from a business perspective. For individuals, I would take inspiration from the Secretary General and say, peace starts at home, peace starts with us today. And that is as simple as going onto your social media platforms and sharing a message of peace. It can be as simple as looking out for friends and family and making sure that you know where you would go to for help. At Avon, we've got a network of NGOs, charities that provide hotlines and refuge services across the world. And if you know anybody who you think needs help, or even if you're not sure what signs to look for, then there's places like that you can go to get help. But really this is about speaking out together. It's about each individual making a small change or taking an action to change the world and make the world more peaceful through a collective effort.
Wonderful. I was looking at a research paper recently, being the academic that I am, and it was talking about how you may not be aware of the impact that you actually have, the influence and power that you have in everyday life, because we think you need to be a head of state or you need to be a famous person to make a difference in the world. And in this study, they noticed that when you notice something positive about someone and you tell them something positive about them, it lifts them up so much. And it could be noticing how kind they are to someone, or some talent or ability that they have. But the fact that you see it and you say something can have this huge impact in their life, and you will never know. And so for me, the call to action is to look and find the good things in the world and the good things that people are doing, and to tell them that you noticed, that you saw what they did. You saw the goodness in them. You saw the act of kindness that they did, and let them know. Because so often the feedback that we get is critical. We feel like we fall short, that we're not enough. And what we don't hear enough of is how wonderful we all are. And I think if we could change the conversation where we start pointing out how wonderful everyone is, then that elevates them, and they start saying, oh, I'm the type of person who does this. I'm the type of person who promotes women. I'm the type of person who listens. I'm the type of person who is generous, that is kind, that is looking out for the other person. And that we can reinforce that just by noticing. So I would want to put that out there as well. We have a few more minutes. So I just want to open it up and say, are there any closing remarks that you want to make? Is there something that someone said that triggered a thought that you wanted to put out there? Let me know in the last 4 minutes that we have. Go ahead, Liv.
Let me just jump in, because I think we're talking about the subject, which violence, which is massive. We see the triggers out there. Inequality, injustice, we see the anger and polarization. And I'm not going to repeat everything that has been said before, but we know the magnitude of the problem, and we know the solutions. We know how smart it is to invest in fixing this. Now, we need political will, and we need to mobilize. So it's not really, and I'd like to just repeat this point, this is not rocket science. It's stupid not to address this. So let's just join hands and do this, because we can, we know what to do, and we can fix the problems. I just end up with that.
I think, Liv, you're so right on that. And so often people think this is just about people making the moral case. And I think what we've done today is to make not only the moral case, but the economic case. When it's costing the world $12 trillion annually in violence against women and girls, just think about what we could do with that $12 trillion to deliver the SDGs. So it's smart to do this. It's not only right and just, but also it's a denial of human rights. And justice really counts. And so I just want to say that we also have an opportunity to equalize the law. And you'll know that's one of the other things that the Commonwealth Secretariat are doing with the UN, with Antonio, we're doing that, but also that we're engaging with the WHO, all of us. But it's at every level. And I'm so glad we've got Avon and business, because it's absolutely right what was said. Doing good is good for business. It makes good sense. And the more we do good, the healthier we are, the happier we are, the kinder the world is, the richer we will be in every sense of the word. So business, I want to just give a big shout out, a big applause to Avon and those like Avon who are in the fight with us.
Fantastic. And with that, Secretary General, I think you had the last word. The smart money invests in peace. I think we're all in agreement. And we all have, we all want to have a good return on investment, and we all want to have a better world. And so what I love about this is that we can have both. We can have the world that we want to live in, and it's smart money. Yes. Thank you so much for this panel. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. And we're on to the next panel.
Bye.
Hello, I'm Sasha Parkinson, and I'm going to be your host for the next hour or so. It's so great to be here for Peace Day Live. Thank you all for joining us, and thank you so much to Margarita and all the panelists for that fascinating discussion. Coming up, we have a host of inspirational interviews, words of peace, and more fascinating panel discussions exploring critical issues and offering ideas for getting involved. But more music now from a great supporter of Peace One Day, a Brit Award winner with soul in his DNA. Please welcome the amazing James Morrison.
Peace means to me, it's a lot of different things. My own personal journey with peace is to do with family, really. And knowing that your family are safe and you're a unit and you're together. But on a bigger scale, peace is just no fighting, no conflict where it doesn't need to be there, and to try and support each other as people, that sort of stuff. A lot of different ways, actually. Being in nature is a massive part of me finding peace. Going to places where there's trees and there's, natural, like beaches. Going to places with natural beauty that sort of remind you that you're on a planet that's living and alive, and those little quiet moments, whether it's even just going camping, being close to nature through music. I find peace through music. Listening to music can bring me a lot of peace. If I'm not having a good day or something's affecting me, I can put on a really good song, and that brings peace to me. Having known my family are safe and well, that's another thing that brings me peace. But yeah, generally just sort of quiet moments in nature and listening to music are like the main things I use. Why not? It's a straightforward thing. There's a lot of conflict in the world. There's a lot of different countries without food and in crisis, and it just seems like a really obvious thing to do, to use my music as a platform to help get the message of Peace One Day across, Peace Day Live across. That's all I'm really trying to do. Well, it's more than, I can't think of a word, but it's like, it's tiring to hear that we're still not doing the right thing by each other, on a spiritual level, not just from country to country, helping each other out and being there for each other in a way that is more humanitarian, rather than like our country is this country and that country is. I think it's starting to be more of a global thing. It's starting to sort of synchronise. Even the countries that used to be all right are still feeling it now. So it's more of an obvious thing. It's a problem, I think. I'm noticing it a lot more. I'm noticing a lot more on the news and on the telly, not just food crises, but fighting and climate. And it's just you can't get away from it, really. So it's one of those things that it's like, well, what else can I do? What can I do other than try and be a part of it and bring awareness to people and use my music to do that? That's why I'm here. That's kind of why I'm here, really, to help bring people together and sort of try and stick to a day where we can all help each other a little bit more, be there for each other. Like you're saying, help people in your own community, help an old lady cross the road. Whatever it is, even if it's little, it all adds up. And I think that's the point of it, is to bring awareness to it so that people are aware of that day and to do something good. You Give Me Something's the first song I ever released. So it just seems straightforward to try and play something that people are going to know. Because then it will bring more, people remember me singing that song, and they'll remember the charity, and they'll remember Peace One Day. That's kind of the main reason why I chose that. Escape with me in the morning. You only hold me when I sleep. Numbers means to tread the water. Now I've gotten in too deep. For every piece of me that wants you, another piece backs away. 'Cause you give me something that makes me scared, alright. This could be nothing, but I'm willing to give it a try. Please give me something, someday I might know my heart. And you only waited up for hours just to spend a little time alone with me. I can say I've never bought you flowers, no, 'cause I can't work out what they mean. Never thought that I'd love someone, no. That was someone else's dream. 'Cause you give me something that makes me scared, alright. This could be nothing, but I'm willing to give it a try. Please give me something, someday I might call you from my heart, but it might be 7 today. And the words that I could never say are gonna come out anyway. Yeah. Ooh. Only one day. And you give me something that makes me scared, alright. This could be nothing, but I'm willing to give it a try. Please give me something, yeah. 'Cause you'll give me something that makes me scared, alright. Oh, this could be nothing, but I'm willing to give it a try. Please give me something, someday I might know my heart. Know my heart, know my heart, know my heart, know my heart. I might know my heart. Once When I Was Little is a song I wrote a long time ago now. I think it's about 10 years ago. And I just wrote it about the simplicity of when you're a kid, you can dream big and you think the world's this beautiful, amazing, innocent thing. And that when you get older, it's not as simple as that. That was kind of the message of the song. And to remind myself, like, you still have that part of you, that part of you that's a child that looks at the world in an innocent way with loving eyes is still there. That's kind of what I wanted to get across with the song. Yeah. But remember the little kid in you that looks at the world with wonder and beauty, and don't forget that. That's kind of it, really. I was the one who would always jump in first. I didn't think twice to look behind. Got such a good feeling just from playing in the dirt. Once when I was little, yeah, once when I was little. Yeah, we could build a rocket and fly to the moon. It's Tuesday morning and be back for noon. There wasn't nothing that we couldn't do. Once when I was little. Yeah, once when I was little. Yeah, I could dream more than, and I believe more than, that the world could only get better. Yeah, I could be free more than, and I could pretend more than, that this life could only show me good times. Once when I was little. Fly to the moon. Tuesday morning and be back for noon. There wasn't nothing that we couldn't do. Oh, once, oh, when I was little. Yeah, once when I was little. I could dream more than, and I believe more than, that the world could only get better. I could be free more than, and I could pretend more than, that this world could only show me good times. Once when I was little, used to feel so strong, even when they tell me I was wrong, that I can't live in a magic world, 'cause it's time for me to grow up, and I've got to be like the rest of them when I know they've had enough. I could believe more than, I could pretend more than, this world, oh, could only show me good times. I could be free more than, and I could pretend more than, that this life could only get better. Once when I was little. Oh. Here comes the next one, next in line. Stay as young as you can for the longest time, 'cause those days flew by like a breeze just passing through. Once when I was little, yeah, once when I little.
The wonderful James Morrison there. Thank you, James, for giving so much of your time to Peace One Day over the years. Now we have a special message from one of the world's most celebrated screen actors, Academy Award, Golden Globe and BAFTA winning actor, founder and CEO of the Whitaker Peace and Development Initiative, and longtime supporter of Peace One Day. Please welcome Forest Whitaker.
20 years ago, the United Nations adopted the 21st of September as International Peace Day. On this one day, our governments are called upon to silence the guns and hold fire. On this one day, we, the citizens of the world, are called upon to do their piece and commit to peace in any way they can. International Peace Day is a reminder that everyone has a stake and a responsibility in peace. Our acts of kindness and solidarity in our daily lives, on our streets and on the job, in school and at home, are the foundation of peace. However modest it may seem or feel, all effort that peace holds a positive message that can create a movement of hope. Today, on the 21st of September, you can contribute to such a movement, including through your social media, using the hashtag Peace Day to raise awareness within your networks.
Thank you, Forrest, for all of your support over the years. An extraordinary interview now with a remarkable woman, Under-Secretary General for Global Communications at the United Nations. She is an advocate of embracing the human stories within the refugee crisis. Some of the highlights of her career include Radio Free Europe, the UN Nuclear Watchdog, and UN Refugees Agency, to name a few. It's a great honour to have her with us for Peace Day Live 2021. Please welcome Melissa Fleming. And our interviewer today is Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day, producer and director of Peace Day Live.
Thank you, Sasha. Welcome, Melissa.
Great to be with you, Jeremy, and to be part of Peace One Day.
So Melissa Fleming, ladies and gentlemen, Under-Secretary General for Global Communications at the United Nations. Welcome to Peace Day Live, the 21st of September, 2021. The first question I'd like to ask you, Melissa, is how does your impressive profile feed into your current role as head of the UN's Global Communications?
Well, Jeremy, first of all, thanks for saying I have an impressive profile, but I think it's a rich background in working in different parts of the UN, the humanitarian part, working also on nuclear non-proliferation and nuclear safety, human rights. So pulling all of this in, having much experience traveling around the world to visit war zones and refugee camps and to really witness human suffering at its worst, and the vital role of the United Nations in protecting people, keeping people alive, feeding people, and trying to mediate to stop the wars that are causing so much destruction, so much terror, and so much suffering. So I bring this to this new job in New York. It's not new anymore, actually. This is my second year in this job, but there's nothing more well, I would say you cannot have a United Nations that represents the values and the work that it has and does without being able to communicate them effectively, because otherwise they're just not going to be known.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations in the work that you've been doing for the last few years. In the context of Goal 16, peace and justice, how important is a day of peace in terms of engaging the global community, and why?
Well, Jeremy, I've always admired you for your just keeping this going year after year after year, especially at a time when people have been turning inward, facing the COVID-19 crisis, worrying about their own, survival in many cases. We don't see as many movements for peace as would be needed among civil society, among
the general population. And I think just taking this day and popularizing it as you do to remind people that peace is just so fundamental to the well-being of our world and for all of us, and that we can't just think that somebody else is going to take care of it. We need the voices of the world populace to insist on peace, to insist on leadership, focusing more on forging peace. There are too many ongoing conflicts that have been festering for years and years. So taking this one day out, bringing this focus with all the important voices, I think puts something into people's hearts and minds and reminds them that they also have a voice, and that's really important.
Great. Thank you, Melissa. So you've been immensely supportive in agreeing to join us for today's show. How important are small civil society organizations like Peace One Day in helping the United Nations engage people around the world?
Well, I believe we absolutely, and I know the Secretary General believes this as well, we cannot solve the world's problems alone. We might have created the blueprint in the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but then we need civil society organizations like yours and the many hundreds and thousands affiliated with the United Nations globally and in the countries in which we serve to be advocates for these goals, to be on the ground as activists, as calling governments to account, in rallying populations to stand up for the values that are embraced in the UN Charter and in the blueprint, the to-do list as it's being called at this General Assembly for the world to make it better. So without civil society organizations and actors, we absolutely would be powerless. I think you're really an extension of the values and the blueprint for making this world a better place.
Wow. The experts tell us, Melissa, and of course it'll be on your mind as much as it is on mine, and indeed many of the audience, that the world is at a critical turning point with global warming, the coronavirus pandemic, cyber terrorism. What do you see as the role of the United Nations in humanity's survival?
Well, the Secretary General just addressed the General Assembly this morning, and if any of you have a chance to just go and look at his speech or go to his Twitter, and you'll see what he's saying. It's probably the strongest speech that I have heard coming out of his mouth, warning the world that we're really on the brink of catastrophe in so many fronts. For one, when you look at the COVID-19 pandemic, we're still at this point where the rich countries of the world have a way out. They have ample portions of vaccines. In fact, vaccines that are about to expire by the hundreds of thousands on their shelves. And then the vast majority of the world having almost none. When you look at Africa, 2% of the African population has had access to vaccines. This must stop. We're calling on a complete doubling of production, a global vaccination plan, access to 70% of the population of the world in 2022. This has to be, if we're ever going to get out of this pandemic, and all of us want to, this has to be all of our priority. Because it also has so many consequences in so many dimensions, including in stability and in security. And at the same time, we're not on the best track on climate action. And you'll hear the Secretary General really warning that if especially the major emitting countries do not commit to reduction, in meaningful reduction, in the next coming months, we are set up for just a terrible disaster in terms of the effects of climate change. We also are calling on the countries that have committed to help poorer, lower income countries to overcome it, to prepare themselves to deal with the effects of climate change that are happening now in real time. So we have, we know how to solve these problems, but it seems that the world is not uniting in the way it should. You asked what the United Nations can do. Well, the United Nations stands for multilateralism. It is the gathering place. We're at the General Assembly right now. 100 heads of state have come to New York to be here in person because they know this is the forum where they can not just talk about their national interests, but they can talk about how we're going to solve the world's problems together because they must, because they're being called upon to do so. So yes, the UN can gather the leadership of the world, and it also can alleviate the suffering in places where things have really broken down.
Thank you, Melissa. Very serious situation. And as well as governments, each individual has a crucial role to play, don't they? And I hope that today's broadcast will inform, inspire and engage many people to take action, as I know you would want as well, Melissa.
And Jeremy, I just wanted to also mention, of course, what peace and security is first and foremost in the minds of the UN. Just taking Afghanistan, when everybody was leaving Afghanistan, evacuating, all the television cameras were pointing to the planes leaving, the crowds of people wanting to get out. It was the United Nations that stayed, and we will continue to stay. We will continue to stay and deliver to alleviate the suffering of Afghan people, to make sure people don't go hungry, but also to fight for their rights, to insist that girls and women can access school. So, we stand for and we represent the principles of the world, but we also are there side by side with the people on the ground when everybody else has left them.
Yeah. Well, Melissa, over the last 22 years, I've had the good privilege, as you know, of traveling with you and your teams. And I know that you're there firsthand. I've seen it myself, and it's incredibly inspiring. And, for me, the United Nations is the closest organization we have to holding the world together. And I just always want to support the incredible work that you all do. But on that point of you being there still in Afghanistan, there are many in the world who support and applaud the United Nations, but there are also critics. When you hear those criticisms, what would you like people to understand?
Well, I think it depends on what the critics are criticizing. Some critics, rightly so, criticize the Security Council for not coming together and making the decisions that could end festering conflicts. We would say perhaps keep up that criticism, because we really do need multilateral unity in order to come together and solve problems that can only be achieved at the political level. I do ask critics to look to the UN, especially the humanitarian side of the UN, the human rights advocacy side of the UN, and to really have a look, travel like you did, Jeremy, to places in the world where there is displacement, where there is hunger, where there is almost nothing that the state is providing to its population. And these people would die if United Nations humanitarian workers were not there to serve them.
Yeah. Incredible. As I said, I've seen it firsthand. It's amazing. So we've got a couple of minutes left, but I can't end this interview with the incredible book and talking about it for just a second. So following some of the stories that you've witnessed while you were working for the High Commissioner for Refugees, traveling the world, you wrote a book called A Hope More Powerful Than the Sea. A beautiful title. What's your vision in relation to this book, and what do you hope it achieves?
Well, what I've learned as a communicator is that stories of mass suffering have one effect, and that is psychic numbing. People just cannot, and behavioral scientists have told us that this is the case. They want to care, but it's really, really hard to care about thousands or millions of people. So a mechanism to get to the hearts of people, and on behalf of all of the refugees in the world, is to tell human stories, individual human stories. And the story that really got me in all of the stories that I heard from the amazing refugees I met at my 10 years at UNHCR. But there was one that really struck me, and that's what I wrote the book about. And I'll just really briefly tell you, it's about a young Syrian refugee woman named Doa. She was 19 years old at the time when she took a boat across the Mediterranean Sea with her fiancé, the love of her life, and 500 fellow refugee passengers. Long story short, the boat was rammed, it sunk, and she was one of the only 11 survivors. And when she was rescued after 4 days and 4 nights on the Mediterranean Sea, floating on a little child's ring, she carrying 2 babies on her chest, not her own. They had been entrusted to her by parents and grandparents, and one of those babies pulled through. So Doa's story is a story of the Syrian war, the refugee experience, the striving for a better life, and the incredible resilience of the human spirit. And I have to say, it's been published in I think about 15 languages. It's option to be turned into a Hollywood film. So it really has captured people's imagination, and it has validated my communications approach, which is tell human stories. Statistics are human beings with the tears dried off, as someone said. That quote is always in my mind. We need to build that bridge of empathy to the public through human storytelling.
Wow. Well, Melissa Fleming, Undersecretary General for Global Communications, please keep telling us stories. Keep informing us, inspiring us, and engaging us to action. Thank you. Have a great day in New York.
Thank you, Jeremy. And please, to you, continue to pull the world together and inspire people to commit to peace.
I will. I'll do my best. Bye, Melissa.
Wow, the extraordinary Melissa Fleming there, Undersecretary General for Global Communications at the United Nations. Our thanks go to Melissa for giving her time so generously to us today. Thank you. Music now from a multi-award-winning Ugandan artist. As well as being celebrated as a pioneer of Ugandan soul music, he is an entrepreneur, actor, conservationist, and health and youth activist. Conservationist, and health and youth activist. Please welcome the dulcet tones of Maurice Kiwia.
Peace in my mind seems like a very simple concept, and it baffles me that that's not how some people see it. But to me, it's being contented with who I am and others and their opinions and their beliefs. Basically, if I go to sleep and I know that I'm okay with who I am in the moment and how other people I am, that's peace. Being tolerant for others and myself. The reason why I want to support Peace Day live on the 21st of September is because I've seen the impact that it's done over the years, and I was very fortunate to have been a part of it in Rwanda and in Kenya, and I've seen that such a simple concept of peace could actually transform a generation that's been damaged by wars, by climate, by so many things that have gone wrong could be fixed by just choosing peace. a lot of instability has been going on in such a time where the world is on its knees like never before. And I mean, the whole world is on its knees, especially with the pandemic. In a time like this, we can win everything if we're at peace with each other. We can get together and we can just fix everything, but we can't do it without each other. I find peace in understanding myself and other people and appreciating the things as they are and learning to tolerate everyone and everything and making the world a better place.
My power is in my song. It's how I communicate. I don't have no government, but if I did, I would try to save the world. I'm no politician. I'm no advocate for no religion. It's only common sense to know that the world needs to live in harmony. Please don't call this charity. It's a role that we must play. We all brothers and sisters, so let's join our hands in harmony. I will sing. Maybe the world will hear my song. Kale kanze nengenda njabayimbira nga siwera engula emitima bagitwalira mu buveera bakuwugirira bugalo babeere balamuwenkeera lekanze nengenda njabayimbira nga siwera engula emitima bagitwalira mu buveera bakuwugirira bugalo babeere balamuwenkeera. I don't have to be Gandhi, I don't have to be Bamali. It's only common sense to know that the world needs to live in harmony. I don't have to be poetic. My words don't have to rhyme. Don't have to be so intelligent to know that the world needs harmony. Yeah. Please don't call this charity. It's a role that we must play. After all, we all brothers and sisters, so let's join our hands in harmony. I will sing. Maybe the world will hear my soul. I will sing. Maybe the world will join us one. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Dekale kanze nengenda njabayimbira nga siwera engula emitima bagitwalira mu buveera bamuwugirira bugalo babeere balamuwenkeera. Lekanze nengenda njabayimbira nga siwera engula emitima bagitwalira mu buveera bamuwugirira bugalo babeere balamuwenkeera. Lekanze nengenda njabayimbira nga siwera engula emitima bagitwalira mu buveera bamuwugirira bugalo babeere balamuwenkeera. My power is in my song. My power is in my song. My power is in my song. Yeah, it's how I communicate.
Wow, that was stunning. The dreamy voice of Maurice Curia there. Many thanks to him for his support today and everything he does. Thank you so much. Words of peace now, and a true Renaissance woman. American actress, producer, and a global youth advocate. Please welcome back the fantastic Monique Coleman.
We will not build a peaceful world by following a negative path. It is not enough to say we must not wage war. It is necessary to love peace and sacrifice for it. We must concentrate not merely on the negative expulsion of war, but on the positive affirmation of peace. We must see that peace represents a sweeter music, a cosmic melody that is far superior to the discords of war. Somehow, we must transform the dynamics of the world power struggle from the negative nuclear arms race, which no one can win, to a positive contest to harness humanity's creative genius for the purpose of making peace and prosperity a reality for all the nations of the world. In short, we must shift the arms race into a peace race. If we have a will and determination to mount such a peaceful offensive, we will unlock hitherto tightly sealed doors of hope and transform our eminent cosmic elegy into a psalm of creative fulfillment. The words of peace I chose are from Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I really love this piece because it speaks to the fact that it isn't enough to just be against war or against conflict, but in fact we have to be for peace. And there are sometimes sacrifices that we have to make in order to receive that peace, but it is our birthright. And I just love how he so eloquently advocates for peace over everything. To me, peace is to live without threat, whether that be internal or external. To be at peace, to be in peace, to be peace is to be able to be in stillness, to be uninterrupted, to have autonomy and authority over your own body and your environment and your values, to be in a space to pursue your dreams and care for your family, and to sit without fear of a threat, to live without conflict, to live with the choice of your future. That is peace. I believe that freedom is synonymous with peace. I've supported Peace One Day for over a decade because I so deeply believe that peace is foundational for us to achieve anything else that we want to do in this life, from the Sustainable Development Goals to our own personal desires and aspirations. All great things come from peace. We cannot expect to have a better world if we are riddled with conflict and threats. And so for me, being able to join forces with Peace One Day year after year, it helps to give me a sense of purpose and direction, knowing that I'm advocating for not just my future and my children's future, but the future of humanity. I think it's so important that we come together on Peace Day every year because it really represents what is possible. Yes, Peace Day is one day, but this initiative goes so much further than just this day. This is about us coming together and realizing that if we can do it one day, we can do it every day. But it does take every single one of us doing our part, working in our communities, working globally, working in our homes to ensure that peace first and foremost begins with us.
Powerful words of peace there from Monique Coleman. Thank you. A very special interview now. So Jeremy Greenstock has had a long and distinguished career as a diplomat, having served in the British diplomatic service in various capacities. He served in Washington, D.C., Paris, Dubai, and in Saudi Arabia. And he was the permanent representative of the United Kingdom to the United Nations in New York for 5 years, during which he presented the resolution to the General Assembly recommending the 21st of September as the International Day of Peace. In 2003 to 2004, he was the UK's Special Representative for Iraq after the invasion of Iraq and the fall of Saddam Hussein. He subsequently directed the Ditchley Foundation's International Conference Centre and since 2010 has chaired his own geopolitical advisory company interpreting global change for the corporate sector. Before we meet him, let's see him in action 20 years ago, presenting the General Assembly resolution establishing the first ever day of ceasefire and non-violence with a fixed date.
It's been 20 years since the resolution passed, establishing 21st of September as the UN International Day of Peace, a day of ceasefire and non-violence.
President, the United Kingdom and Costa Rican governments have now joined together to strengthen and reinvigorate what we believe is a unique and still largely unfulfilled opportunity for the practical furtherance of peace. The need for such an enhanced approach was originally brought to our attention by a UK-based organisation, Peace One Day. This draft resolution recommends that henceforth the UN International Day of Peace be observed as a global ceasefire day. The draft suggests that this day be fixed as the 21st of September.
It is so decided.
So Jeremy Greenstock there at the United Nations General Assembly back in 2001. And it's an honour to introduce him now, being interviewed by our very own Peace One Day founder, Jeremy Gilley. Please welcome Sir Jeremy Greenstock.
Well, it's wonderful to see you, Sir Jeremy Greenstock.
Great to be back in contact, Jeremy, after the 20 years that we've seen go by. So let's talk about it.
Yeah, great. So could you tell us, first about, your journey and your career?
Well, all my family practically were schoolmasters. I started as a schoolmaster immediately after university, realised that wasn't for me for a career's worth. So always being interested in the world, the big picture, travel, what other countries were doing. I thought about the Foreign Office, gave it a go, got in, and stayed with it for 35 years. Fairly conventional career. I learned Arabic. I moved around different parts of the world, Middle East, Europe, North America. Was in Washington twice, New York at the end. So a nice varied career, but it suited my philosophical look at the world to be an observer and to some extent a practitioner in connections between different countries. Classics was my education. The lessons of Greece and Rome still feed into everyday life in the most relevant way. So it's been a wonderful practical and thinking journey that I've been on. And since I left the service of government in 2003, I've been involved in bringing people together to talk about the way the world is going. I've started a company with my son to look at the geopolitical big picture and interpret it for the business community to see how they can get a feel of what is really going on under the surface. So what you've been doing, Jeremy, is really relevant to all of that, to try and make sure that this is a world that connects and works together and doesn't shoot itself in the foot.
Could you tell us about your role in the resolution that fixed the date of the International Day of Peace as the 21st of September and established it as a day of global ceasefire and non-violence?
Well, it was a wonderful team effort. I think you'd done a lot of work with the Foreign Office in London and with my mission in New York. And they brought it to me and said, this is really worth your time. Please focus on it. Are you prepared to do a statement to the General Assembly, which is fairly rare for an individual ambassador outside the normal run of General Assembly agendas? And it was wonderful, a privilege to be standing up in front of the 191 members, as it was then, of the General Assembly, to be talking to them about how they could focus on communication, compromise, and peace.
This draft resolution recommends that henceforth the UN International Day of Peace be observed as a global ceasefire day. The draft suggests that this day be fixed as the 21st of September.
It is so decided.
And I think it was very significant to do that in the General Assembly and not the Security Council, which was my normal place of work. Of course, we preceded 9/11 by 4 days, so we got it in at the right time. And to make 21 September the annual day of peace is still significant, I think, in 9/11 terms. And 20 years on, there's a lot of talk again about 2001 and 9/11 and what it all meant. And we've made Peace One Day relevant to that whole journey since that extraordinary pivotal event.
For those who don't know, who might not be familiar with your role, could you talk to us about your position and what it takes to establish a day of peace with a fixed calendar date?
Well, the UN is a unique forum of every different nation, and is a place of huge connection, action, and compromise. And you have to establish yourself as a permanent representative of your country at the UN, doing the job of your government in your country, obviously, under instructions from London. But you have to establish a personal rapport with almost every other ambassador in the business, because you might have to deal with any of them at any one time. And the UK mission and its heads have always been extremely diligent in creating those relationships. So I'd been in New York for nearly 3 years by the time that we did this together in 2001. So I think I had a position, I had a reputation. I was a permanent member of the Security Council, so people were watching what I did, whether they thought I should be there or not for the UK. We were still, I think, fighting for our position as permanent members. But the UK makes itself relevant to the United Nations by joining with everybody else to try and solve shared problems. We spend a lot of time on that. And this peace in the world was the archetypal shared problem. And to show ourselves relevant through this presentation on the 7th of September was very much in the mould of what I was trying to do with the UK mission during my time there.
So there are now millions of people celebrating this day across the entire world, with activity in every country. About 1.4 billion people fully aware, 3 billion fully aware by 2025, we think. The day when more people are thinking about peace than any other day of the year, the day where there's the greatest reduction of violence across our homes, communities, schools, places of work, and in countries. I mean, incredible what you did, right? I mean, it's amazing. But can you tell us about the importance? I mean, I've just mentioned some examples, but a day like this, a day where people can come and sit around the table, you created it. Was that really important to you?
Well, Jeremy, you conceived this, and it was your activity that made it happen. So I repay the compliment. It's your creation. And what you conceived was a socket for people to plug into when they wanted to do something about ending violence. So often, particularly our younger generation, they often say to me when I'm talking to schools or universities or in United Nations Association meetings or whatever it is, what can we do? How are we relevant? And I say, you've got to conceive what the world, you've got to think globally, but you've got to act locally. You've got to find some way of acting. And to have a Peace One Day, 21 September day means they've got a socket to plug into to focus on when they want to take action in their own community, their own locality.
Given that 95% of violence globally happens in our homes, schools, local communities and places of work, could you talk to us about the importance of every individual becoming involved in the process of establishing a more peaceful and sustainable world? I mean, what could we say to individuals to make them understand that they're crucial?
Well, the individual is much more powerful nowadays than he or she ever was because of the greater freedom, the spread of information, the spread of connectivity. Governments have leached power and feel it. That's why governments behave so strangely sometimes nowadays. They feel the loss of their monopoly of power because the individual has so much more. But with that greater number of tools in each hand in the human race comes a responsibility. You can't have the privilege of connectivity and action and information and freedom without taking some responsibility. And what Peace One Day does is that everybody has a responsibility to get rid of violence in their lives. And then they want to know, what is the mechanism for that? How can we do it? Now, we're talking utopia here. There are at least half the planet is not thinking about this and won't think about this and respond with violence when they become frustrated or angry or threatened or fearful. So you'll never get rid of violence. The human race is a violent organism. But just anything that gets rid of some violence in the world is extremely important. So the more we reach out to people and say, it's your individual responsibility, or you cannot enjoy the freedom that the modern world gives you, makes them realize that there is a contract, a compromise to be had. And that's a very important message.
We created a show called Climate Action Live on the 21st of June, and we coined a very simple little phrase. It's not a big deal, but no climate action, no peace. How meaningful is that statement to you? And is it right? No climate action, no peace.
It's simplistic, and it's not literally true, but it reminds people that they're connected, peace and sustainability. So it's extremely important. You have connected them. But climate action, individuals and groups and communities must be careful not just to demonstrate and advocate something that is not achievable. You might say no poverty, no war, as another simplistic statement. And the energy that's been produced by the hydrocarbons industry over the last 120 years has produced an immensely less impoverished planet and has enabled a peaceful approach in an extraordinary number of countries, with the help of the UN since 1945.
Do you have hope for humanity?
I'm split. Sometimes I despair at the stupidity of some decision-making and the closed minds that you come up against. But I have great hope in the younger generation because I think they are immensely adaptable. I have great hope in science and technology because it is a most marvelous tool. It can lead to bad things as well as good things, to bombs as well as medicines. But there is the potential. But it needs organization, that needs leadership, that needs thoughtfulness. Human beings have got to fight against their nature to preserve peace. There's never been a period in human history where there hasn't been war. The longest, perhaps artificially you could say, the longest period of peace between great powers, with some exceptions, was between 1815 and 1914. So call it 100 years is the maximum, give or take the Franco-Prussian Wars and some disturbances in Europe in the mid-19th century, but big power peace lasted for 100 years. That's the record. In 2045, we will be 100 years on from the end of the Second World War. The human race has got to do something unprecedented to extend that period of peace between great powers, between really dangerous powers, beyond 100 years. Unprecedented in terms of compromise, in terms of submerging our subjective and our nationalistic feeling. And I'm not sure yet that we can do it, because it needs tremendous leadership to be able to change that tendency to be competitive and in the end to use violence. So the uphill climb for peace one day is enormous, and I think in the next 25 years is going to get greater, because that 100-year point in history has always been a point of exhaustion of people working together.
Could you tell us why it's critical, given the current situation in Afghanistan, that all parties around the table sort of come together?
Well, the importance lies in bringing all the stakeholders in any particular issue together. Because if you leave some out, whatever you do as a minority area of stakeholders will be distorted by other actions you haven't coordinated with. So it's extremely important to have everybody involved around the table. Second, it's extremely important to talk to people you don't like talking to, because they're the ones that are going to get in the way of what you want to do. So reaching out to your adversary or even your enemy or the person you don't like talking to is a great part of taking the next step towards achieving something collective around the world.
Of all the things that you've learned in your career, what one thing would you say that might inspire us on our individual journeys?
I think the most important thing is to listen. Too much transmitting goes on nowadays, particularly in social media. Social media is the enemy of listening. Listening is the creation of peace. So we must think through that. And the second thing I say to young people, I repeat, think globally because the world is yours, but act locally. Because as young people, act in your own group, university or school or your company, whatever it is, your family. Act locally but as you get older and more senior, your local will expand. And when you get to the top jobs, your local will actually be very broad and you'll be acting nationally and internationally, but get into the habit as a youngster of acting locally. Think globally, act locally.
Well, it's been amazing listening to you. I mean, my life in the last 20 years was shaped because of something that you've done. And I thank you for that.
You picked up that moment and did something with it and expanded it and went on expanded it. You could have given up in despair the things that were going on around you in the world when you were trying to fight for peace. So to have made the massive spread of interest in Peace One Day what it is nowadays is a tremendous achievement. So congratulations on your 20-year anniversary.
Thank you, Sir Jeremy, for everything you did. Such a pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
Wow, inspiring thoughts there from Sir Jeremy Greenstock, Chairman of Gatehouse Advisory Partners, former Chairman of the UNA UK and Special Advisor to the NGO Forward Thinking. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce the second of today's panel discussions. This time, the focus is making peace with nature. Now, please take this opportunity to encourage your friends and colleagues on social media to tune in to Peace Day Live, and you can do that now via Peace One Day on Twitter or peaceoneday.org. Moderating the panel is the wonderful Afua Nkansa Asamoah, activist and ChildNet's Youth Advisory Board for Project DeShame. Hi, Afua. Welcome.
Hi, Sasha. Thank
Hello.
you so much.
Are you okay?
I'm great, thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm great, thank you. Well, I'm really excited to watch this. I'm going to hand this over to you. Enjoy.
Right, thank you so much, Sasha. So like Sasha said, we are having our second panel, which is called Making Peace with Nature. So I'm going to take time to introduce our panelists. Our first panelist is John Soven, who is the Executive Director of Greenpeace.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello, John. Thank you for joining us.
Pleasure.
Our next panelist is Michael Mapes, who is the CEO of Trivinum Packaging.
Hello there.
Michael. Hiya. And then finally, we have Lindiwe Daphne Zulu MP, who is the Minister for Social Development in South Africa. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Great. So we're just going to start this quite simply, and I'm going to start with you, John. So John, from your perspective, what will the impact of biodiversity loss be on peace?
Well, look, I think the first thing to say is, and sometimes we forget this, is that the environment is where we all live. And maybe this is made a bit more difficult because something like 56% of the world's population live in cities. And maybe we think somehow that we're disconnected from the environment in which we live, which perhaps is not the case with people who are living in rural areas. But I think that the key thing to understand is that biodiversity protection and our own survival are really very deeply interwoven, that if we destroy the natural basis of human civilization, there are huge consequences for peace. And I think that's something that, we ignore at our peril. And I think, we're just beginning to see this at a global level in terms of the impact that we're facing now, for example, with COVID, because we know that as we start destroying the natural environment, we start connecting more towards wild animals that we shouldn't really be having such close connection with, that we know there's an increased risk of the transmission of zoonotic diseases, which lead to things like Ebola or HIV or COVID, with huge impacts for people and for peace and for security. But I think also it goes beyond that because, the natural environment is also really important for everything that we need in terms of food and shelter and, the quality of our water and our soils, and also ultimately to, the climate stability, which will be impacted if we continue to destroy the natural environment. So I think that, we can't really disconnect the protection of biodiversity from peace and from security and from a sustainable life that we all need to lead globally. And particularly, I live in the West, I live in a developed country, and we're more at fault than this than anyone in terms of not just historically, but also in terms of our current levels of consumption and emissions. So I think that these are really things that are really important to discuss, because I think sometimes we forget about some of the underlying causes of conflict, some of the underlying causes of peace, but also I think how we can use that in a positive way, actually how we can look at how we are all dependent on one planet, how the protection of biodiversity and natural environment is critical for all of our survival, and actually how we can use that to actually foster a better common understanding and common agreements between peoples and between nations, because ultimately all of us are connected to this one system. And if this system breaks apart, as we're seeing it happening now with climate change and biodiversity loss, then we're all going to suffer the consequences. There's no question about that.
Thank you so much, John. I'll move on to you, Michael, to mainly ask about consumer behavior. So in what ways must consumer behavior change to reverse some of the catastrophic biodiversity loss that John was talking about?
Well, consumers need to move toward more sustainable consumption. I mean, first on how much consumers are consuming to what they're actually consuming. On that how much side, I mean, if you just think about, our daily life, being at home, being in your house from the time you wake up or in a room, not forgetting to turn off the lights when you leave, to the clothes that you buy and wear. Are you really buying what you need to buy? Or are you buying too much? Is overconsumption there? But ultimately as well, the food that we eat. I mean, if we just look at food consumption, for example, we need to look at that. About a third of all the food produced is actually going to waste, and that's a waste of our natural resources. It causes emissions, and it's a real shame. But there are things that we can do to help that. I mean, things like making sure that we're buying less or buying it in a different format, one that we could save for a later time to consume that food, for example. But if you look at the where we consume it as well, let's just take a look at moving from today's world of being a linear economy where we consume it and it goes into landfill, and moving consumption to a circular economy where we're able to reuse that, and that really helps natural resources and leaves a positive impact on the world. So it's going to take changes in consumption and all the things that we do in our daily lives and activity to make a difference.
Great, thank you, Michael. I'll now move to Minister Daphne. From your perspective, especially in your beautiful home country in South Africa, as Minister of Social Development, can you please tell our viewers why protecting people and the planet, especially women and girls, why it's important to you and it's why it's important for peace generally?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here, and rightfully, as you say, as a Minister of Social Development, what is very important for us, I would like to start from a point of view that I want to draw the links of the effects of climate change and the increase in terms of conflict, and refer obviously to what the other panelists referred to in terms of protecting the climate in general, and making sure that all of us collectively, both men and women, individuals, communities. I normally talk here in South Africa about focusing on our people and assisting house to house, street to street, community to community, because the issue here, there are links between the effects of climate change and increased conflict and violence. And we believe that the fight against climate change is not only a struggle to keep our planet livable, it is a human security issue. And all human security issues obviously have got direct impact on our communities, but have got much more impact on women in particular, because where we are, particularly in the African continent, it is the women that carry the greater burden of taking care of families. It's the same women that carry the greater burden of ensuring that families are taken care of. The earlier speaker spoke to the issues of consumption and food waste and carbon emissions, and I couldn't relate more on that issue, because overconsumption, we believe, can be managed, but in order for that to happen, people have to be educated and assisted to understand. And not education in the manner of thinking you are going to educate them because they don't understand. You educate from a point of view that there's ample and enough information and correct information that is consumed by our own, in order for them to be able to use that information and have an appreciation of the climate change that is happening. So in South Africa, as in many countries, the stresses of climate change are already being felt. And in my country in particular, most people rely on the land for their livelihoods as well as for the food provision. And women, again, are at the center of this food production from a closer to family point of view. But of course, the production of food has now been very much commercialized. So it's big companies that are producing the food, and then people have to go and buy. And again, how much they buy, how much they use, and how much they use is of importance to us. Added to that, we have the challenges of prolonged droughts, higher temperatures, increased crop failure, and livestock loss are reducing agricultural productivity to around 15 to 50% in South Africa. In other words, dramatic variations to the climate introduces shocks to the patterned way of life which we are used to. So these effects of climate change exacerbate existing violent trends and fuel conflict over resources whose supply is at risk. This increases the ill prospect of many women and girls and other populations who are already vulnerable. That is, for instance, the senior citizens being exposed to the direct violence, abuse, insecurity, and so forth. Elsewhere, studies draw correlation between climate change and substantial increases in crime. Therefore, climate change is a risk multiplier, fragility multiplier, or conflict catalyst. Some studies estimate that a rise in temperature by 1 degree could increase homicides in South Africa by 1,000 per year. As a threat multiplier, climate change exposes and exploits existing vulnerabilities and deepens pre-existing tensions, weak government systems, and related socio-economic factors. So it is important for us to keep this discussion across countries, across planets, and again, for me, the way we can be able to reach to our people is to look at it from house to house, street to street, community to community, and make sure that the communities are involved in whatever decisions that we take, and therefore even our policies must have an impact, but you cannot have those policies developed without an appreciation and understanding by the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister Daphne. I'm now going to speak widely to our panelists. And for all of you, I mean, anyone can answer first, but on our current trajectory, and I mean your different responses have described what the trajectory kind of looks like. What are we going to see happen in the natural world? And is there any time frame when we're going to see some of the effects of these things happening, or are they already happening?
Well, I mean, if you look at COVID-19, if that's taught us anything, we can move quickly and adapt to change pretty quickly. A number of disruptions that have taken place in technologies over the last decade have proven that we can move and adapt quickly as a society. The challenge we're facing with making peace with nature is that it's global in nature. So it's not going to be solved by any individual. It's not going to be solved by any one country. So the key here is, how quickly can we mobilize as a global community and really work together as, with business, with individuals, with governments to all come together and accelerate that change on a common agenda. It's really up to us on how quickly that time frame will be. But, humanity's at stake. It's our planet that's at stake, and we have to give it our all to get there as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Michael. John, from your perspective, do we see any changes in the timeline, or for you, do you even think it's too late for some of the things we're already seeing now?
Look, it's never too late. It's just a question of degree, isn't it? I mean, at the moment, when it comes to, for example, climate change, we were meant to be on course to roughly halve our emissions by 2030. At the moment, we're on course for our emissions to be increasing by about 16% by 2030. So if you take that, one fact alone, in terms of what the world governments, and particularly G20 governments, because really it's G20, it's the biggest, 20 biggest countries in the world that are responsible for nearly all of the emissions. If you take those countries, there's a lot of countries that have not put in more ambitious climate proposals. And so that will not meet what was agreed at Paris to stay below 2 degrees and aim for 1.5 degree. That is unlikely to change. There's a very important meeting coming up to the G20 in Rome just ahead of the climate summit in Glasgow in November, where world leaders will be gathering, and of course they have a chance to put more ambitious proposals on the table. But as things currently stand, a lot of them haven't, and that's why at the moment we're not doing enough. I think if you also look at what is happening in terms of subsidizing the bad, I would call it, there was a review that came out that the UK government published recently that said between $4 and $6 trillion a year is spent subsidizing fossil fuels, subsidizing overfishing, and subsidizing pesticide use. So all of the things that are leading to climate change and biodiversity loss are being massively subsidized by the world's governments. The amount of money they said that was being put into protecting the environment and conservation was $69 billion, a fraction, a tiny fraction of the $4 to $6 trillion that was going into destroying it. So I think that what governments need to do is just to switch the money from the bad to the good. Because the thing is, the money's there. If they're subsidizing it, it means they've got the money. But what needs to happen is the money needs to go in the right direction, not the wrong direction. And today that's even more a doable proposition, because renewable energy, frankly, is cheaper in nearly all cases, everywhere in the world, than fossil fuel power is, and energy. So the thing is, there's really no excuse why the governments are not making this switch in resources towards a renewable energy economy, towards biodiversity protection, both on land and at sea, and why they're not ending these really harmful subsidies, which are underlying, underneath it all are destroying life on this planet, not just threatening our life, but threatening the lives of many species. I mean, at the moment, something like 1 million species are threatened with extinction. I mean, it's been called the 6th great mass extinction that's taking place at the moment. But this is so easy to solve. On the time frame that we're talking about, over the next 10 to 20 years, we could quite easily make this shift, make this transition, do it in a socially just way that brings people with us. If the governments themselves, really took this issue seriously and really took responsibility for it.
Thank you so much. I guess we have this grand overview, but do you think that there is any hope left? Does humanity have any hope for change or any hope for reverse for some of the horrible things or the negative effects on the climate?
Well, I think there's plenty of hope. If you look at today, sustainability is on the top of the agenda for governments, for brand owners, for consumers. It's a conversation that we're having. It's not, just something that is a topic for discussion. It's really front and center in everything that folks are doing. But we've got to do more. What gives me also hope is the youth of today. If you look at the youth, we've got a number of very inspirational leaders, including yourself, that are demanding change, and they have a platform through it with social media in a way that, the world cannot ignore. So that's really encouraging. On the flip side of that, they can't do it by themselves. Another one of the youth, inspiring youth, Shia Bastida, recently said in an interview that, the voices of the young are acted upon by adults. And, that's where we come in. The business leaders, the politicians, the parents. I'm a father of 5, and I can tell you that, my 5 children, they speak out and they want action. And, that's what it's going to be about. It's going to be about all of us actually putting that good money and that good work, the decisions to work to make a difference. So I'm hopeful, but a lot is going to be required to get us there.
Thank you. Minister Daphne, from your perspective, is there any hope for women and girls, or just generally in terms of climate? Sorry, you're on mute.
Yes, I fully agree with the notion of the fact that there is hope. It is about what we do and who does it, and how do we work with each other in a coordinated manner. The issue of business leaders, politicians, parents, and again, I go back to community leaders and community. And among those community leaders, it's about ensuring that women and girls are amongst the leadership that we are talking about here. I do want to highlight the fact that having violence, for instance, answers the UN Secretary General's Antonio Guterres' call for increased action through a common agenda. And I think everyone here is talking about a common agenda, is talking about the fact that what we're talking about here affects us at all levels. And therefore, according to the United Nations, the UN Secretary General released our common agenda report earlier this month, which was on the 10th of September 2021. And I'm hoping that this is also a report that we'll be able to use and not keep in our shelves, because there's a lot of work that goes into that, and research especially that goes into that. Among the 12 commitments of the agenda, there's a global call for promoting peace and preventing conflicts. The new agenda for peace urges for reshaped responses to all forms of violence and calls for investments in prevention and peace building. Prevention is almost very important. And therefore, having a global violence task force pathfinders is a new and ambitious coalition of like-minded world leaders and global champions, which answers the UN Secretary General call for action. And these are intent on turning the ambitions of the SDG targets and peace into concrete actions that will produce measurable results.
John, from your perspective, you have definitely talked about how far we've come, and you've talked about some things that people can be doing to, I guess, like have a more hopeful view. But are there any actions you think people can do or people can start taking to change things around?
Well, yes. I mean, of course, you can take action on every level, and I think that's really important that we do that. Look, I think when it comes to biodiversity and peace, which is, what the title of this was, it's really important that we look at this in terms of the biodiversity, the plants and animals and so on that are on land, but also at sea, because both are under attack. At sea, we have massive industrial fishing trawlers hoovering up the fish in the sea, which has a massive impact on coastal communities that are dependent on fish as a protein source. I mean, and particularly around, coasts like around Africa and so on. So I think that what we really need to do is lighten our footprint when it comes to our consumption and the type of consumption that we have. Because one of the most important things we can do, for example, is have a more plant-based diet. Because we know, for example, I'm just abstract, I know this is not going to happen, I wouldn't even recommend it to happen, but say everybody on this planet had a plant-based diet, the amount of land that you could give back to nature would be about 75% of agricultural land. And that's a huge area. I mean, we're talking about an area the equivalent of the US, Europe, China, and Australia. So that's how much land is used for grazing cattle and providing animal feed for cattle, not for direct human consumption. So what we need to do is kind of rebalance our relationship with nature, where we're giving a bit more space back to nature, both for biodiversity to thrive, but also as a store of carbon and all of the other things that nature gives us. Because at the moment, we're consuming more than one planet in terms of the resources. And that's completely unsustainable. And that's where the problems really start to begin. When you're not living in harmony, you're not living in balance with the natural environment. And I think the same thing goes on the oceans. We need to consume less fish, and particularly industrially produced fish, which is so harmful to fish stocks and is undermining so many coastal communities around the world that are dependent on those fish stocks. And I think that the other thing is also using the land and the seas to actually feed people, because I think at the moment one of the problems is so much of the land is being used, for example, for biofuels. It's being used for industrial purposes, or it's even being used to put fuel into our cars. This is also, a real problem, because what we really need to be doing is using the land and the seas to feed people. And we need other solutions. For example, we don't need to put biofuels into our cars. We can make them electric. We don't need to burn fossil fuels. We can use the sun and the wind and the waves to give us renewable energy. We really do have a lot of solutions to the problems that we face out there. But what we really need is individuals to really press hard for governments and businesses, and even in their own behavior, to actually change the patterns of consumption that we have at the moment.
Thank you so much, John. Well, we're mainly going to wrap up by talking about how we can actually make action and how we can encourage people to actually move on some of the issues we've talked about. So I'll start with you, Michael, first. What actions can individuals take to avert the catastrophic biodiversity loss?
Well, I think picking up off of John's comments, which were well said, is I think ultimately people can make well-informed, better decisions. And what they need to do is do the homework, do the research to understand what the impact, the effect of their decisions is having on the planet. And, when they understand that, then they need to vote, and they need to vote with their wallets. And when consumers vote with their wallets, then businesses listen, and business has to make change and drive change as well. So, voting with the wallets, making informed decisions, doing our homework, and knowing that each step of the way we have to make decisions that are going to positively impact the planet, not just today, but keeping in mind that future generations are at stake here.
Thank you, Michael. What about you, John? What actions do you think individuals can take to help avert some of the catastrophic biodiversity loss?
Well, look, I think we need to see, individuals having a lot of agency and a lot of power in different aspects of their life, because I think that, if we have a job, then we're in a workplace, we can talk to colleagues, we can influence the companies that we're working for. We can also influence the communities and the local authorities where we live. For example, there's a big campaign where I live, for example, to get, community charging points, to get community gardens, to make more allotments available for people to be able to grow their own food and so on and so forth. So communities can come together at a local level to make change happen. Of course, we're also all citizens. So if you're not living under an authoritarian regime, then you have the right to vote, both at a local and a national level. And I think you should use that vote to be able to influence the outcome, of governments, and and particularly to try and vote for candidates that really put the environment at the center of what they stand for. And this is, I'm not saying you have to be with any particular political party. I think there are very good individuals in many different political parties that are very good on the environment, and we need more of those. And I think also the other thing is just to have courage. I think what Greta Thunberg has done has been extraordinary in terms of mobilizing youth, and she certainly displayed an enormous amount of courage, sitting outside that Parliament building for months on end, ignored or abused. But I think that, she stood up for what she believed in and became quite a catalyst for change. And I think it would be great if we saw lots of Greta Thunbergs all over the world in all walks of life, whether it's the workplace or the school or even government or local authority, is that we need more people standing up, speaking out, taking risks, demanding that action is taken. And last but not least, yes, we have a wallet. You know, if we decide that we want to have a more plant-based diet because that's the right thing for the environment, then companies will follow suit. They'll try and meet the demands of that market. It's not easy to do, I know, because you just think you're one individual. But I think collectively there are now millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people coming together around the world. And I think that does collectively give us quite a lot of power and quite a lot of influence that we didn't have a few years ago.
Thank you so much, John. If you're just joining us, we just had a Making Peace with Nature panel. So to just round up some of the points that we had, we have heard that the catastrophic biodiversity loss can be a catalyst for conflict. And because today is about peace, we understand that as individuals, we have agency, and that we can also vote with our wallet, and we can also have courage to demand for change in our community. So thank you so much for joining our panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm the one that got kicked off, but I came back. But thank you all the same. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Minister.
My pleasure. Nice meeting you too.
Yeah, likewise.
Thank you so much, Afua, and to all the panelists for such a dynamic discussion on how we can make peace with nature. On with the music now, and a Zimbabwean-American artist, songwriter, activist, producer, and poet, wow, for the first time with Peace One Day, please welcome the powerful Shungudzo.
Hi, my name is Shungudzo, and I am so honored and excited to sing some songs for you today for Peace Day. I think that Peace Day is so much more than a day. It's a mentality and, you know, a devotion to spending one's life advocating for peace. And I also think that external peace can't be found without internal peace. And so as we celebrate days like Peace Day or think about what peace means in our lives and how to achieve it, we also have to look within ourselves and learn to love ourselves and find that peace within ourselves that gives us the strength to be able to fight for peace in the outside world. This first song is called To Be Me. They tell us that we should take care of ourselves, that if we dress like this, then we've asked to be fed. I wanna walk through an alley at night without making a knife with the key, like oh my God, it's safe. Like, oh my God, it's safe to be black in America, black and shopping, black on the jog in the loft apartment, black in the car.
if you look like this, then you've asked to be killed. I wanna walk through an alley at night without making a knife with the key. Like, oh my God, it's safe to be me. I wanna drink till I'm drunk and not think about everything wrong that could be. Like, oh my God, it's safe to be me. Ooh, to be me. Ooh, baby.
Wow, thank you so much, Ngozi, and thank you for getting on board with Peace Day Live 2021. Thank you so much. Now, a special interview now with a world-renowned spiritual teacher and international speaker. The foundation in his name advances dignity, peace, and prosperity by addressing the fundamental human needs of food, water, and peace. It's our honor to welcome him here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, Prem Rawat and our interviewer, Jeremy Gilley.
Welcome Prem Rawat, the founder of the Prem Rawat Foundation, to Peace Day Live, the 21st of September.
Thank you, it's a pleasure to be here.
Could you tell us about your life's mission?
Well, when I was very young, I started talking to people about peace. And, you know, at 4 years of age, you don't sit down in a room and say, well, I think I'm going to talk to people about peace or something like that. It was a very random act. But I saw that I was able to reach people in a very unique way. And more I did it, more I liked it, that people could be told about peace. Because, you know, the reality is that there is something good in each human being. And sometimes we don't know. And I want to be the voice of that is good, not the voice that is bad. Because there is so much attention is given to all those people who do bad things. And so then slowly and slowly and slowly, my mission, if you will, really became to reach as many people as I could and try to put them in touch with that beauty that is inside of them. Because I think when a human being is truly a human being, everything becomes right. Not wrong, but everything becomes right.
Amazing, Prem. Could you tell us about your new book, Heal Yourself, and how it can help people on their journey towards finding peace?
My experience is that usually all you have to do is put a mirror in front of the people. And when they see themselves, they are delighted. And this book also is just a mirror. And when that is placed in front of people, they read it because I've tried to put some messages in there that you are much more than you realize you are. And here's the mirror. Take a look for yourself. And this book is written in a very different way. This book is not written in some ideas like, you know, just eat these ideas. But in fact, in one place in this book, it's very, very clear. Only accept what's in this book if it makes sense to you. If it doesn't make sense to you, let it go. Discard it. Because you want to see yourself. That's what this book is all about.
Can I ask you, you've been talking about peace most of your life. You've just spoken to us about that. What does peace mean to you?
Well, there are many, many definitions of peace. And there are people in this world, and what peace means to them is absence of war. But question then rises, if that's how simple peace is, then why have we not been able to accomplish it? To me, in my experience, what peace is something that is already inside of each human being. When you truly are you are then in peace. Socrates said, know thyself. We bounce around that statement quite a bit, but not realizing that there is a message there. And the message really is that when you know yourself, who you really are, you can then be in touch with the peace that is inside of you. And when you are whole as a human being, peace is natural to you, not unnatural. And that reality exists inside of us.
Can you tell me, you have been a great supporter of Peace Day. The idea that we can come together as one in a moment of intercultural cooperation in the hope that we can lift the level of consciousness around the most fundamental issues that we face. A day that we come together as a family. And out of that comes hope and strength that we can build the forest that indeed you're talking about. What does Peace Day mean to you?
Peace Day means to me an effort that people put forth to respect peace in their lives. As simple as that, to respect peace. Not to try to make peace into a fashionable statement, not to make peace into some abstract thought, but to actually have peace that people can talk about, can understand, and work towards, because we are the ones who have to work towards making peace possible. We are the angels that have come. So peace is about people taking responsibility. That's what Peace Day means to me.
Thank you, Prem. So, when we stand together, when we unite around these big issues, such as a day of peace, why is that important? Why is it important that we sit together as a global family and talk about these issues?
Because something that human beings are very good at is bringing these discussions to the table, allows each one to participate and throw their creativity around it. We have to do everything that we can to make peace possible in this world. Billions and trillions of dollars are spent for weapons, for research of the weapons, for deployment of the weapons, and nothing is done for the peace. It is time that there is not financial, but people power. And people power only comes when people come together, and the subject is peace.
Well, there you go. Thank you, Prem. So the focus of Peace Day Live this year is the protection of people, the protection of resources, and the protection of wildlife. What can you do to help us all understand that the protection of those things are in our hands? People, when they think about peace and world peace, it's like, well, it's over there. Somebody else can deal with it. Help us understand, Prem, that the protection of our wildlife and resources and each other is in our own hands.
This is what we have been provided with. We find ourselves on this incredibly beautiful planet. And when there is a respect for where you are, not disrespect, but respect for where you are, you take care of the things around you. Even in nature, things don't abuse other resources because they know they're going to need the resources. Even little monkeys know that. And so why is it that today we have forgotten our roots. We too are a living entity on the planet Earth. And just as that, we have to follow the laws of what nature has established. And nature says, play your part and play it well in helping all those resources. Because when there is abundance of those resources on this planet Earth, we will ultimately benefit from it.
Okay, so, an individual is watching this at home. We've got financial issues, we've got COVID issues, we've got the sadness of starvation, the depletion of resources, the wars that we see breaking out. It's tough, right? It's tough to find peace. What can you say to us today that will help us on our journey to finding the inner peace, the peace that we all strive to have?
So what I would like to say is this. When you talk about all the wars that are breaking out, the poverty that exists in this world, the abuse that exists in this world, all the problems of this world, the resources just being totally plundered, does that make you strong or does that make you weak? And when I hear about these, personally for me, I don't feel very strong after hearing of all the problems in this world. And yet, if I am to do something about these problems, I need to be strong, not weak. Then what makes me strong? Hope makes me strong. Understanding makes me strong. Kindness makes me strong. And knowing that I am alive makes me strong. Can we also get in touch with our strength so that we can make a positive contribution to this world? Because talking about the problems, if you're standing in front of your house and your house is on fire and you're yelling fire, 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 well, that's not going to help. You have to get water. You have to bring water. You have to bring something that can put out the fire. Too many of us talk about the problems, but not the solutions. The solution lies in the strength of human being. And it is that strength that needs to be garnered, brought forth, so that people of this world can truly, with their strength, forge the changes that are needed to make this a better world for everyone.
Prem Rawat, you're an absolute inspiration to me and to millions around the world. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you. It was great to see you, Jeremy. Thank you.
The remarkable Prem Rawat there. Now, thanks go to him for supporting us on Peace Day Live. Thank you. Now, words of peace from a passionate advocate for peace and one of the very first supporters of Peace One Day. He is a broadcaster and communication expert who has held senior positions in the United Nations around the world. For over 25 years, he has managed crisis communications and the global media in conflict areas and during highly charged political negotiations. His work involved communicating the broad range of UN activities to the general public and the media, from UN headquarters in New York and Geneva, as well as from conflict zones, including Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and Syria. In a moment, he's going to give us some words of peace. But before he does, let's look at his journey with Peace One Day and celebrate his tremendous support over the years. Ladies and gentlemen, Ahmed Fawzi.
Ahmed Fawzi has been there for Peace One Day every step of the way. When I first reached out to the United Nations in 1998, he was there in London to launch Peace One Day at the Globe Theatre. He was there to make crucial connections as we built the case to persuade UN member states to adopt a binding resolution establishing the 21st of September as the International Day of Peace, a day of global ceasefire and non-violence. Ahmed was there opening doors when we needed to illustrate how a day of peace could make a difference in Afghanistan. He was there in the Democratic Republic of Congo when we needed to take ACON in. He has been supporting all of our digital experiences. Peace One Day and I will always be forever grateful to the veteran UN communicator and my good friend, Ahmed Fawzi.
Fantastic. Now let's hear from the man himself with his chosen words of peace. Please welcome longtime friend and supporter of Peace One Day, Ahmed Fawzi.
Hello, I'm Ahmed Fawzi, and the words of peace that I have chosen for you today come from over a century ago, written by an American poet. It is actually a prose poem, or a poem in prose, written by Max Ehrmann around 1927. It's called Desiderata. Go placidly amid the noise and the haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible, without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly, and listen to others, even to the dull and the ignorant. They too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexatious to the spirit. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain or bitter, for always there will be greater and lesser persons than yourself. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. Keep interested in your own career. It is a real possession in the changing fortunes of time. Exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery. But let this not blind you to what virtue there is. Many persons strive for high ideals, and everywhere the world is full of heroism. Be yourself. Especially do not feign affection, neither be cynical about love. For in the face of all aridity and disenchantment, it is as perennial as the grass. Take kindly the counsel of the years, gracefully surrendering the things of youth. Nurture strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune. But do not distress yourself with dark imaginings. Many fears are born of fatigue and loneliness. Beyond a wholesome discipline, be gentle with yourself. You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars. You have a right to be here. And whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Therefore, be at peace with God, whatever you conceive him or her to be, and whatever your labors and aspirations, in the noisy confusion of life, keep peace in your soul. With all its sham, drudgery, and broken dreams, it is still a beautiful world. Be cheerful. Strive to be happy. I have loved this text since I was a student at university. I had it hanging on my wall in my room at home. I loved referring to it every now and then. They are words of wisdom that cover every aspect of life and apply to every generation since they were written in the 1920s by Max Ehrmann. It is a wonderful tour d'horizon of our feelings and our emotions and our dreams. Be cheerful. With all its sham and drudgery and broken dreams, it's still a beautiful world. As we say, Mother Nature has given us such beauty. Let us enjoy it, appreciate it, and preserve it. What does peace mean to everybody? Peace means the ability to live in peace with my family, to give opportunities to my children, to raise a happy and peaceful family within a happy and peaceful society. It may sound utopian, but it can be done. Peace means prosperity. Peace means development. Peace means stability and security and human rights. For without peace, none of these things would be possible. Without peace, you would have no development. Without development, you will have no justice. Without justice, you will have no human rights. Respect for human rights and rule of law, they are all interconnected. That's what peace means to me. Peace means the ability to see my children playing in a playground, happy, to hear their happy laughter. That's peace. There are people who are fortunate enough to live in peaceful societies. But there are others. I have to mention Afghanistan. Look what's happening in that country today. For over 3 decades, this population has suffered from the lack of peace. We have tried again and again and again for decades. Unfortunately, extremism has prevailed once again. I'm not going to predict what will happen in that country. But there are many other examples of regions that are not living in peace. So we should be grateful, those of us who live in countries that are at peace with themselves and with their neighbors. The reason I support Peace One Day is very simple. To mark the International Day of Peace, which was fixed in the calendar by Peace One Day at the United Nations in the year 2001, 20 years ago. This is a landmark. It's a milestone. 20 years since the International Day of Peace enjoyed a day of its own. And what does that mean? It's not an abstract theory. It means we can raise awareness. We can mobilize people. Everybody knows when Mother's Day is. Everybody knows when Christmas is. Why don't we know that the 21st of September every year is the International Day of Peace and global ceasefire, and respect it? I think it's important that we come together as one in many ways, not just to celebrate peace, to mark peace and to mark the importance of peace in society, but in every human endeavor. They say no man is an island. We need each other, and we can achieve more when we come together as one. And in fact, Kofi Annan, when he was Secretary General of the United Nations during his tenure, created a one UN concept. One UN. Because when we go into a country, when the United Nations sends its, not just peacekeepers, but agencies and funds and programs, the UNICEFs of this world, UNDP, WHO, WFP, there are about 40 of them. They go in to help a society develop, to build peace and prosperity. There are many agencies, but they all come under one umbrella. They are all members of the family of the United Nations. They come together as one. And so society and the general public see what the United Nations is. It's not just the Security Council. It's not just the political machinery of the UN, which can be very cumbersome and slow sometimes, but it's all those development agencies that help a population develop. Coming together as one doesn't mean erasing the individuality of people. On the contrary, individualism is important, but diversity is even more important. That is why we must welcome refugees who are fleeing persecution, but who are talented and strong and smart, and they provide diversity in a society.
Wow, the remarkable Ahmed Fawzi there. Thank you so much for such beautiful words and for all of your support and advice over the last 20 years. On with the music now, and we heard him earlier and we're welcoming him back. We can't wait to hear. Thank you. From Uganda, please welcome the fabulous Maurice Kiria.
To write a song, turn the radio on to get some inspiration. What I heard only brought confusion. They say the world was about to win, and we could no longer pretend. We should do it now, they say, or we might never get to love again. I played my guitar and I asked the Lord to bring you home to me, and I will love you like no one has ever done before, until the day party goes from the sun comes, destroying everything we know. I'll be burning to love you, babe. To love you, babe. Your mama way, yeah, to love you, baby. 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 It's flooding in the streets, nothing left to eat, nowhere left to sleep, but I'll be waiting to love you. Children in despair, death is everywhere, nobody really cares, but I'll be waiting to love you. My guitar and I ask the Lord to bring you home to me, and I will love you like no one has ever done before, until the day icicles from the sky come, destroying everything we know. I'll be drowning to love you, to love you, baby. Your mama way, yeah, to love you, baby. Your mama way, I'll be burning to love you, babe. To love you, babe. Your mama will, yeah, to love you, baby. Your mama will, yes, 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 to love you, baby.
Oh, Maurice Curia, I am now a huge fan. That was amazing. Thank you. And thank you for all of your support today. Peace One Day is thrilled once again to welcome Twitter as today's awareness partner. And we're honoured to have with us now the head of UK government, public policy and philanthropy for Twitter UK. Please welcome Katie Minshaw.
Hello, and thank you for joining us today on the International Day of Peace. Today it is my pleasure and privilege to meet and interview Head of UK Public Policy for Twitter, Katie Minshaw. Katie, welcome to Peace Day.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You have such a responsible job. Tell us about your own journey and your role at Twitter.
Well, as head of UK public policy, my role is essentially twofold. On the one hand, it's to represent Twitter in working with policymakers in the UK. And on the other hand, it's to support charities and government organisations in the UK in achieving their objectives on the platform. And I have the privilege and the pleasure with working with a whole range of different charities every single day. Day to day, my work consists of speaking with teams within Twitter, like our trust and safety team, our communications team, and the wider public policy team around the world on various issues and campaigns focused on our number one priority, which is improving and protecting the health of the public conversation on Twitter. My job also involves meeting externally with civil servants, politicians and civil society organisations on the opportunities and the challenges of the online world. One of the reasons I was drawn to work at Twitter is the role it plays in the world today, and whether it's the Me Too movement or climate activism, what you see taking place on Twitter is how many people who lacked equal access to public platforms, say 10 or 15 years ago, especially young people and especially members of marginalised groups, are speaking up and insisting on being heard on Twitter. And that's what really appealed to me in applying to join the organisation.
Twitter is the awareness partner for Peace One Day, and your support has been just amazing. Tell us why it's important for Twitter to support Peace One Day and the live experiences it creates, and what does it mean for you?
Well, we're so proud to be the awareness partner for Peace One Day, and we're incredibly grateful for the opportunity to be involved. We're deeply supportive of Peace One Day's mission to institutionalise Peace Day on 21st of September, online and offline, and for our service, for Twitter to be a shared space to advocate and observe and commemorate. We see people on Twitter all the time advocating for peace around the world in all sorts of different ways. And our aim is that the service be used as a place for anyone, anywhere to speak publicly. I think in particular, the theme this year of recovering better for an equitable and sustainable world underscores the need for all of us to work collaboratively to address so many of the injustices that predate the pandemic, but which COVID-19 has revealed and has exacerbated.
You may know that Peace One Day has a campaign called #CyberNonviolence. And as you well know, and I said in my introduction, social media is such a very powerful weapon that can be used very positively and constructively, but sometimes it can also be used negatively and destructively. It's an incredibly complicated issue. Can you tell us what Twitter is doing to combat cyber violence?
Well, at Twitter, we advocate for freedom of expression and open dialogue, but that means little as an underlying philosophy if voices are silenced because people are afraid to speak up. And so while we welcome everyone to express themselves on our service, we will not tolerate behavior that harasses or threatens or uses fear to silence the voices of others. Over the past few years, the two biggest priorities for us have been, on the one hand, reducing the burden on victims of online abuse from having to find and report these issues to us. And on the other hand, really reviewing the fundamentals of Twitter and what enables or incentivizes these sorts of behaviors and what can we change to try and make it safer by design. Now, when it comes to the former, how we reduce the burden on victims, we've gone from a place of being wholly reliant on people telling us when they see these sorts of behaviors to now where a majority of the abusive tweets we take down, we've detected proactively using technology. But it's on that latter part, looking at the fundamentals of Twitter, that I think you've started to see a lot more change over the past 18 months. So for instance, last year we gave all users the ability to control who can reply to their tweets or turn off replies altogether. So people could speak without having to respond to people that they didn't want to, or they could control who was able to interact with them. We also introduced replies prompts, which encourage people to replies to tweets when it looks like the language they use could be harmful. And we found that actually it prompted about a third of people did revise their initial reply or decided not to send it at all. And after being prompted once, people composed on average 11% fewer potentially harmful replies in the future. So I think that's a good example of a product intervention that can really address and improve these behaviors. Now, more recently, just this month, we've introduced Safety Mode, which is a new trial that aims to reduce disruptive interactions by essentially blocking accounts that are trying to interact with you in an abusive way on your behalf. So again, reducing the burden on you as a user. All of this said, online safety isn't work that we can do alone. And the work that we do to make Twitter safer has to be done in collaboration with our partners around the world. Each year we take part in Safer Internet Day as part of our work to amplify safety guidance and information and best practice, and ultimately campaign for a better internet for all of us.
Earlier this year, you supported Peace One Day's digital show, Anti-Racism Live. Tell us about Twitter's policy about justice, equality, diversity, and inclusion, please.
Well, we were delighted to have the opportunity to support Anti-Racism Live and to collaborate with Peace One Day on this. Our aim is always that Twitter be used as a vehicle for every person to communicate safely, whether it's in highlighting injustice or giving a voice to those communities who've historically been underrepresented. So there's no place for racist abuse on Twitter, and we're determined to do all we can to stop this abhorrent behavior being seen on our service. We can do better, and we fully acknowledge our responsibility to ensure that the service is safe for all our users. When it comes to diversity and inclusion, we aim to be the most inclusive and diverse technology company in the world. Twitter's purpose is to serve the public conversation, and to do that, we need to ensure our company reflects our service, and that means building a team at Twitter as diverse as the people who use it. So what we've done is establish objectives in order to attract and retain and develop the talent necessary to deliver on our commitment. And critically, we've also been focusing on more ways to build accountability and transparency around workforce representation. And one example is through our quarterly inclusion and diversity reports, which outline our progress in making Twitter a truly diverse and global workforce. But I think more broadly, and looking to the future, it will be critical to continue our collaborations with organizations and campaigns like Peace One Day to ensure that Twitter is used to advocate for and build the future that we all want to see.
Well, Kate Minshall, head of UK public policy for Twitter, thank you so much for joining us, and happy Peace Day.
Happy Peace Day. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Katie, for being with us on Peace Day Live. And a huge thank you to Twitter for being our official awareness partner. More words of peace now, and an actor whose work on stage and screen has spanned 4 decades, gaining international notoriety for his portrayal of George Rutaganda in the Oscar-nominated film Hotel Rwanda, and for his work in the Starz television series Black Sails. Please welcome Hakeem K. Kazim.
Hi, my name is Hakeem K. Kazim. I'm a global ambassador for Peace One Day, and my contribution to Peace Day, which takes place on the 21st of September, is a speech by Professor Stephen Hawking, his Earth Day speech, the speech for humanity. I am aware of the preciousness of time. Seize the moment. Act now. I have spent my entire life traveling across the universe inside my mind. Through theoretical physics, I have sought to answer some of the great questions, but there are other challenges, other big questions which must be answered. And these will also need a new generation who are interested, engaged, and with an understanding of science. How will we feed an ever-growing population, provide clean water, generate renewable energy, prevent and cure diseases, and slow down global climate change? Well, I hope that science and technology will provide the answer to these questions, but it will take people, human beings with knowledge and understanding to implement solutions. One of the great revelations of the space age has been a perspective that has given humanity on ourselves. When we see the Earth from space, we see ourselves as a whole. We see unity and not division. It is such a simple image with a compelling message. One planet, one human race. We are here together, and we need to live together with tolerance and respect. We must become global citizens. I have been enormously privileged through my work to be able to contribute to our understanding of the universe. But it would not be possible. It would be an empty universe indeed if it were not for the people I love and who love me. We are all time travelers, journeying together into the future. But let us work together to make that future a place that we would want to visit. Be brave, be determined, overcome the odds. It can be done. It can be done. And I chose this particular text because it sums up all the things that, for me, the idea of achieving peace and what needs to happen for true peace to come together. I think Stephen Hawking sums it up very well. in his understanding of the idea of climate change, of curing diseases, of water resources and that sort of thing, that all these things lead to conflict. But if we come together as humanity, this can be problems that we solve. If we can go to, as he says, if we can go to the moon and we can go into outer space, then surely we can start to create a much better planet here first. Bless you. So what does peace mean to me? Well, I suppose for me, peace, the idea of peace is that humanity living in this place of bliss, coming together as one, and to try and contribute to the betterment of humankind rather than the destruction of humankind. So that's what peace means to me, and hopefully one day in the future we'll be able to see that. The reason why I've supported Peace One Day is the idea of global peace, obviously, for me is a very appealing thing. And even if you can have it for one day, you know, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. So for me, this idea of trying to have peace on one day throughout the earth is the beginning of that 1,000-mile journey. And I very much want to be part of that and to help to make that a reality in my lifetime. For precisely the reasons I've said before, and that is that it is an important thing for humanity to try and come together in the name of peace, so that future generations will not have to have a peace day, but it is a normal thing for peace to be a part of us and a part of the humanity, a part of this one planet that we all share. You know, I hope that for my children and my children's children.
Thank you, Hakeem K. Kazim, for those inspirational words. A fascinating interview now with the founder of the global think tank, the Institute for Economics and Peace, headquartered in Sydney, Australia. He combines a highly successful career in technology with a philanthropic focus on peace and sustainable development to shed new light on issues from terrorism and conflict to economics and prosperity. Please welcome the inspirational Steve Killelea. And our interviewer is producer and director of today's broadcast, founder of Peace One Day, Jeremy Gilley.
Hi, my name's Steve Killelea, and I'm the chairman and founder of the Institute for Economics and Peace.
Firstly, can you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Well, actually, I accidentally got involved in peace. My background's in business. I set up 2 international IT companies. First end up publicly listed on NASDAQ, second on the Australian Stock Exchange. So I made a fair amount of money from that. Set up a family foundation to work with the poorest of the poor. So that took me into a lot of war zones, near post-war zones. And then it would have been about 16 years ago, I was walking through northeast Kivu in the Congo, which is one of the more violent places in the world. And I started to think, what are the most peaceful nations in the world? And it was a bit of a fantasy question to see if there was anything I could bring back into the projects I was doing. Got home, searched the internet, and couldn't find a list of the countries of the world by their peacefulness. And that's how the Global Peace Index was born. But that creates a profound question. Because if a simple businessman, like myself, can be walking through Africa and wonder what are the most peaceful nations in the world, and it hasn't been done, then how much do we know about peace? If you can't measure something, can you truly understand it? If you can't measure it, how do you even know whether your actions are helping you or hindering you in achieving your goals? Most of the time when we think we're studying peace, we're actually studying conflict. But the study of peace is really quite different than the study of conflict. And so an analogy is probably the best way to get this across. So if we think of medicine, for example, and we think of the great breakthroughs through studying pathology. None of us are going to die of a heart attack young. We're even curing cancers. But it wasn't until we studied healthy people that we learned what it took to stay healthy. Right diet, correct mental disposition, plenty of exercise. You're not going to learn anything of those things through studying someone on their deathbed. And it's the same thing for peace. We want to understand how societies can remain peaceful, remain resilient, particularly when they get shocks. We study the healthy societies, the ones which are most peaceful.
So the person who's never heard of it before, tell us about the Global Peace Index and what it does.
So the Global Peace Index measures the state of peace of 99.7% of the world's population. It's got three different domains which it uses. The first is the internal safety and security of the society. The next is its level of militarisation. The next is involvement in conflict. Now, these three domains come together and consist of 23 indicators to create the Global Peace Index. It does give you the ability now to look at the state of peace globally and to look how it changes over time.
I mean, why is it important that we come together as one and that we understand we all have a role to play in creating a more peaceful and sustainable world?
I think one of the things of the modern age, and this is very different than my father's era, is that we all now we're interconnected. We're all dependent on each other. This is no more telling than when we look at climate change and many of the other ecological threats which are facing the planet. We're all interconnected together. And therefore, I think the 21st of September, on the Day of Peace, it really brings home to us that we're all interdependent, we're all here together. And peace is not something which is created by some people sitting in the UN down in New York. It's created by me and you. It's created by all of us. And it comes down to just the most simple of acts. When you go and buy something from a shop, smile at the attendant. Ask them something personal. Be friendly. When you get a little bit of angry emotions, sit on it just for a few minutes before responding. Understanding how to really understand what the other person are doing for you. Too often we're thinking of ourselves and not seeing the small nicenesses which others, particularly our family even, can be doing for us.
Could you tell us about your new book, please, Peace in the Age of Chaos?
Well, after all my experience at IEP, I realised I really should write down the work which we've done. The reason for that is what I think we've found is something which is transformational. If you look at the Western societies at the moment, in many ways they're in what you could call slight decay. We can find that commitments to democracy are decreasing, group grievances are on the rise, many levels of measures of inequality are increasing. And we can see that the elites are fighting more amongst themselves as well. That can be seen, let's say, through the last election in the US and President Trump. We can also see it in the UK, let's say, through the Brexit and what happened there. So what we've found through the study, the work we've done, is we understand clearly now what it takes to create a highly peaceful society. But not only that, what creates a highly peaceful society also creates the kind of conditions which many of us want to see in societies overall. Better economic growth, better measures of inclusion, better performance on the ecology. Therefore, this concept, positive peace, describes an optimal environment in which human potential can flourish. And that's what the book's about. Explains out clearly how you can create a highly peaceful society, but also a society which functions on many other levels, the things which we think are important.
Why have you always supported Peace Day?
Well, Peace Day is an important day, and Jeremy, the work you do through Peace One Day, I just think is excellent. The idea of everyone thinking about peace on a particular day, I think is really important for the overall human consciousness. There are many different days which are celebrated through the year, but the peace is, I think, the major freedom which people want. If you haven't got peace, if you're bound in conflict, how can you ever get any of the other things in life you wish to achieve?
Well, since you've mentioned that, actually, peace is pretty fundamental to, humanity's survival. I mean, I look at the Sustainable Development Goals. I look at those 17 goals. And obviously there's one goal that stands out to me, which is goal 16, right? Peace and justice. And I think to myself, and I wonder if you think sometimes the same, if we don't concentrate on getting goal 16 right, I'm really not quite sure how we can relieve poverty and educate children and all the wonderful goals that they have. So is goal 16 pretty fundamental to you in terms of our success?
When we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, it's a great leap forward. But there are 17 different goals, 169 targets. But the goal which is pivotal is goal 16, which is the peace, justice goal. Because without peace, without justice, it's almost impossible for the other goals to succeed.
I completely agree with you. Why is it important now for all of us to protect people, to protect planet and to protect wildlife?
So we look at today, there are a number of ecological threats which are overwhelming different parts of the world. These have come about because of a combination of a whole lot of things. The weak governance within countries, conflict, overpopulation, the degradation of water and particularly food. And these things will only be exacerbated by climate change. In fact, it's going to get much, much worse. So we need to focus on these ecological threats today to be able to make the societies resilient. The more resilient a society is, the more likely it is to be able to withstand the shocks of climate change. There are 3 areas which are particularly affected. The first is the Horn of Africa and Sahel. In fact, many of the largest growing terrorist organisations, which are Islamic in nature, are in that region. The second region is Southern Africa. The third region stretches from Syria over to Pakistan. And we all know the history of those areas as well. In fact, if we went back to 2019 and looked at the 2 countries with the most conflicts over water, they were Syria and Iraq. And what that tells is a story, which is a terrible story. That's basically that when the resources get depleted, that creates conflict. The conflict then further depletes the resources. So you're in this vicious cycle. And climate change will just massively exaggerate all of that.
So the phrase no climate action, no peace makes sense to you then?
Yeah, definitely does. Definitely does.
Well, Steve, listen, thanks ever so much. You've been a complete inspiration to me for about, I don't know how long ago was it met. It's probably about 15, 16 years ago that we met. The work that you do is absolutely incredible. Thanks so much for talking to us today, Steve.
Yeah, keep your good work up and wish you the best.
Steve Killelea there, founder of the Institute for Economics and Peace. Thank you, Steve, for being with us today. Let's hear now from the CEO of one of our incredible sponsors. Avon is a company that pioneers positive change for women and transforms lives. Peace One Day is so proud to work alongside them and to tell us about Avon's support for Peace One Day. Please welcome Angela Cretu.
Peace One Day instigates conversations all over the world. We simply couldn't do our work without your support. How important to you at Avon is that?
It's very humbling. Because imagine, we talk about 5 million women who are working in their own way. They do not necessarily respond to something that doesn't resonate with their own values. What we do, we enable them, gaining that strength to fight for things they believe in. Our associates feel proud to support Peace One Day because peace starts at home. And we are committed to women well-being. And we understand that their safety is paramount. And therefore, with the Peace One Day, we fight against domestic violence, which is a cause very dear to our heart. And 21st of September, for me, it's a very special day. It's a day when all of us around the world should ask ourselves, what are we doing? What am I doing? How am I contributing to peace? It's a butterfly effect. If every human being takes a small gesture to support peace at home, at school, peace is in our control. we are responsible, each and every one of us.
Angela Cretu, CEO of Avon there, one of the sponsors of today's broadcast. Thank you to Avon for all of your support. It's almost time for me to say goodbye, and it's been such a pleasure to help guide you through the last couple of hours, so thank you so much for joining us. But before I go, I'm delighted to introduce the third of today's panel discussions, Uniting for Peace, hosted in partnership with the United Nations Global Compact, and looking at the UN Global Compact and how Goal 16 can impact business action, the importance of businesses making changes at a local level within their communities, and the role of the individual in affecting change within the workplace. Please take this opportunity to encourage all of your friends and colleagues on social media to tune into Peace Day Live now via either Peace One Day on Twitter or peaceoneday.org. Now, to help us navigate the global goals and explore how we can all get involved, please welcome journalist and anchor for MSNBC and NBC News and author of Enough About Me, Richard Louis. Thank you.
A very good hello to all of you. Thank you for being here on this very important Peace Day Live 2021 here in September. It's great to be here on the 21st. It's always such a pleasure. Jeremy, if you're out there, a big holler out to you, and thank you for staying so committed to Peace One Day. I'm a big fan of what you do and the entire team. Welcome to our panel discussion at this hour, Uniting for Peace. And the topic today is partnership with the United Nations Global Compact and what we can do. I've done many events with the Compact, and it's always great to be here as we talk about the topic of uniting for peace. And if for those of you who are not familiar with the Global Compact and what it focuses on, it's the idea of business and its crucial role in our societies across the world. So it's with great pleasure that I get to bring in three great leaders in the very idea of how business can lean in. So please welcome everybody. Angela Cretu, the CEO of Avon. And Avon, and I've met, well, you're now my second CEO, and it's great to see you, Angela, that I've met from Avon. And I cannot say enough about what they have done when it comes to understanding business's role in society. Antonio Nunez is the CEO of Nestle Colombia, and it is great pleasure to be able to meet and speak with you, Antonio. In addition to that, Sanda Ojiambo, CEO and Executive Director of the United Nations Global Compact. This is, as you know, a very busy week for you, I am sure. I'm sitting here in New York, in Manhattan, and the week has begun with great fervor and energy. So it's great to have you as well, Sanda. You know, I want to start with you, Sanda. And you heard my very brief description of what the Global Compact is, what it does. And as mentioned, I've had many great conversations in the old days when we used to be able to hug and shake hands during this great week in front of us. And it's more than a week, as we all know. To you, tell us, how is the UN Global Compact and the recent conversations you've had, Sanda, here, tell us about the corporate purpose and how corporations have stood up and continue to stand up during this time. and especially not only on our topic of Peace One Day, but also in a wider purview. Sonda?
Sure, great. And thank you so much for inviting me to join the excellent panelists. I'm really looking forward to hearing from them as well. And I agree with you. I wish it was better times when we could be in person and suddenly have this conversation face to face.
Well, Sonda, what I will say is this is a virtual hug, right? This is exactly what we're doing.
Right, thank you. Got it. So, let me just, there's a couple of pointers that I wanted to bring into the discussion, and I'll just call them framing points before I talk about the Global Compact. Look, I think the first thing is that, business as usual is truly no longer an option. Businesses have to get engaged in societal transformation, in value creation. Businesses that are now successful and certainly sustainable on the longer term really take a much longer view than simply short-term profit and short-term, reporting to investors and boards. I think first is, that perspective on what business is, certainly in our view from the Global Compact, has shifted, and we continue to see more businesses shifting in this way. A second point that I think is very interesting, and here I just want to reference Edelman and their research that they've done. Over the last couple of years, we're in an era of increasing trust in business. So consumers, citizens, public institutions, regulators are seeing that business can do more and should do more. I'm not saying that business is right at the top of the 100% mark, but over time, businesses are being more trusted. And I think that over this last couple of months during the pandemic, and certainly looking at a couple of other social and economic issues, we are seeing businesses rise to the fore. So, when you talk about corporate purpose and stakeholder capitalism, we are seeing a clear convergence. It's not necessarily global, it's not yet running across all sectors, but we are seeing the fruits of better engagement around purpose, principles, and certainly profit. I think the ultimate imperative really is for businesses to have just positive outcomes for their consumers, for citizens, and for humanity as a whole. So, having said those comments and looking at the Global Compact, what we do is, as the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative and with about 14,000 companies in our membership, we really work with these businesses to see how they can embrace our 10 principles, which are in the areas of human rights, labor, the environment, and anti-corruption, and also get them to align their operations and their delivery of products and services with the Sustainable Development Goals. And our belief firmly is that with the two together, we can truly contribute not just to peace, but to a just society, to an equitable and an inclusive society as well. And I'll just cap it by saying underneath this all really comes in the question of leadership, moral and ethical leadership, and the importance of strong business leadership and strong governance around leadership to drive that forward. So really that's where I am. I don't think that the terms are in conflict. Purpose, purpose, principles, and profit can all go hand in hand, and stakeholder capitalism can actually be matched and met with purpose. But we have a long way to go, and that's our call to action and challenge and what we work towards at the Global Compact.
It's really exciting, Sonda. I remember when I was in business school, forgive me all three, when I was in business school, after I went to Citibank, save your exasperations, as I said earlier, for later. But one of the things that the dean sat down with us and said in the importance of business is, now it's your responsibility. And it's really great, Sonda, that you brought up these points, because now it is corporate, I say corporate America here in the United States, but corporations all around the world to step up. And peace is a big word. It doesn't have a lot of letters, but these are big letters that come together. And so to you, Angela, on this, there are many manifestations of the way corporations can focus on peace. And, I've talked about peace in these gatherings that, Peace One Day puts together with Jeremy many times. I've also done it outside of that with the UN in various contexts. It's a big word. And to you, Angela, how do you manifest that at Avon? How do you talk about peace? And, certainly there are different ways of doing it, whether we discuss peaceful societies, we can talk about equity and equality when it comes to gender and race. Tell us about how you talk about it.
So you're right, Richard, and Sandra said it so beautifully. Businesses should engage. Businesses are stakeholders of our community. And long are gone the times when a business would focus only on customer value proposition and shareholder value creation. We need to have this stakeholder, value in mind and give back more than what we take. This is what businesses should do. Businesses should be a force for good. And for 135 years, Avon has been more than a beauty company. It's been really a movement for well-being, understanding really that beauty is so much more than skin deep. You cannot talk about the color of a lipstick if there is no safety, if there is no well-being, if there is no equality. So beauty means, ultimately beauty means peace. So with that keen understanding of, what's our mission, that goes beyond the beauty product transaction, and in our role, to promote well-being and safety and equality for women around the world, ultimately peace. We went really from championing safe and healthy lives for women to embracing sustainable and ethical practices. So what happens at Avon to create that value and support peace? We do it first through our networks and partners, and then creating strong relationships and alliances. Even an event like we have today, both with a partnership with the United Nations Global Compact, but as well with the Peace One Day, we are looking to create change, to inspire people and businesses to take a more active role in calling, for this awakening and back to our values as humanity and protect our planet and our people. Then we do it through our supply chain, maintaining human rights, through our suppliers, responsible sourcing, tackling carbon challenge. And the most important, and I think this is, because businesses don't have an impersonal voice just because the corporate America released a statement out there that makes it true or makes it impactful. It's to our own people, the way we foster a culture in our own organizations, with our own employees, breeding genuine inclusion and tolerance, fighting against justice, creating employees resource groups, having a really a speak out culture, creating really those protocols and policies to tackle violence, because violence starts at home, and we can support peace by inspiring our own people and encouraging them to take a stand against violence in their own community. And what's most important for Avon, we have 5 million representatives around the world, and this is such a powerful representation in all micro communities, in different cultures, different countries with very different situations. And we know they can be peace ambassadors. Through them, we have really the power to mobilize communities, to raise awareness, to really speak out against domestic violence. Altogether, we've donated $85 million against gender-based violence to support the hotlines, the shelters around the world to really help those in need. So yes, the challenge, Richard, is really huge. But with individual change, from people to businesses to governments, one person at a time, one small step at a time, we really could create this tidal wave of change. So I'm extremely proud to be by your side to keep investing energy in this movement of ours.
Angela, we're more side by side. We're kind of locked arms together is what we are. And you said more than a beauty company, I would say beauty of the world, beauty of society. And you standing up to talk about peace is so important. Big word, but accessible. We don't need to see it as so distant. It's right next to us. And when you talk about gender violence, it is one of the most maddening topics for me as a journalist. When I first joined CNN 15 years ago, one of the first stories I did was based on how women and girls were enslaved. And that sort of violence became to me at that time maddening. And as a 7-year-old feminist, as I like to say, because that was, I was awakened 7 or 8 years ago. I'm this tall. The idea of peace and the way you've described it is accessible for all of us, and especially for men. And over to you, Antonio, on this very topic. When I bring up what you have done, and hailing from beautiful Colombia, and I wish I could be there, to be in the mountains and by the seas, to talk about what you have done and what you've stood up for at Nestle. How would you describe the accessibility in business to peace, and how do you talk about it?
Look, I think when you are operating in a country like Colombia, which is a country that is progressing towards peace, but still with a number of issues that are impacting our daily lives and our operations, you need to be sure that the peace helping, supporting process to build up a peace are a fundamental part of your strategy. It's about really the foundations. It's not something you can easily imagine, an operation in a country where these foundations are not in place. So you have to engage yourself, you have to engage your company, you have to really move in this direction of creating alliances to really address this opportunity. Because the topic of the peace is a complex topic. Let's be honest, I mean, this is something that is not really something easy to fix. There are always many factors around, many stakeholders around, and for this reason the solution has to come always from a wide alliance of all the stakeholders that can look into the issue from different angles and really deliver value for a common solution. We strongly believe that this is only something that can be addressed through this collaborative approach. And in this context, since 3 years ago, we have put in place in Colombia, specifically in one area of Colombia, in the north of Valle del Cauca, in the municipalities of Bugalagrande, Andalucía, and Tuluá, an initiative that we feel very proud of, an initiative that we call Community and Respect for Life. And this is an initiative where we are trying to translate to society the values and principles that have been rooted in the Nestle culture from the very beginning. The Nestle culture is a culture of respect, it's a culture of tolerance, it's a culture of dialogue. If we are able to really translate all these values not only to our employees that are always receiving these messages, that are passionate about these messages, but if we are able to translate this to the communities where we are operating, we can really make a huge contribution to a peace process and a huge contribution to achieve a goal that at the end of the day we are really everybody in the organization supporting, we are really enthusiastic about its achievement. Probably later on I can give you some more details about how we are building up all this process, but I think in this first intervention, what I want to really highlight is this message of a company that is supporting the peace process by working together with a wider range of stakeholders, really assuring that we are there articulating the whole thing, putting oil in the machinery, helping in this sense to overcome the different hurdles that we can find in a road that is not always easy.
Fantastic, Antonio, and I expect more details because I'm going to ask for that, and I appreciate you offering that up in advance. Sanda, as my grandmother used to say, hogwash, which means business doesn't care about peace. They care about money. They care about the bottom line. They care about EBITDA. Tell me why, Sanda, businesses and those who are customers, whether it's B2B or B2C or B2G2C, would listen to the messages that come from, all respect my good friends, I appreciate what you said, Angela, Antonio. But why should I appreciate and believe what has been said already? Help me understand why it's not hogwash.
Yeah, no, thanks. And that's a really great question. I think it's very important to really reflect on where society's come and how business has evolved. You know, if you look at the challenges that we're facing today, it's been said a number of times that no one sector and no one entity can solve them. You know, look at the climate crisis, look at the inequality crisis, look at a lot of the issues that we're dealing with right now, look at the COVID pandemic. I think it's very clear that what we do need right now is a concerted effort towards multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder collaboration and cooperation. And the truth of the matter is, you know, a lot of people may want to put the principal responsibility onto government, but business itself will never succeed when the society around it is failing. So I think there's also a huge imperative for business to step up and play its part. You know, if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, the framework that was articulated through the United Nations, the fact is the current SDGs call for a wide range of stakeholders to sit around the table, including business. So I think there's both a global imperative, but there's a real imperative. And I want to just repeat it again. Business truly cannot succeed where society around it is failing. And I think that therefore peace and sustainable business would definitely have to go hand in hand. I think it's really important for responsible businesses to also look at the societies within which they operate. Business does want stability, business wants predictability, and a lot of that, it rests on strong foundations of peace and, you know, credible, transparent, and just institutions. So I think there's a number of reasons, both driven by global requirements, but also internally for business on the longer term, that make it a true imperative for business to want to move beyond simply making profit. Because for business to be sustainable on the longer term, there's a lot more critical issues that come to play. And I do think my fellow panelists have spoken to that in a lot of depth from their respective business positions. I just want to highlight also, you know, some of the work that we've done within the Global Compact most recently to demonstrate this increased awareness on the need for multi-stakeholder and multilateral collaboration. Last year, in the run-up to the General Assembly, we did a survey of about 60 business leaders around the world to ask them about their views. And this was a time when globally we're in the depths of the pandemic and a lot of fractured business relationships. And you know, really the question here was, what do we think about the role of institutions? And responses that we got from over 1,300 CEOs was that it was really important for businesses to be more accountable, more inclusive, more transparent, and the businesses really needed to look a lot more at governance and what their longer term view on sustainable and responsible business was in order to continue to drive forward that profitability and obviously support the purpose element of business purpose. This resulted in a statement that we presented to the Secretary General that was truly a call for businesses to embrace a much broader view to doing business, a much broader view to looking at transformational governance, ethical leadership, and the imperative for more responsible business. So, you know, we were able to do this within our network of very credible, responsible businesses, and I think it's a fair reflection of where business is going. So, Richard, you know, I love my grandma. I know you love your grandma too. I think we need to tell grandmas that, you know, no, I say that in jest, but the world is changing, and I think it's really important to look at what the new drivers for business imperative are at the moment.
What was your grandma's name?
My grandma's name was Veronica.
Veronica. Mine was Rose. And life is a rose if we decide to smell it, certainly. On that note, and I'm glad you brought that up, it's a very good thought, Sanda, and over to you, Angela. Other than the inquisitive Jeremy Gilley and our grandmothers, who inspires you and gives you the energy to think about peace in your business? Who is it that gives you the wherewithal and the oomph to think about peace in business? Because you don't get up every day. It's not what the board necessarily brings up on the agenda. The chair does not say, all right, Angela, let's talk about peace.
You would be surprised, we do discuss about peace, but I will start with this. I've had the chance with Avon in my last 22 years in this amazing company to work in very different countries, from Saudi Arabia to Africa to Central Eastern Europe, Russia, in New York as well. I worked for a couple of years. So in all these very different cultures, I found inspiration and drive and a deep sense of purpose in all the connections I created I built together by the side of women of the different social statuses, the different demographics. It's fascinating how much you can learn. I actually gained the humility and the deep understanding that there is no us and them. And with that learning, I understood that every time we would open that brochure to talk about beauty, we actually talked about safety. We talked about dignity. We talked about hopes. We talked about well-being. So not about the peptides in a certain skincare formula or what kind of mascara would I have tomorrow. It was always a profound discussion about life. And that gave me huge inspiration. Yes, and then the overall compass of all my actions. Every day I've been by the side of this company, and I will continue beyond my professional career. Because with every gestures we do as leaders of the organizations or as moms in our families or members of our communities, is to leave a small legacy behind, to really create value with the members of our community. Peace truly starts at home. Many people think that peace happens only if some big guy somewhere settle on some war zone or war situation. 95% of violence happens in our own homes, schools, and community, and we keep talking about that. So it's our own role to create a better world for our children, for our businesses, for our communities. And in Avon's case, we understood that a better world for women is a better world for all. So I say this is where my inspiration is. In all women I met around the world, and I hope I will continue meet going forward.
I'm sorry to do this to you, Angela, but who? Give me a name. Who inspires you?
Oh, I think even the discussion that you've told me about Rose, your grandmother, and what she said, and Veronica, and
but you know what I mean in your life. But in your life.
Oh, I would say I have a Mariana from Romania. I have a Selma from Turkey. I have from Russia would be Natalia. I would have many of names I can tell. I can write a book of stories from the fascinating stories I've heard from women who overcome and in order to become stronger for their families and creating a better environment for themselves and others.
I can see Natalia.
My inspiration.
Yeah, I can see Natalia and all the rest immediately. So thank you for that. Antonio, I like to ask those sort of questions. To you, as a CEO that runs a great company, tell me about who has inspired you and why they inspired you to talk about peace.
When I look for inspiration, I look immediately to the communities where we are operating. I think it's really amazing to go to those places and to see the impact that a company like ours is creating in the community, is creating in the society. Every time you have the opportunity to talk with a farmer and you learn about how the family is growing thanks to the business that is developing together with us, immediately you feel a connection. Immediately you feel that your work is for sure to create every day a larger business, a business that is profitable for the stakeholders, for the shareholders, sorry. But at the same time, you realize how important is the value that we are creating for society at large. And this is, I think, an energy that at the end of the day drive our business model. We talk always about our strategic virtuous cycle. And this strategic virtuous cycle at the very core, has two names. The first one is people, and the second one is society. And most of the effort that we do in the company is really intended to address this equation of creating value at the same time for the society and the people, that we are creating value for our business, for our shareholders. This is really the driving force. And then the dialogue with society is opening up always the windows of opportunity. When we think about, I was referring before about the community where we are operating, this area of the north of Valle del Cauca in Colombia, Bugalagrande, Andalucía, Tuluá. In this area, we are confronted with a situation of high levels of criminality. This is the type of violence that we see almost every day. People being killed, social leaders being persecuted, in a moment in time, human rights not being respected. You can't stay aside of all this. You need really to say, well, I'm in this community, I'm part of this society, and I need to take action. So you start engaging, you start dialoguing with all the people that you have around us, and you immediately identify that there are a lot of people sharing the same goals, sharing the same objectives. So immediately you start creating alliances that help us to articulate an action plan that at the end of the day transform a willingness, a wish into actions. And this is something that really is energizing. It's a kind of self-energizing process. As far as you progress, more energy you get to keep progressing and to keep overcoming the hurdles. And then you identify that really around you, there are a lot of people really looking for the same goals. It's amazing. I think sometimes when you are confronted with a complex problem, you imagine that the solution is something that is going to come from far away. Not at all. Sometimes it's just next door that you have people that have been working for many years, for instance, on analyzing, understanding the reasons of violence, and not just from an academic point of view. They have been able to develop methodologies that have proven successfully at when you try really to transform this into positive actions. So at the end of the day, this engagement, this capacity to come together, this ability to really align people behind the common goals is really something that energizes me and energizes the whole organization that works with me.
Well, I want all of you, and I know that you've already done it, as well as other organizations as they consider this, Antonio, to go long. Unfortunately, we must go short in the remaining 4 minutes that we have in front of us. And so I would like, if you can, to embrace brevity as we make it to the finish line here, because there's so much good stuff that you've said already. Antonio, hay una frase que usted usa sobre el sujeto de paz en negocio. Is there a phrase that you use commonly in business about peace? Give us that phrase in Spanish first, and then translate it to us very quickly.
Look, if I have to give the phrase in Spanish, I would say, nuestro principal objetivo es construir comunidades seguras y basadas en el respeto. Our main target is to build up communities which day after day, they are more secure and where respect in the community is the name of the game.
Perfect. Angela. No more Spanish phrases. Don't worry, Angela. That's all I got. That's all I got.
I'm going to say something in Spanish. That will not be good.
But please tell us, what is that headline that you would say about peace, that if you were to share it with another CEO, as Antonio did, what would it be in a language that you choose, and then translate it for us?
Și tu poți contribui în întreținerea păcii în jurul lumii. And I wanted to, and in English would be, you, each and every one of you can contribute to nurture and sustain peace around the world.
And the language that you selected, was that Portuguese?
It was Romanian, but close.
Romanian. I was okay. Fantastic. And I'm going to ask you the same question, Sanda. Tell us which language you choose. Give us that one headline that you would say to other CEOs, and what does it mean?
Look, Richard, it's a fantastic question. My grandma would have answered in Kiswahili, but I'm going to answer to you in English because I think I want to be sure that I can articulate it well and not put grandma to shame.
Yeah, but give us the voice of Veronica for a moment in Swahili and then translate it for us.
So Veronica would have said, ni lazima tuwe pamoja na tukae na furaha. So that's in Swahili. We must be together and live in peace and harmony. But what I do want to say really is a reflection of Kofi Annan. And when he founded the Global Compact in the year 2000, spoke about putting a human face to the global market. And I think that's really important. It's about business, embracing things that are important for humanity, not simply just for profitability, and certainly looking now into broader issues around how we contribute to key global issues, as we talked about, inequalities, the climate crisis, the COVID pandemic. And just going back to your initial question,
right.
Stakeholder capitalism and purpose, principles, and profit can truly coexist together.
Okay, 60 seconds. I'm going to ask you to give me one word to encourage those in the workplace to consider peace. So what would that word be? I tell you what, I'll give you a full sentence. You can use one sentence, but no more in the 60 seconds I've got. Sanda, what would you say? What's the one sentence to those in the workplace that want to consider peace?
It starts with you.
Fantastic. Angela.
Stand up, speak out.
And Antonio.
You can make it happen.
And all of you have made it happen. Thank you for this panel discussion, Uniting for Peace, as we look with the idea and the purpose of the Global Compact when we think of, again, one of the key goals, and that is, when we look at the SDGs, goal number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Thank you all three. What a great conversation. Thank you all who have been here for this gathering and this discussion with all three of these great thinkers. Enjoy the rest of today.
Hello, my name is Afua Nkanta Asamoah. I'm so happy to be your host for Peace Day Live 2021 for the next hour. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for staying on if you've been staying on with us. I hope you're enjoying the show. We now have music and a singer-songwriter whose 2018 debut album, Only Human, landed at a #1 on iTunes album charts in over 20 different countries around the world, amassing over a 7.5 billion total global streams and counting. We're delighted to have him here with us today for Peace Day Live 2021. Please welcome the power and soul, Callum Scott.
Can I ask you about the two songs that you chose? What's the first song that you chose today?
The first song that I chose was Biblical, which is my latest single. And Biblical is it's a song about unquantifiable love, immeasurable love, and it actually came to us whilst we was in the lockdown. I wrote it with James Bay amongst a lot of my other favourite songwriters. And it just speaks about loving somebody unconditionally and unquantifiably. Often in music, we try and find ways of being able to say the same thing we've said a million times before. And I just wanted to talk about a love that you couldn't measure, you couldn't put into words how much you love somebody, and to have it as biblical proportions. I think it's just a beautiful message to spread around the world. Every time I've sung it, I've always felt a deep connection to my family, my friends, my fans. And it's just a song that I love to sing and love to see people enjoying that and making it part of their own story, and they have somebody in their mind who they love, equivocally. But it's a very special song, so I wanted to bring it to Peace One Day for you.
Thank you. It certainly is. Let's listen to it.
Didn't know that I'd fall so hard. Then my feet left the ground. Gravity don't make no sense when you're around. I come up against myself when demons in my head get loud. I don't know how you do it, but you turn them down. I slip, I wonder who I'd be if I never found you and you never found me. Well, I don't wanna see. So won't you give me tonight and the rest of your life? I wanna have it all with you. I wanna have it all with you. And when you open your eyes, I'll be there by your side. I wanna have it all with you. I wanna have it all with you. 'Cause your love is biblical. Biblical, it's biblical. If you ever go to pieces, fall between the thunder clouds, I will put you back together. I won't let you down. I slip and wonder what I'd do if you never found me and I never found you. I don't know why I do. So won't you give me tonight and the rest of your life? I wanna have it all with you. I wanna have it all with you. And when you open your eyes, I'll be there by your side. I wanna have it all with you. I wanna have it all with you. I wanna have it all. I wanna have it all. I wanna have it. I wanna have it all. 'Cause your love is biblical. It's biblical. It's biblical. So won't you give me tonight and the rest of your life? I wanna have it all with you. I wanna have it all with you. So come on and give me tonight and the rest of your life. I wanna have it all with you. I wanna have it all with you. And when you open your eyes, oh, I'll be there by your side. I wanna have it all with you. I wanna have it all with you. 'Cause your love is biblical. It's biblical. It's biblical.
Wow, the brilliant Callum Scott there. Thanks, Callum, for all your support today. Now we're having a conversation about making peace with the natural world. Founded in 1961, the World Wildlife Fund is an independent conservation organization active in nearly 100 different countries, working to sustain the natural world for the benefit of people and wildlife. We are delighted to meet the Director General of the WWF International, the world's largest and most respected nature conservation organization. He works with world leaders, corporate executives, and civil society to forge a future in which people and nature thrive. Please welcome Marco Lambertini, being interviewed by one of my fellow presenters, Sasha Parkinson.
Hello, my name is Sasha Parkinson and I am thrilled to be here today on behalf of Peace One Day to interview Director General of WWF, World Wildlife Fund, Marco Lambertini. Hiya Marco, welcome.
Sasha, hello. Thank you so much for having me on this event. Very exciting.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now, I'm sure every single person watching today will have heard of WWF. But for those who don't know exactly what it is that you guys do, please can you tell us a little bit about WWF and what their mission is?
Well, WWF mission is to halt the degradation of the natural environment for a future where people live in harmony with nature, where both people and nature thrive. So I would say that in the face of today's climate and nature crisis, this turned out to be an imperative for humanity, not just the mission for one organization. As destruction of ecosystems like forests, oceans, rivers, the loss of biodiversity, climate change are actually beginning to affect our lives, our economy, our health, undermining future social progress as well as even reversing progress made already. So this has become, in fact, everyone's mission, if you like.
If we want to live in a more sustainable and peaceful world, protection of resources and wildlife is obviously critical, but can you bring that to life and explain that for us a little bit more so we can understand that better?
Yeah, so the evidence of the impact of our impact on the natural world has never been greater, and with that also the understanding of the consequences that this impact is having. In a nutshell, in order to reduce the impact, we need to learn how to develop economically without harming nature. Until now, for too long, in fact, we have been taking nature for granted. We have been competing with nature, exploiting nature unsustainably, without really considering the consequences. Nature was there, big, rich, productive. We've been taking. And now, of course, nature is beginning to feel the pressure of growing population and growing consumption. And if you think of nature, it's not just something beautiful to watch. Nature generates critical goods and services so important for the health of our society, of our economy, of our well-being. Think of the pollinators responsible for 2/3 of our crops. Think of the fish in the oceans, but also in the rivers and lakes of the world, supporting food security, livelihoods, nutritious, healthy diets for hundreds of millions of people, often also in very poor developing realities. Imagine that half of the global GDP of the world, $44 trillion of it, depends on healthy and stable and productive natural systems. The forest sector, for example, forestry is worth $580 billion per year. But each year we are actually cutting down an equivalent forest for an equivalent of the surface of the UK. Fisheries, they are worth $150 billion per year. But 93% of all the global fish stocks are either overfished or fully fished. And think of pollinators, as I mentioned earlier, they're responsible for a value of crops of about $600 billion per year. This is super important for economy as well as for our survival. And yet 40% of pollinators are threatened with extinction. So just to conclude, in the last few decades, population growth, acceleration of consumption, particularly in the rich world, and also powerful new technology that allows us to exploit nature even deeper than ever before, have accelerated our impact on nature. And the impact now is nature is beginning to turn on us.
Can you tell us as individuals what we can do to protect wildlife ourselves? What can we do personally?
Whatever you do, try to avoid the impact on wildlife, whether you drive as well as when you go out in nature. But more generally, perhaps even more importantly, the key element of supporting wildlife conservation and nature is living more sustainably. Living more sustainably in the way we use energy. So save energy, use renewable energy as much as possible. Yeah. And particularly, and this is something that not many people are fully aware of, also the way we eat food. Because the production and consumption of food, it is actually today the main driver of wildlife loss. 70% of biodiversity loss on land is driven by production of food. And 80% of deforestation as well. Reducing the consumption of meat and shifting to plant-based diets, to whatever extent you can, it's a good contribution, probably the most important contribution. And then there is the whole dimension of reducing waste, food waste, but also waste of other commodities, paper, plastic, etc., etc. And try to buy food that is sourced sustainably. There are plenty of certification schemes. And finally, if I can say one other thing, speak up. Speak up. Speak up for nature. Speak up for wildlife with your friends, your colleagues, your relatives, everywhere you can.
Can you tell us how we personally and as individuals can help WWF, and where do we go for information so we can,
The simple answer is to support our initiative and campaigns. We have about 3,000 initiatives this year going around the world, so it's quite a good selection to choose from. And remember that every little helps. So don't think that you have to make big donations or big actions. I mean, do whatever you can. Anything is better than nothing, and every little helps.
Yeah.
But also, one other thing I wanted to stress is that WWF is as you say, quite a well-known brand, thanks to the structural genius of our founders that chose the panda as a logo. But also, by the way, there was a panda in the London Zoo in 1961. We are 60 years old this year.
Wow.
But anyway, we are a global brand, so we're well-known. But actually, we are a federation of local organizations. I want to say this very clearly. Local leadership in Africa, in Asia, in America, in Europe, everywhere in the world, 100 countries. And so wherever people live, they can connect to the local national organization of WWF because they are speaking the local language, they're locally embedded, and they have local programs. And so I would invite them to definitely do that, as well as, of course, support our global campaigns and initiatives. One global campaign, for example, right now is about asking for a new global plastic pollution treaty. And so, we have already 2 million signatures. We need more. So these are all ways to support us. And the last thing to say, Sasha, is with an invitation to the people that listen to us. I would say, first of all, be angry for what's happening to the planet and to our future and to nature, but also be excited for the opportunity to change course and shape a safer future for all life on Earth, because that's the opportunity we have today. There's never been a more crucial time for change. And I think the society overall, governments, business, consumers are beginning to be ready for that change. So let's push now, all hands on deck.
Okay, stand by. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us your time today, Marco. It's been great, and it's definitely opened my eyes, and I'm sure it has to our listeners as well.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you.
Wow, that was the inspirational Marco Lambertini there. Thanks to him for being with us here on Peace Day Live 2021. Now we're going to hear 2 songs performed for Peace One Day by an artist who has been right behind Peace One Day for a number of years. Please welcome the supremely talented Jack Sovereignty.
This is a song called Better Change. If you think that I'm writing this song for the money, try living a day in my shoes, and you'll see what it means to be angry and lonely with nothing but nothing to lose. See, I'd rather be here with a bottle of wine, drinking and singing with old friends of mine. I don't care what it means, I don't know what it takes, but to win is the greatest mistake I could make. You don't recognize my face, you don't know my name. If I could do it again, I would do it the same. But I promise you this, one day the world will change. Better change, better change. It better change, it better change. See, I've crucified saviors, I've glorified traitors, I follow these madmen to war. I have hailed the dictator I'm a lover, I'm a hater, I am what I am, nothing more. You don't recognize my face, you don't know my name. If I could do it again, I would do it the same. But I promise you this, one day the world will change. Better change, better change, better change, better change. Out in the distance, out of the blue, what will become of me and you? Legends are stories, only begging for truth, made by the memory of me and you. Oh, at the end of an era, at the end of the day, the ones we remember are those who are brave. And I know I'm a coward, I know I'm afraid of the ones that I love, and I'm bound to betray. I don't recognize my face, I don't know my name. If I could do it again, I would do it the same. 'Cause I promise you this, one day I know I will change. Better change, better change. Oh, I know I will change. Better change, better change. Oh, I swear I will change. Better change, better change. Oh, I know I will change. Yes, I know I. There's a rising on the streets tonight. Every woman, man and child. Through the struggle we will all unite. Watch the city running wild. 'Cause we've been lied to by the liars. We've been sold a weekend buy. And in our hearts there's a fire. You can see it in our eyes. We are the revolution. We want it all tonight. We want to take back what's rightfully ours. We are the revolution. Want to stand and fight, map of our lives, written in scars, written in scars. There's a rising on the streets tonight. There's a reason for the cause. It's up to us to remember, yes. All the world gone before will all be taken by the taker. Fate that awaits us all. Till the day we meet our maker, we won't be stopped by any walls. We are the revolution. We want it all tonight. We want to take back what's rightfully ours. We are the revolution. We want to stand and fight, written in the skies.
Thank you, Jack Soretti there. Brilliant stuff. Now, one of our campaign partners, which is the Bikeability Trust, providing the world's leading cycle training program for children and families, with over 3.5 million children being trained and equipping them with the life skill of being able to cycle with confidence. Children who have been through Bikeability are more likely to choose cycling for shorter journeys, saving millions on car journeys each year and contributing to improving air quality. Please welcome now the Chief Executive of the Bikeability Trust, Emily Sherry, talking about the Ride for Peace campaign. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Happy Peace Day.
Peace Day. Lovely to have you here today.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be here. What an honour to be part of Peace Day as a partner and being able to launch Ride for Peace. And, huge congratulations to Jeremy and all the team. 20 years being such an inspiration to the world. This day is just my favourite day of the year, so delighted to be part of it.
Oh, great. So, Emily, can you please tell us about Ride for Peace this year?
So Ride for Peace is a really simple but a really incredible way actually to support peace and sustainability for Peace Day, and that's something that we know at Bikeability is so hugely important through our work with the UK government Department for Transport, who've got this commitment to train children in safe and confident cycling. So we are challenging you today. You might be waking up right now, you might be thinking about ending your day, but get out on your bike, get out really simply on your cycle, find a friend, find a colleague. You could challenge yourself to do a big cycle ride like 21 kilometers for Peace Day, or you could just do like your shopping or go and see your friends after work or school, and then tag us on Peace Day and Bikeability social media using the Ride for Peace #challenge. So I'm really getting you out there to challenge day, to share the road and space considerately with other road users, which is what I did this morning on my Ride for Peace.
Oh, great. So as you know, there are three themes today. We're talking about protecting people, the planet, and wildlife. So how can riding a bike support peace in the world?
So I think we've heard a lot of really inspirational speeches today from a range of incredible activists and actors around the world, and that's absolutely phenomenal. Cycling is a really key and great and easy contribution that we can all make, and it is about protecting the planet, protecting people, and protecting the wildlife. So protecting people is hugely important. Here in the UK, Department for Transport is building lots of cycle lanes and low traffic neighbourhoods, but there are other parts where cyclists will have to share the space with road users, and for Peace Day that's what we're promoting today, to share that peace safely and considerately. Really, we're there, and that means really thinking about car drivers looking out for cyclists looking out for walkers, and we can do that in a really kind of peaceful way. For the planet, choosing to walk and cycle reduces our carbon emissions by 75%. What a win for cleaning up our air. If we were all to switch for short journeys to actually choose to cycle and walk to those short journeys, in the UK, less than half of journeys are made by car are less than 5 miles. We can cover that on bikes if we cycle confidently, and we could really have this huge win for cleaning up the air. And if we're cleaning up the air, we're helping health and well-being, we're stopping premature deaths. In the UK, there's 8,300 premature deaths from air quality. This is something that we can do, and that will protect our biodiversity. So I'm really challenging you on Peace Day to get out there. And if you're not quite sure how to cycle with confidence, head to bikeability.org.uk, and we've got loads of tips for safe and confident cycling.
Thank you so much, Emily. So Emily is the Executive Director of Bikeability, talking about the Ride for Peace campaign. Thank you so much for your help.
Happy Peace Day.
Happy Peace Day. Well, my time presenting on Peace Day 2021 is almost coming to an end. I have had a fantastic time, but please stay with us and do share the broadcast on social media using the hashtags that would appear on the screen throughout the broadcast, and encourage as many people as possible to tune in. But before I go, I am very delighted to introduce our next dynamic panel discussion, this time exploring the protection of wildlife. Please take this opportunity to encourage your friends and colleagues on social media to tune into Peace Day Live now at Peace One Day on Twitter or peaceoneday.org. I'll hand over now to the moderator of the discussion, who is your presenter for the next session of Peace Day Live. This is anchor and journalist for MSNBC and NBC News, the author of Enough About Me. We have Richard Louis.
How great is it to be here on Peace Day Live? Good to see you again. If you were here earlier, if you're just joining us, my name is Richard Louis. It's fantastic to be here, part of Peace Day Live. I'm a journalist over, if you're in the United States, at MSNBC and NBC News. For those of you across the great countries around the world, good to see you as well. We are here for our discussion on protecting wildlife. And so at the 4 minutes after the hour, we're going to spend the next 30 minutes with some really amazing people. And I'll get straight to them. And I'll introduce them to you right now on the topic of protecting wildlife. First off, we have Kees Kooijtoff, Chairman and CEO of Live Kindly Collective. And how fantastic is that of a name? And he'll tell us what he does and what his organization does. Good to see you, Kees. Marina Ponti is a director of SDG Action Campaign. There's a lot to be done there in this great week and 2 weeks in front of us, right, Marina?
Yes.
As we get to kick off the discussion today as we look at UNGA beginning as well. Love to say UNGA, right? It just sounds nice. Yeah. Fabien Cousteau, an aquanaut, oceanographic explorer, environmental advocate, founder of the Fabien Cousteau Ocean Learning Center and Proteus Ocean Group. Great to see you, Fabien. And Katie Munnings, Andretti United Extreme e-driver. And yes, Katie will be explaining shortly what that means, but you'll have to stick around to find out. Anything with Andretti in front is always fun. Kees, I have lots of questions for you, but first, as well as Katie and Fabien, but I'm going to begin with Marina. Marina, I was just talking about UNGA. We're talking about protecting wildlife. Talk about the significance of specific, and we'll mention 3 of the SDGs, 13, 14, and 15, and the idea of reducing the likelihood of, and we're here to talk about peace, reducing the likelihood of conflict.
Thank you, Richard. So the first thing that comes to mind is the call of the UN Secretary General. You mentioned UNGA. He said we urgently need to make peace with nature. The science is clear and simple. If we keep living and consuming the same way and don't act on climate urgently and ambitiously, we will no longer have a livable planet. The window of opportunity is about to slam shut. Also, COVID taught us that all issues are interconnected, precisely as the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And only integrated solution can bring long-term impact. So we saw with the pandemic how health impacted mobility, the economy, gender violence, and jobs, and so on. And for the same reason, there cannot be peace without climate justice. Let me just give you 2 small examples. Climate change through events such as floods or drought or desertification intensify competition and conflict over natural resources such as land and water, which often results in new conflict, in new dispute, particularly in areas where conflict management is weak and where certain groups, particularly women and indigenous community, face political exclusion. And let me mention another factor. Climate change also contributes to extreme food spikes and food insecurity, which in turn leads to protests, social unrest, and conflict around the world. So, in other words, if we don't tackle the climate change and if we don't protect our natural resources on land, underwater, and our biodiversity, we are going to increase conflict and tension. So we really need to join forces. We'll talk about more later. We have a window of opportunity now to really take action for climate. And this is the only way in which we can build inclusive and peaceful societies for now and for our future generation.
Marina, thank you for that. Case, what is Live Kindly? And what's the impact you believe on the environment and wildlife if we stop eating meat?
No, thank you, Richard. So we are called the Live Kindly Collective, and we have as a mission to make plant-based living the new norm. Basically, when you think about it from 2040 backwards, what we want the world to ask ourselves the question and say, what were we thinking and eating animals? And so we want to make sure is that with Live Kindly Collective is that we create the biggest transformation, and that is the protein transformation. When we think about climate change and inequality, there's three big transformations which is needed: the transport transformation, the energy transformation, but actually the bigger thing, what we can do all together with 7.7 billion people on this planet is the food transformation, the protein transformation from animal to plant-based. I used to work for Unilever, 27 years being part of a food industry, and I did that all around the world in all the continents, of which 8 years of the global executive team. I was blind about the impact of the current flaw and the current broken food system. 91% of the deforestation of the Amazon, the lungs of the world, is obviously done because of the current animal-based food system. The oceans, exactly the same thing. They are getting completely vacated, and there's no oxygen anymore in the two biggest lungs, the Amazon and the oceans. And again, that is because of the animal-based food system. We actually eat, as humans, we eat 70 billion animals every year. And so the whole idea is that this notion about to live kindly for humans, because actually there is a human health on eating plant-based, in the power of plants, for our home and for those who share it with us. So live kindly for humans, our home, which is our planet, and for those who share it with us are the animals. 96% of all human and mammals around the world is actually humans and lives livestock. Only 4% is what we would call, other animals on this planet. This is urgent. We really have the opportunity to actually make an impact, and each and every one can do that just by changing one meal a day into plant-based, and that in itself will actually help to transform the totality of the trend, which is about climate, which is the 1.5 degrees, and it is about inequality, and all that obviously led us up into peace. And that is ultimately how business as a force for good can actually help to create and be the powers of making sure is that actually we fight climate change and inequality together.
70 billion animals, does that include fish, Case?
It does actually.
It does. Well, you know why I asked that, Fabian. as an aquanaut. Tell us about what you've seen, because you're face-to-face with this reality in terms of what Case is talking about. How are we doing, and how are things changing when it comes to wildlife?
It's a great question, Richard. Essentially, we're talking about a largely underexplored, unexplored part of our planet. Let's take a step back and realize that the only thing that makes our planet unique is ocean. No ocean, no life, no healthy ocean, no healthy future. Now, I've been blessed with being able to go scuba diving since age 4 and being on expeditions routinely since age 7. First with my grandparents, then parents, and now with my own team. And in the last 10, 20, 30 years and beyond, I've seen an enormous change. I think the list of what hasn't changed is much shorter than what has. The problem is that we have, just like with climate change, a huge disconnect with the water portion of our ocean. And if you look at the 3.4 billion cubic kilometers of living space that it represents, that's really 99% of our world's living space, within which the vast majority of the biodiversity lives and thrives, and the stuff that we count on. Not to mention that we are, at this juncture, treating the oceans as an endless resource in a garbage can, just like we have in the past on land. And what was just mentioned is absolutely true. The biomass on this planet is, as far as representation of livestock and people versus wild animals, is hugely imbalanced. And so, if you look at what the biodiversity situation is in the ocean, we're less than 10% of our pelagic animals, or traveling animals like tuna, sharks, and so on, that we have overfished. And the problem is that now we're facing monumental challenges. Now, it's not all bad news, because in places where communities have decided to protect their aquatic backyard, if you give nature a break, it tends to come back. And we've seen practically miracles of nature when you give nature a break. Let's remember that the ocean is our natural resource bank account, and we can't afford to go broke. But the more we wait, the longer we take to act, to become net neutral or net negative on this planet as a species, the more we lose, or the more we don't have to give back to our future generations. At the end of the day, the planet doesn't care if one species is here or not. It's up to us to care and act so that we can live in symbiotic relationship with our life support system, so that we have a longevity as a species. And we need to take basic lessons from nature in order to survive for the long run. And that's evolution. We need to evolve. Diversification. We need to really diversify on all fronts. And we need to be able to adapt to the current situation.
You mentioned that how quickly you can see a change. Very quickly, Fabian, what is the small effort with the big difference that you were alluding to?
Well, so it's another great question. Essentially, I've come up against a lot of people who don't even know about the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, who don't know that we dump over 1 million tons of plastic in our ocean every year, that we don't, that we've pretty much clear-cut the entire ocean as far as overfishing, that we're facing some monumental challenges with climate change that stems from the warming of our ocean world because of man-made gases and so on and so forth. And all these have repercussions that stem from what's happening in the ocean on land here where we live as a species.
Right. But maybe I want to really boil it down to, if I lift up my cup, this is what changes. Like, really give me something accessible.
It's very simple. Each and every one of us is part of the problem. Each and every one of us is part of the solution. So every little step that you take to eliminate single-use plastics in your life, every single little step that you take to carpool, to use reusable containers, to get away from eating the lions and tigers of the sea, and of course of land, the more we stand to gain. And those little steps in our everyday lives.
So if I don't use a single-use plastic, what does that mean for the ocean? Give me it saves one fish. Like, give me that very simple, accessible understanding. If I don't use a single-use plastic, what does that mean for the ocean?
Oh, it's very simple. It's one less piece of plastic in the ocean, or 10 less pieces of plastic. We just had a beach cleanup this past weekend with the Ocean Learning Center. We picked up 185 pounds of trash, mostly small things, bottle caps, cigarettes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
The more we can eliminate that in our daily lives, the better off the oceans are, the better off we are.
All right, Case, I'm going to ask you that same thing. You mentioned 70 billion. What if we eat one less fish, what that means for our climate. But first, I'm going to go to Katie. Katie, so I teased those folks that are here with us that you're an e-driver with Andretti. First of all, tell me what you do.
Yeah, so first of all, it's really interesting hearing from these guys. I'm not from a science background at all. I'm a rally driver. So I found myself racing in an electric championship this year, which I've become really passionate about. And I have been since I first heard the idea. Basically, Extreme is an off-road electric motorsport championship, which is racing in the most remote locations in the world. So, for example, we just came back from racing in Greenland. On the calendar, we had the Amazon rainforest. We had the Saudi Arabian desert. We've been racing in a lot of extreme environments. Each one is facing a particular climate emergency and a climate issue. And the whole purpose of our championship is to raise awareness for these issues. And so there's legacy programs that are happening in each location. We've got a team of scientists, so it's led by Professor Carlos Duarte. And he is specializing really in the marine impact and the issues that we've had from that side. So he joined us in Saudi Arabia first off, where we were running a legacy program that was looking at the sea turtle populations in the Red Sea. And actually, he was explaining this 5-year legacy program they have there of beach cleanups and also providing infrastructure to really protect the kind of nesting zones of these turtles. So that apparently, if we can keep this beach a safe place for these turtles to lay their eggs, it will actually regenerate all of the sea turtles in the Indian Ocean. That population is strong enough. It's a really popular beach for that. So it's been really interesting from my side to be able to share on my platform as well. I know a lot of the other drivers in the championship are in the similar boat. We've got Nico Rosberg. Nico Rosberg's got teams. Lewis Hamilton's got teams. Jenson Button's got teams, so some names from Formula One. Also from the rally world, we've got Sebastian Loeb and Carlos Sainz, and a lot of other rallycross drivers as well. So everybody's got a diverse background, but the mission behind it is that sport reaches a big audience, and we as drivers have a responsibility in our championship to raise awareness for the issues that we're facing, provide solutions, and kind of just educate people around us that are following the sport. They get the racing, they get that adrenaline fix, but they also then understand a bit more about the climate issues that we're facing. And also at the end of the year, we then have a leaderboard, which is everyone can be involved in. It's called Count Us In. So it's a challenge where people can go online and they can pledge what they've done. If that means they're driving an electric vehicle, if that means they're eating less meat or using a reusable or renewable energy source in for their electricity in their houses, they can pledge it online. And they can pledge their points to their favorite team in the championship. So there'll be a racing leaderboard at the end of the year, but also there'll be a climate impact leaderboard. So yeah, it's a kind of a new era of motorsport that's coming through. So that's a bit on what we're doing this year.
You call it E1 driving? Is it the E1 circuit as opposed to the F1 circuit?
It's not. E1's a different series. That's actually coming in 2023. So that's powerboat racing, which is exactly the same. So it's the same founders. So they're racing exactly the same kind of message. There's legacy programs around that, but ours is actually called Extreme. So this is, as the name is in the title, it is really extreme. So we were racing just below where the ice cap was in Greenland, and we were actually one of the legacy programs. We were out there a few days early, and we were taking samples of basically on the ice cap. There's black dots everywhere now. And the scientists were examining them in labs, but they think it's actually carbon that's blown across from the wildfires in North America. So obviously we can see the impact that that's going to have, because obviously the black ice now is attracting and absorbing more of the solar radiation, which means it's heating up faster and then melting faster. So that speaks for itself in terms of, rising sea levels and the issues that they face from that front. So it's been really interesting from that side, and obviously getting to race in these locations is fantastic as well. We're obviously leaving no trace behind us, to the point where we're even all taking our own knives and forks and plates and cups and everything with us to the race location. So it's race without a trace, and obviously the positive legacies are left behind to outweigh us visiting these remote locations.
Well, very quickly, because, here in the States, and I sit here as the sun is at high noon here, well, a little bit after high noon, upon us. And for you, where do you sit when you do these races here? Do you sit in the seat that you're sitting in right now? And do you use a wheel? You have some sort of digital wheel here, Katie?
Oh, no, so these races are in real life. Yeah. It's not simulator racing. No. We're real life racing. So we actually just got back from so the way that the championship runs is we have a big ship that's transporting everything around the world. So the cars, the hospitality, everything that we need, so that we're not flying it around the world, because obviously we're running off renewable fuels, and we're also and when we get to these locations, we race for real against I think there's 12. I think the maximum is 12 other teams in the series. So yeah, it's real life racing. It's like Formula One, but obviously we're racing in off-road environments.
All right, sorry, I am nerding out here, Case, but I had to nerd out. I apologize to all y'all that are out there, but I had to nerd out. I'm a car guy.
We're not taking virtual samples of the ice cap.
Yeah, no, it's great, because being I was born in California. We love cars. I did it my whole life, so we didn't have e-cars at the time. Hey, Case, I was teasing to the audience here, those who are joining us. What does one less animal eaten mean to the environment? What's that equation?
Yeah, the equation is on chicken is that it is a plant-based chicken versus a animal-based chicken is 7 times less carbon. It is 5 times less water, and it is 3 times less land use. And so that is what you get. The good thing is that, we have a huge problem, but also a very clear solution. The huge problem is actually the negative impact of the animals in terms of greenhouse gases. And the positive is that plant-based actually is what we call carbon positive farming. And actually you have that both on the land and in the sea. What we do, for example, is not only on organic soy, but also if you take yellow peas and you plant yellow peas, what it gets is the nutrients are getting actually through the plant into the soil. And so it is a regenerative part of the soil. And you can do the same in the ocean, and then you do that with seaweed. And so that is together with bamboo, the fastest growing plant in the world. And so again, when you cut it, it actually with the tide coming in and out, you get the nutrients going into the ocean. And so what you get is you take the negative out, i.e. eating the animal, and you get the positive in, i.e. regeneration of the soil and of the ocean. And so that is basically what we call the double pivot in terms of the benefit. So the simple answer to your question, actually to Fabian, is what is the single one thing to change? Is change from an animal to a plant-based, 7 times less carbon, 5 times less water use, 3 times less in land use. And that is only for every chicken you actually change into a plant-based chicken.
And seaweed is doggone tasty. Is what
it is
I
actually. I will tell you, we launched a brand called the Dutch Wheat Burger. Now you can't get it obviously more iconic than that. And so you get the protein from the seaweed, and then you combine that with a bit of organic soy, and then you make your wheat burger. And so that is indeed, as you say, is absolutely high in protein, high in fibers, and what it is, it's absolutely really tasty. That's where the food technology really kicks in, and this is the time where everybody starts to step into it.
The Dutch burger, not to be confused with sharing the check at your local burger place. ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly.
That's right, not to be confused with that. So Marina, when you talk with SecGen, and I haven't seen SecGen Gutierrez in now 2 years, but he is clearly a man of, by SecGen standards, a few words, but lots of actions. What's the discussion been like with him recently that you have had about the idea of climate, the environment, wildlife, and why we're here today with the idea of peace?
I mean, I think it's clear from his statement. He's been very consistent that for him and for the United Nations, there is a climate emergency. And actually, in these days, leaders are meeting with the Secretary General and among themselves to prepare for a very important meeting that will take place in Glasgow on climate at the beginning of November, where leaders are expected to take firm action to reduce emission, to phase out coal, to put in place all the measures that the science has been advising to take. So the UN and the Secretary General has been really pushing ambition and pushing the issue of urgency. We simply cannot continue, consuming, producing, and our lifestyle need to change. And leaders, both from the private and public sector, should put in place policy, incentivize a shift in the way we run our society. So the message is very clear. And somehow, despite the challenges of the pandemic and despite the difficulties we all have gone through in the past year, we have a moment of opportunity because our society, because everyone has been forced to freeze and to slow down and we had more time to think. Now there is really the moment to reimagine our society, to reinvent some of the rules, to rewrite some of the policy. And also in many countries, there are many resources available to really make a shift, to change, to turn the page and build a more inclusive and more sustainable society. So we have an opportunity. Time is short. We need to all take action and somehow push leaders to do what they need to do now.
I've only got 5 minutes with these great interlocutors here, all four of you. Fabian, I want to ask you who's inspired you to do what you do, and I'm sorry for you, not for everybody else. You cannot mention any of your family members. But I'm sorry, that's the rule for you. But who inspires you day to day? It could be somebody that you've just met. It could be one of your team. But who inspires you every day to do what you do?
This great panel right here is inspiration. I know that's easy to say, but anyone who's going out there and actually being proactive is a huge inspiration. I saw 193 people this past weekend helping us clean the beach. Those people care, and they actually went out of their way on a Saturday morning at 8 o'clock in the morning to go and walk the beach and clean up garbage, not their garbage, but people's garbage. And that to me is a huge inspiration because that means that this generation really is taking up the reins where we in the past generations have unfortunately not done so for the most part. And so when I look into a 4 or 5 or 7-year-old or my 9-year-old's eyes, when she says, why is this place the way it is? Let's do something about it. That to me is inspiration. This panel talking to youth out there who are the leaders of tomorrow, who are learning, who are doing things to make this planet better. Those are the people who are inspiration to me.
I hate to do this to you because you seem to be on the other end of my specific questions, Fabian, but you don't mind, do you? Give me a name. Give me a name of somebody that inspires you.
Sure. Well, so, as much as I don't like playing favorites, people like Greta, I know she's a hot topic. She's someone who sometimes is controversial, but she's an inspiration to hundreds of millions of young people out there. This is what we need. This is what we need. Not just us old, high mileage people, but young people who are leading the way in their generation to inspire them to be leaders. We can't sit back and relax anymore. We now have to go out there, and it's nice to see a young person help recharge the rest of our batteries.
I got to tell you, I don't care what anybody's saying, Fabian, you're a low kilometer guy to me in anybody's book on this. Katie, to you on this, and no comments, please, about kilometers or miles from you on the question, but who inspires you to do what you do?
Oh, that's a big question. I think, especially in this year, my shift is focused. My kind of shift of and perspective of our world has shifted quite a lot through being exposed to the scientists that we have in Extreme and the racing championship. I think historically motorsport has been quite, it's functioned on its own. It's been quite a selfish sport, but actually now to be involved in something that is the whole purpose around it is marketing for these scientists that say to us, I don't have millions of followers on Instagram like some of these Formula One drivers do, but if they can share this video that we're creating, or they can share this message, then actually that reaches a massive audience. And hearing from them actually how doors have opened to them and their research through the sponsorship of this championship that has been provided to them in their research, and through some of the contacts that they've had through the championship is, I think, the most inspiring to me. Listening, I think especially Professor Carlos Duarte, I know he's really well known in the world of science.
Who is that again?
Pardon, sorry?
Who was that again, the name?
Professor Carlos Duarte. He's doing a lot of research at the minute. It's to do with our championship, but also not. He's a professor in Copenhagen, also in Riyadh, I think, in Saudi Arabia as well. And so I think from my side, I know that's quite a localized one, but
that works.
From the lectures that he's given us, we've all been trying to spread his message as much as we can, because it has been, a lot more important on site than the racing. Obviously, that's what we're there for, and that's kind of my job and my speciality in the field. But in the bigger picture and the focus of what we're talking about today, I think he's been the biggest inspiration to me.
It works. And I want to be, get me into the pit. I want to help out. Get me into the pit. I will go wherever you're doing this. Case, I'll go wherever you're going too, and I know you are everywhere, but also local. Tell me, first of all, though, in the 3 minutes we have left in our conversation, who inspires you day to day? We've got Greta, we've got Professor Duarte. Who's your Greta and Duarte?
So I start with Desmond Tutu, because when he talks about that he is an optimist, because he's a prisoner of hope, and I actually get hope out of the next generation. Exactly what we've just talked. The Gen Z and the millennials, they come in every day to their parents and say, I actually don't want to eat animals anymore. And that is represented, I have 5 daughters, and all of them are actually on that journey. And the youngest, actually 11, Jasmine, is the one who's completely and utterly the one who gives me most hope on this, because she's so dedicated. And she does it all for the right reason. And absolutely, that is what it is. A prisoner of hope, but there's lots of hope because of the next generation who really gets it.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Desmond, I hate that guy because I love him so much. Does he do anything that we don't like? I love Desmond Tutu. I put him, I actually wrote about him in my book about selflessness, and he is truly that guy, that person.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's finish quickly here because we only have 2 minutes on my clock, and we'll go quickly. Marina, make it accessible for me. What can I do to make a difference when it comes to thinking about wildlife, when it comes to thinking about peace?
So these days, from the few days ago until the 28th of September, millions of people are taking action to protect the environment and to advance, social justice, social and climate justice everywhere. Every action from, you heard about beach cleaning, there's also digital cleaning, from social media campaign, music, street art, from the changing the way you eat, the way you consume, the way you actually move around, the way you vote. So there are many actions. You can go on this global week to act for the SDG on the Act for SDG global map. You can register your action. You can feel connected. We have up to now 40 million people are already taking action, conveying a sense of hope and a sense of we can do this because we're stronger together.
Right. We are. To the rest of our guests, we have 1 minute left. I'll give my quick tip, and that would be tell a story, because I'm a journalist, of somebody else that is doing something related to wildlife and peace. That's what I would do. I would post a story about somebody else doing something. Quickly to you, Fabian. Oh, you're muted for some reason. All right, there you go. Please give me something in 15 seconds.
Well, it's a saying that I grew up with. People protect what they love what they understand, and they understand what they're taught. And when we can share that knowledge and empower people to do something, by and large, I believe in people doing something positive for this planet and for themselves. And I think that's the winning.
Got it. Case, 15 seconds.
Yeah, as Obama says it, he says, be useful, be courageous, and be kind. I think that sums it up.
Yeah. Katie, 15 seconds.
I just think, step outside of your perspective and look at the bigger picture and the future generations. And that's something that I've massively done this year.
Peace One Day, Protecting Wildlife. Great panel. Thank you, Case, Marina, Fabian, and Katie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've found a lot of peace in my life through self-reflection and through therapy. For such a long time, I thought that I could fix myself without the help of anyone else. And at a certain point, I realized that the things I needed to fix were so much larger than me and that I needed a guide to help me through them. And since I began my journey in therapy, I have over the years found myself more and more and more at peace, and I'm very grateful for that. This next song is called It's a Good Day to Fight the System, which it always is. I woke up feeling great. The birds are in the trees, they're singing me a melody. La 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 if the police. My head is on straight, my heart is in peace, my soul is incredibly ready to change his story. It's a good day to fight the system, to fight the system. It's a good never gonna stop, we're gonna make it count. When one of us is tired out, the other one will hold it down. We're gonna spread the love, we're gonna spread it around. We're all over the city now, and way down in the underground. It's a good day to fight the system, to fight the system. It's a good day. It's a good day. It's a good day to fight the system, to fight the system. It's a good day. It's a to fight the system, to fight the system. It's a good day. Yes, a good
How good was that? Really a great performance. Shingutsu, thank you for that performance, sharing that with us. For those of you who want to know the name, it's A Good Day to Fight the System by Shingutsu. Thank you so much. A great performance. Our thanks to her for being part of Peace Day Live 2021. A really great booster for us right now. That performance, by the way, from Shingutsu, a musician from Kingston, Jamaica, guided by his spirituality and sense of righteousness. He, a singer, a songwriter, producer, and philanthropist, performing for Peace One Day back in March this year of anti-racism. So thrilled to have that performance back today. By the way, up next, and I was just describing who's up next, is Jessie Royal. Jessie Royal is that performance I was just describing, and I apologize if I've confused you, but more importantly, enjoy Jessie.
Peace to me means possibilities. Peace is opportunities. Peace is understanding. Peace is an undeniable truth that we can only evade for so long. Each generation inherits the world developed by those before, and we are at the point where we are in control. Let's stop complaining and blaming and start aiming our arrows of love, hope, prosperity, and understanding. For if war destroys, then it's going to take peace to build back. Love is the ultimate. Love is the foundation on which we stand. We believe that we can achieve whatever we put our minds to. This generation will no longer sit aside and wait or sit aside and watch as the world wastes away. See, this is a gift. This is a blessing. Once before us got the opportunity of enjoying this beautiful creation that was given to us. It is our duty to preserve it so that the ones after us can also full joy this beautiful place that we now call home. Peace is the reality. Peace is what we should be searching for. Peace is the foundation of everything else what we are trying to do. Love, understanding to you all. Rastafari.
Jessie, thanks so much for being there for us on Peace Day Live. Your message and is so important to what we're here to today. Up next for you, a very special interview with a remarkable individual. And I just cannot wait for this discussion that's in front of us. She is a civic entrepreneur on issues of violence prevention and civic and climate action. Also the co-founder and president of the Igarape Institute, an independent think tank and do tank, as they like to say, focused on public, digital, and climate security. An author as well, a columnist, in addition to that, in Sao Paulo, and a podcast anchor. Also, in addition to all of this, get your pen out for this description. A young global leader at the World Economic Forum. It's not easy to be part of that group. One of the world's top 50 thinkers for the COVID-19 age by Prospect Magazine, another distinction that she holds. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Iona Sabo de Carvalho, interviewed today by Afua Nkanas Asamoah.
Welcome to Peace Day Live. My name is Afua Nkanas Asamoah, and I'm joined here by the wonderful Ilona Sabo, who is the co-founder and president of the Igarape Institute. And Ilona has done so many wonderful things. She's a civic entrepreneur, and she's also an entrepreneur who talks about issues on violence prevention and climate action. And we basically want to talk about how we can make this world a more peaceful place. So I'm going to start with our first question. So we know that today's event is organized around International Peace Day. Are you hopeful from where you're sitting and in the work that you're doing that we can build a more peaceful world?
100%. But first of all, just thank you so much, Alpha. It's a great pleasure to be talking to you today, especially in Peace Day. So I am hopeful, and we not only can do it, we must do it. because the alternative is a world of instability, polarization, fear. We don't want that. And it's very serious to know that if we do nothing, lethal violence will continue to increase by 2030. And the costs of inaction are just unacceptable. We need to face it. It's like about 660,000 people's lives a year. So we need to radically increase our investment in conflict prevention and peace building, as well as addressing the conditions that give rise to violence in the first place. But it's not just armed conflicts that we need to worry about. The vast majority of lethal violence does not take place in what we call war zones, but rather in settings at peace. So AFWA, in fact, it's important to pinpoint that 9 out of every 10 people violently killed around the world dies not from armed conflict, but from criminal, intimate partner, and domestic violence. So unfortunately, my country, Brazil, we have between 50 to 60,000 people dying violently every year, which is about 10% of the global total. And to put this into perspective, when we talk about young people, over 330,000 young people were murdered there between 2009 and 2019. And most of them are young Black males. So how can we tolerate this? So we need to be sure we can change the situation. So over the past decade, the Igarapé Institute has devoted itself to responsible and efficient public security policies. So what we've learned is that we need a combination of strategies to prevent and reduce violence, from police and drug policy reform to arms control and early childhood education, support for single-headed households, quality employment, and more.
The second follow-on question is that to achieve this massive goal of halving violence, basically to create a more peaceful world by 2030, what issues and challenges would world leaders need to put at the center of these efforts that you have just mentioned?
I'll start by saying that I've dedicated my professional life to help prevent and reduce urban violence, especially in Latin America. And I said before that it's true that violence is a global problem, but roughly 33% of all global homicides occur in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is home just to around 8% of the global population. And sadly, my own country, Brazil, has some of the highest levels of violence on the planet. So I've worked with leaders of countries and businesses to rethink the global war on drugs. I've coordinated a regional campaign in Latin America's most violent countries to have homicides, also a national gun control campaign. And in the beginning of my career, I also worked with Brazilian children on the front lines of gun violence. So the numbers of violence are truly shocking. But much more shocking is when you start realizing these people have names, families, stories. It's extremely sad, but very much needed to putting face to these numbers, because otherwise we don't realize the need for engagement and our own responsibility into that. So more than ever, I believe that local and national leaders need to step up and respond to the epidemic of violence. They need to recognize that we will not make lasting progress on any of the other sustainable development goals unless we get this problem under control.
So from your perspective, could you explain how climate change and violence are related, but in more detail? And can you talk about some of the steps we can take to mitigate the effects of this crisis?
Sure. So it's a bit about what I was starting to say. So I would say that the Secretary General is totally right. Climate change is the key issue of our era. If we do not radically reverse course and rapidly decarbonize our societies, we are headed for a major, massive instability. So that said, the relationships between climate change and security are complex. There's not a direct linear connection between climate change and insecurity, but there are some strong relationships that are important to acknowledge. We know that sudden shocks like extreme weather events and long-term stresses such as drought or sea level rise can create enormous strains on social and economic systems, can also undermine food production and deepen this competition. So in other words, the strains generated by climate change on food security and livelihoods can amplify existing tensions and even violence. It can also lead to massive migration, which would generate new challenges. So we've done some research, and many other people as well, that also show that there's a relationship between warming temperatures and pollution and violence. So in some places, rising heat increases social contact and violence, and pollution can also stimulate aggression. We have also researched that in Latin America, climate change is increasing the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. And one area that we feel that needs very special and urgent attention is the Amazon basin, which includes 8 countries and a territory. So it's the world's largest forest, is approaching a dangerous tipping point now, which scientists refer to as a dieback, a point after which a forest crosses a threshold to deforestation and can enter a self-destructing cycle. This systematic deforestation of the Amazon is leading to widespread environmental destruction, along with rising social tensions, crime, and violence. So my final point here, Afua, is that if we have to take a look at the two-way relationship. It's not just climate change that is connected to insecurity, but insecurity, and in this case we narrow to environmental crime and the lack of rule of law in the territory and the relationships of environmental crime and organized groups, criminal groups, is also driving climate change.
Thank you. Especially for me, because I couldn't make some of the connections myself, that is much more clear. And I hope that that's also much more clear for our viewers as well. Our last ask from you is if you can please provide a call to action to inspire world leaders and the public to take very concrete measures to start building a more peaceful society.
I sure can. I know I bring hard issues, but I'm a believer. I'm a stubborn optimist, as Christiana Figueres described in her amazing book, The Future We Choose. So I truly believe in the power of citizens and civic action, but also in the importance of responsible leadership that fosters collaboration, which is what is needed today. So we are living in these unprecedented times, and this must be a decade of action. We cannot fail the next generations. We cannot fail your generation, Afua. So more than ever, we need to protect the future of our children, of our young people. We have a lot to do, but we can do if we're all just take part of the change.
Thank you so much. I've been inspired. I hope everyone who's heard you and heard the words that you've said has been inspired as well. But not only have we been inspired, but we've also been educated. But most importantly, that we've been educated to take action. So thank you so much for your time. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It was a great pleasure, and let us mobilize people, engage more people. We need everyone.
Ilona Sabo, thank you so much for bringing it in that conversation and being here for Peace Live 2021. And thank you, of course, Afua. Great conversation and great leadership in that interview. Guess what we got for you now? You never know, but that's why you stick around for Peace Day Live 2021. We got some great music for you. Basement Jaxx, for those of you who are not familiar, rose to fame in the mid-90s, an electronic music duo that grew out of their regular club night across South London in the UK. So here with us right now, we have the great pleasure on this day. They've got a special Peace Day composition by Felix Buxton with the video featuring Heidi Vogel, Tom Mason, Felix Buxton, and Robert Mitchell. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy Be Free Where You Are.
Hi, my name's Felix Buxton from Basement Jaxx. I'm here in London and I'm really happy to be celebrating International Peace Day with yourselves all around the world. It's a wonderful day, and it's great that we all put our attention on this and a peaceful way of being and a peaceful mindset. Well, peacefulness, the way I see it, is a state of mind, it's a state of being, and it's that place where we can operate in our highest sensibility with the most wisdom, compassion, and kindness, so we act in the best way we can in the world for creating a better world. So we're really being the best version of ourselves, and the truest version. I think one thing I try and do a lot is to understand this constant bombardment of thoughts rattling around my head, and these sensations, that they are merely thoughts. And I like to think of them as fish going down a stream. They pass us by, we can see them, we can view them, but we're not of them. They are thoughts, and they come and go. The fact that it focuses people on the idea of peace, really one way to look at our lives and our interactions with the world and with other people, and seeing how are we acting, to reflect and think, how can we do it better? How can we make it more flowing and seamless, our interaction with the world? Because ultimately, the more peacefully we deal with everyone, the highest state of consciousness we're all going to be, and the happier we'll all be. So it's good for everybody. The fact is, this is our home at the moment before we all head off to space or whichever stage is next in human evolution. This is our planet that feeds us, the air that helps us breathe. The whole ecosystem is in a balance, and if we upset the balance, then the balance will upset us. So we've just got to really try and understand that it's a lot bigger than our own little heads, and that really we need to look from higher up, look from space, and say what is really going on. I mean, it's hard for us to understand. There's so much information out there. But definitely by one small step in the right direction with everything we do, with the words we say, being impeccable with our words, not kind of spitting poison, gossiping, just the smallest action, and every decision we make, thinking about it, is it going to make the world a better place? The song is about finding that space and peace with every step. The title of the song is the title of a book by Thich Nhat Hanh, and which I recommend to you. It's a very small book, and it's got loads of wisdom, and it's thoughts and reflections on peace. And I'm really pleased to be able to get some great musicians to perform this song. There's Robert Mitchell on piano, Tom Mason on bass, and Heidi Vogel on vocals. And enjoy. Happy Peace Day.
among us.
Well, how great was that? Every time you see amazing performances like that, you wish that you were born potentially to be one of them. Felix Buxton with Be Free Where You Are, that video featuring Heidi Vogel, Tom Mason. Felix was there too, Robert Mitchell as well. Thanks to all of you for bringing your heart and your voices and giving us music for Peace Day Live 2021. Hey, guess what, by the way? It just keeps getting better here at Peace Day Live 2021. I get to speak with somebody who is never short on energy or drive or purpose. It is the founder of Peace One Day, director of Peace Day Live, Jeremy Gilley. And Jeremy, I never get to talk to you, but today I get to talk to you. This is great.
Yeah, it's a real treat, Richard. Thank you so much for all your support of Peace One Day Live. Thank
so
you.
How are you feeling so far today? This is, right before one of these big events, and you've done them many times before. It's like giving birth. You watch the program, you're directing, you're talking to us as we go throughout the day. How's it gone so far? And what were you surprised by?
Well, listen, I think it's gone really well. I mean, it's, look, I'm really driven by three words, really, which I was going to mention later, but I'll mention them now. And that is, informing, inspiring, and engaging, Richard. Ultimately, that's what it's about. You've had some amazing conversations today, and so have others with incredible sort of thought leaders and experts within their field. We are in a very serious situation, and the decisions that we make in the coming months and years are going to be pivotal to how long humanity has in relation to its survival and its time on this planet. This is very, very serious conversations that we need to have. We need to get, we need to be informed, we need to be inspired, and we need to be engaged. And, look, I've been on the road 22 years, Richard. I've had the privilege of going to 133 countries and working with many of the men and women who have been on this show today, and all of their support is what, established a thought, which was, could we create a day of ceasefire and non-violence, a peace day with a fixed calendar date? And of course, in September 2001, led by Jeremy Greenstock and many other wonderful governments and all sorts of individuals at the United Nations, Ahmed Fauzi, etc., that day was unanimously adopted, and the world had a day of peace, a UN International Day of Peace with a fixed calendar date, the 21st of September. And then, Richard, what we wanted to do was prove that that day could work. And again, with the tireless and incredible support of the United Nations, UNAMA, WHO, UNICEF, and many other agencies, NATO, ISAF, including the Taliban, of course, everybody observed the day in Afghanistan. And as a consequence of that ceasefire, 1.4 million children were vaccinated against polio in that first year that it was done. And that was a sort of a pivotal, interesting sort of phase two, right? I've looked at this whole thing in phases, Richard. Phase one was the creation of the day. Phase two, let's prove it can work in a complex place of the world. And phase three was the institutionalization of the day, like Mother's Day. On Mother's Day, we give our mums flowers. We're super sweet. We do lovely things. And that's about behavioral change. We don't really realize it, but that's behavioral change. Now, the behavioral change that happens on a day of peace, Richard, is amazing. It means a decrease of violence, less bullying in the schools, in the workplace, in the community, and on our homes, most importantly, as was discussed by incredible women like Patricia Scotland, earlier today. So, for me, the institutionalization of this day, i.e. lots of people observing it, means a decrease of violence, means that some, young person won't be bullied. And that is, incredibly important. I mean, imagine that, Richard. The more people we inform, inspire, and engage, the greater the decrease of violence that will happen today. That's amazing. And that's why after 22 years, I'm as passionate now as I ever was. And I'm delighted that we are celebrating 20 years of UN Resolution 55/282. We heard the wonderful words of Jeremy Greenstock, earlier today, the ambassador to the United Kingdom to the UN who put that resolution forward. So it's a very important year. I feel, humbled, honored, a bit tired, but I feel just privileged, mate. I mean, just privileged, Richard, to be doing this work and to be working with people like you. I mean, I just watched you, the way you just handled that incredible panel with Case and Katie and Fabian and others. I mean, and Marina. I mean, Richard, you're incredible, and your support of us is amazing, and I'm very honoured that you work with us.
They might call me, both of us, maybe high mileage or with a lot of kilometers on the odometer. But I got to tell you, after watching what you've done over the years, you only have the good mileage, the good kilometer readings on your odometer. And part of that, ladies and gentlemen, you must watch how this man was born, Jeremy Gilley, to do this. And it's in his documentary. I watched it, was immediately inspired. I reached out to you, Jeremy, and you responded immediately, and you wanted to inspire me. And so it is here with those great inspirations that you give to people like me, right? Folks that are just walking every day. Hey, this is only one program. There's only one gathering you do a year. Tell me why these are important and what else you have for the rest of the year.
Okay, well, look, you're a storyteller, Richard. And obviously, so are we. I mean, and as I mentioned those words earlier, inform, inspire, engage. Look, Peace One Day was creating this event on Peace Day, trying to tell an awful lot of people, because awareness manifests action, and action decreases violence around this day of peace. So that's why it's really obvious that we want everyone to become involved in telling as many people as possible, so that there's 3 billion people active today, and therefore millions of people, and that's what it equates to, not involved in violence. Unbelievable. And then, obviously I had the good fortune of being connected with, through Ahmed Fawzi, the good fortune of being connected with the High Commissioner for Human Rights and Michelle Bachelet and her incredible team. Right. And we now produce the content for the elimination of racial discrimination in association with the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And that's a massive honor. And we had a very successful year this year because of a team effort and extraordinary people from all over the world. So that's the 21st of March. You've got 21st September, 21st of March. That was kind of interesting. The equinox, solstice, all of these sorts of, very interesting numbers, the beginning and the end of season. So it seemed obvious that we should choose the 21st of June to do a show for climate action right in the middle of the year, the longest day of the year, the longest day for you to be able to make a difference in terms of picking up litter that Fabian spoke about, the 193 individuals on that Saturday morning that picked up litter with him. Interesting, that's 193 member states, I was thinking to myself. But anyway, so that, it's kind of very interesting. We had the 21st of March, we had the 21st of June, Climate Action Live, i.e. no climate action, no peace, right? I mean, no diversity, inclusion, equality, and justice, no peace. So, these things are, these 3 shows, elimination of racial discrimination, climate action, no climate action, no peace. Peace Day, peace and sustainability, the protection of each other in our homes, communities, schools, and places of work. And then finally, on 21st of December, Space Transformers, young people who are transforming the space around them, who really are the sort of the young heroes of today. There are many of them. Some of them are known and some of them aren't known. And we have a vision. I hope I can afford to do it. But to pull young people together from all over the world on the 21st of December, singers, actors, thought leaders, and young people who are just really making a difference, to hear their hopes and their fears and their dreams. And all of that content throughout the year, I genuinely hope and pray and think about every day that if that informs and inspires and empowers somebody to act, then I've done a good thing with my life in that year, right, Richard? I mean, and it doesn't matter whether it's one person or 1,000 people. It doesn't matter. It's just worth living for. You know what I mean?
I do, man.
I feel really honored that we've just got all of these experiences throughout the year now. It's just amazing, and I love it.
My mom would always tell me, because I put a lot of people to sleep when I'm giving speeches, present company, I hope excluded, but she would say, so long as you reach one person in the room, you've done your job. And so Jeremy Gilley, you have done your job times the millions. Thank you for all of these programs. And I have to ask you, because I was so inspired by your inspiration 2 decades ago, who inspired you back then? Remind us. And who inspires you today to do what you do?
Oh, well, look, my mom and my dad and my little girl, my family, my grandfather, my brothers. I mean, my family inspired me, right? But then meeting people like Ahmed Fawzi early on in the journey, a real mentor and a dear friend of mine. Mark Mature, who was, has been running large corporations around the world, having the good fortune of hanging out with him. Stuart Hooray, who is advising me right now. I mean, there's a lot of people who are around me that look after me that, I have an idea and I share it with them. And we all need those people in our lives.
Help the folks that are here, Jeremy. How do we find people to inspire us? Quickly, give us your quick advice on that.
how do we
in this space?
Look around you. They're right next to you. You know what I mean? Just look around you. They're in the family. They're in the home. They're in the office. They're in the community. They're on TV. They've written books. People like yourself, right? I mean, there's all sorts of people who are going to, but you know who it is, you know. And if you don't know it, keep searching for that light. Keep searching. You know, when the darkness comes, you know, life is all about finding the light, right? It's not about the good times. It's about the hard times, really. And it's what you do in those hard times that can be really tough. And for anyone who's going through a tough time, my heart goes out to you. But just keep searching for the light and finding the peace, and everything will be all right, you know. But listen, before I go, I know I've only got a minute left, and I know that you're going to tell me that, Richard. So I'm going to just, you know, if I may, thank a few people. Is that all right, Richard?
You've got to go, my friend. Yes, do it.
Okay. So I want to thank my family and my little girl for supporting and inspiring me to work hard every day. I want to thank, of course, Avon and Lipton and Trivium Packaging for making today possible. Richard, genuinely, these three companies didn't give me the fuel to do it, as well as raising credible awareness. It's just not going to happen. So I'm immensely grateful. And also, of course, to Twitter, you know, our awareness partner. I want to thank all of the partners that you see on the end of every single film, incredible organizations at the very top of their game, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just and Inclusive Societies, UN Global Compact, SDG, Global Action Campaign, and the Peace Innovation Lab at Stanford. I want to thank Digitalis, Social 360 and Signal AI, who do all the measurements. Have a look in a week's time. We measure everything that went down today. AWS and Green Lemon Company. I want to thank Hudson Sandler, our global communications partner, for their amazing support. Thank you to everyone participating in the show, to the Peace One Day team for all of their hard work, and my co-producer, Jude Law. And of course, thank you to everybody who tuned in. I think that's my minute up, Richard.
Jeremy, with that list, I think you're doing okay. I think you are doing okay. Final words to you, my friend Jeremy. As my father would say, peace be with you.
And with you.
All right. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Jeremy. You know, there have been a lot of great songs written for Peace One Day over the years. Let's hear one of those right now, created to raise awareness of Peace Day over a decade ago. Please enjoy this. It is War No More, and it is Water Band.
Somebody's got to change the world. Somebody better save this world. Could be you, could be me. Why not we together? For we share planet Earth. We're all in this together. I can feel it in my heart. I believe that love is much stronger than hate. Wait, there's more. Deep down in my soul, I know that peace will prevail over war. War no more. I can feel it in my bones. I believe that music can change the world. Yeah, I can feel it in my bones. I believe that music can change the world. Yes, it can. Feel it in my heart. I believe that love is much stronger than hate. Wait, there's more. And deep down in my soul, I know that peace will prevail over war. War no more. War no more. I can feel it in my bones. I believe that music can change the world. War no more. I can feel it in my bones. I believe that music can change the world. War no more. I can feel it in my bones. I believe that music can change the world. War no more. I can feel it in my bones. I believe that music can change the world. Let me hear you say, war no more.
Thank you, Water Band. Thanks for joining us with that great performance. War No More, as all of you saw here, created specifically for Peace Day. Thanks to all of you for putting that together. Today's show, by the way, has a lot of great messages to be given. Up next for you, ladies and gentlemen, CEO of Trivium Packaging. The CEO will describe support for Peace One Day. And here he is, Michael Mapes.
So Peace One Day and Peace Day Live instigates conversations across the entire world. Your sponsorship makes all of that happen, right? So why are you supporting this? Why are you supporting Peace One Day?
First and foremost, it starts with aligned common goals. At Trivium, we believe our infinitely recyclable metal packaging products truly have the opportunity to positively impact everyday life. Very consistent with Peace One Day, that is positively impacting the world through the focus, the relentless focus to create a more peaceful world day in and day out. So that aligned common goal combined with our aligned common values, passion, teamwork, and excellence. So that's the first part. The second is we partnered with Peace One Day because Peace One Day is absolutely the right organization. When you look at what Peace One Day has already achieved over the last decade or more, it's just absolutely amazing. And we know that Peace One Day is the right organization to amplify our message. Why? Peace One Day doesn't just engage with industry. We're talking industry. We're talking governments. We're talking about NGOs. We're talking about entertainers, activists, the youth. It really touches the whole spectrum of society. We're so happy to be a part of this journey.
Hey, Michael, thanks for that that conversation with Jeremy and your commitment to what Jeremy is doing here. You know, it's always with sweet sorrow that I must say goodbye for a moment. But before my time ends here in Peace Day Live 2021, and before I hand it over to my fellow colleague presenter, it's my honor to introduce next for you today's illuminating panel discussion. That's up next. This time exploring the potential impact of economic, social, and governance, ESG, a way of evaluating a firm's collective conscientiousness for social and environmental factors. Please take this opportunity to encourage your friends and colleagues on social media to tune in to Peace Day Live. You can go, it's at Peace One Day on Twitter or peaceoneday.org. And hey, try using the word peace in your conversation over the next week. Bring it up. See what happens. All right. Leading the panel, by the way, is Rebecca Gudjian, partner and head of HS Sustain. Rebecca, it's over to you, my friend.
Hello, and welcome to what I hope will be a lively discussion around the role of sustainability, or ESG, environmental, social, and governance performance, as it's sometimes called, in driving companies around the world to more sustainable and peaceful behavior. We know that companies, like communities, suffer from the impact of climate change, whether it's access to land, to labor, or to water. When natural resources are short or in short supply, there's an inevitable tension between the needs of the corporate and the needs of the community. So what can businesses do to operate in a more peaceful manner? How can they really align against the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals? And do they need to sacrifice financial performance for sustainability performance? My name's Rebecca Gudgeon, and I'm a partner at Hudson Sander in London, where I advise global companies from telecom providers to palm oil producers and even some mining companies on the strategies they need to employ to behave and to operate more sustainably and to build the trust and the credibility of their various stakeholders. I'm delighted to be joined by an incredibly illustrious panel of speakers tonight who will all approach the subject from a very different sort of perspectives. For those who are not in the UK, Nadhim Zahawi is the vaccines minister who's overseen the very successful rollout of the vaccine programme here in the UK. And as of last week, he was appointed Secretary of State for Education. Nadim, I'm delighted you can be here this evening. Thank you very much. I know you have a very busy schedule. And I'm looking forward to hearing your views on the role that government and policy can play in driving companies towards better, more sustainable and peaceful performance. We're also joined by Frank Hersnap, the Global Chief Marketing Officer of Pepsi Lipton, one of the world's most iconic and beloved drinks brands. Pepsi Lipton has a fantastic sustainability record, and I know that, Frank, you have chosen to sponsor Peace Day Live for a number of years in recognition of that. And last but by no means least, Dr. Darian McBain is a leading global sustainability director and has first-hand experience of dealing with some of the issues that conflict can cause in supply chains and can lead to abuses of labour rights and human rights. Darian was also this year appointed as by UNGC as an SDG pioneer. And in the interest of true transparency, I should say that I have over a number of years worked with Darian as a consultant from time to time. Thank you all so much for joining us tonight. I'm delighted to have you here, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what you have to say. I'm going to start by asking each of you a specific question to draw on your experience. And I'm going to start with Darian, because I think what you have experienced and some of the issues that you have built strategies to address really set out the problem and really demonstrate how business can play a role in the creation of conflict, but also in the resolution of conflict. So I wonder if you could talk us through how you think conflict can lead to abuse of workers, so workers' rights, the social part of the ESG. And from your perspective, can ESG regulation and oversight really drive companies to find genuine solutions to human rights abuses?
Thank you, Rebecca, and hello everyone. It's an honor to be here, and such an interesting topic and something that we're speaking about even more at the moment. So I thought for my answer to this, I might take us all back to 2015. Now in 2015, I had just joined Thai Union, which is one of the largest seafood processors in the world, and I moved to Bangkok in Thailand. Now at that time, I don't know if you remember, there was the Rohingya crisis. So this was when the Rohingya, who are an ethnic group of Muslims in Burma, or Myanmar as it's now called, and they were being persecuted and they were leaving in mass numbers. Now many of those people were leaving by boat, and they were going out from the Rakhine state, and they tended to go through the Andaman Sea and go south down towards Malaysia and sometimes Indonesia. And that also took them via Thailand. Now at that time, there were many really large vessels filled with people. It was a humanitarian crisis. The countries surrounding weren't allowing the people to come to land to find a new home and to establish themselves. It was definitely a conflict. People were in a desperate situation. If you remember the news at that time, people were stuck on these boats. They were starving to death. They were in a very bad situation. And what we found was that as a company, we weren't sure what to do. And there were two angles to this. Because one, there was the humanitarian crisis that was on our doorstep of these people on the vessels. But two, the boats as they were coming south tended to go through Thailand, and people were being trafficked both through Thailand, but also there was an increased incidence of people being trafficked onto fishing vessels. And as a seafood processor, we were buying fish from vessels, and we need to very rapidly make sure that people weren't being trafficked into what was our supply chain, so those vessels that were fishing, or being trafficked and eventually ending up working in our factories. And so it really did call on us as a business to look at our approach. And there were two lasting changes that came out of that particular crisis. Now, one was making sure that we really did understand any modern slavery implications in our supply chain, that we knew who our suppliers are, that we understood how people were recruited. But two, it was how can we make a real difference in an emergency situation? We produced canned tuna. It's one of the largest goods that Thai Union produces, and canned tuna has the benefit of being one of the few forms of protein that's ready to eat in a humanitarian crisis. we were trying to send our products, our canned tuna, to the people out on those boats so that they could at least have some nourishment, some sustenance. But unfortunately, those supply chains just weren't ready to go. We tried to work with the United Nations organizations that were in Bangkok and other NGOs, but that situation just hadn't been set up. And so as a business, we started our Tuna Aid donation program. And for all of the years since then and to this day, Thai Union has a very large program of donating food, looking at SDG to end hunger, and making sure that we can get food to people in crisis situations. We've done that through the pandemic and continue to do that. And I think it's a really good example of where in a crisis, actually businesses can help. They can be part of the solution. ESG governance is one part, but I would say a very important part is also making sure that business has a heart and that you take a human-centered approach. Think about the people that you are trying to have a positive impact on. It isn't just about the products or the services that you're generating, but it's also how you interact with the community.
Thank you so much, Darian. I remember that time extremely well, and I remember some of the challenges, both from the human rights response, but also the labour rights as well, because when people are trafficked, then it's a recipe for any forgetting of labour rights. Nadeem, I wonder if I could turn to you now, because as a recent Minister for Business, you'll have a unique perspective on the role of government and the regulators and legislators and policymakers can play in holding companies to account around their sustainability and ESG performance. We've seen a lot of companies, or we've seen all companies, under increasing pressure from the investment community and the funding institutions, forcing them to address certain issues. But that only goes so far. What role do you see government and policymakers play going forward? And also, with companies increasingly operating on a global scale, how do you unite? How do you get consensus amongst those policymakers to ensure that there is some sort of global policy in place that will really start to drive better performance?
Good evening from London, and it's great to be with you. And I have to say that what Jeremy does for Peace One Day has been remarkable, and I have watched him passionately grow this organization and this cause to where it is today. And it's great to be part of that history of Peace One Day. It's always been a cause that's been close to my heart. I guess there's sort of a couple of areas, and let me sort of try and unpack that for you. One is that the United Kingdom, in terms of the E in ESG, the environmental aspect of this, is hosting COP26 next month. We're almost just about a month away now, in November, in Glasgow. This is probably the most important gathering of nations to really address the issue of climate change. As we speak tonight, as we discuss ESG tonight, the president-designate of COP26, Alok Sharma, is in New York, as is the Prime Minister. And what I hope we can achieve with a successful COP26 is beginning to really deliver that sort of global coming together, countries setting their differences aside and coming together to address one issue which we all, I think, recognize to be fundamental, which is to save the planet. Or at least, as someone said to me the other day, the planet will survive. It is humanity that will be harmed. So that is a incredibly important goal, a goal that I know that my government, my Prime Minister, is committed to. So that's leadership, and leadership counts for a lot. I think in addressing the issue of ESG. And the other area, let me again sort of speak of my own personal experience on governance. So the G of ESG where I co-authored a book when I first entered Parliament, looking at the financial crash and the crisis of 2007-8, and specifically at particular examples of leadership gone wrong, whether it's Fred Goodwin in the United Kingdom at RBS, and what happened there. And part of what we did, the research that we did, and ultimately what we authored, and the call on government in the final chapter of the book is to say, look, if you are leading a company, a business that is so important, that has a systemic impact on an economy, if it fails, then there needs to be much greater accountability and checks and balances in place. And we made a recommendation in the book that actually, if you are on the board of a company that is systemically important to an economy, then it should be a criminal offense if you are found to have misbehaved on that board, whether you are the non-execs or the execs. In the same way that if you are a restaurateur and your kitchen and hygiene leads to people being poisoned, then it is not just a civil, it's a criminal offense, or in the case of dangerous driving and putting people's lives at risk. So that change was embraced by the then Chancellor, George Osborne, and the British government, and it's actually now in legislation. And I think it creates a dynamic that is a positive one between the non-execs and their role on the board and the execs, in the sense that knowing that outcome or that reprimand is there, forces the dynamic to change, and I hope leads to better governance on the board. But the greatest driver, in my view, of this change is that it's good business, whether it be on the environment. It's not just making sure that we work together globally to deal with climate change, but actually working together locally in the United Kingdom. You create new opportunities for jobs, for growth, whether it's offshore wind, where we now 36% of the whole of the planet's offshore wind energy production is from the United Kingdom, and the Prime Minister wants to quadruple that from incredible innovation at our universities or our small businesses, and of course the larger businesses as well. The same can happen in areas like nuclear, whether it's modular, small modular reactors or the advanced modular reactors. The same in other parts of renewables. Hydrogen, we've got a big hydrogen strategy in the United Kingdom. So actually, it is not just the right thing to do, because it is incumbent on all of us to make sure we deal with global warming, a real issue for the planet, for humanity. But it's actually good business because it translates into opportunities, jobs, not just in the UK, but also opportunities globally. And so I think the biggest driver of this in terms of government is how can we create an environment where innovation, discovery, science, and business work together. And we're seeing more and more of it. And whilst I was in the Department for Business, Energy, and Industrial Strategy, I saw this firsthand. Incredible discovery, incredible investment in research and development. And we committed at the manifesto at the election that we will almost double our research and development budget in the UK, which is something that I think will help accelerate this process even further.
Thank you so much. And actually you make a really good point. And when you think about the SDGs, I always think SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals, which is, the one that brings everything together. They are all interlocked anyway, but it's the one that brings every single aspect together, whether it's government, whether it's business, whether it's the individual, whether it's local communities. And the other point I would make is, I think coming out of the pandemic, what the pandemic has taught us, the positive lesson to come out of the pandemic, is that if you can work in collaboration, if you are prepared to put aside your commercial competitive differences and you are prepared to work together, and we see that in certain sectors, that where you see peers working together to address industry-wide issues, it is so much more powerful. So yes, I agree entirely. And I was delighted to see that at the UN General Assembly today, Biden has announced an increase in funding, a doubling in the funding for the climate change fund. So that is all very good and will, of course, have a positive impact, not only on local communities, but on business as well. So it is a virtuous circle. That's the beauty of the SDGs. Frank, can I turn to you now? Because clearly Pepsi Lipton is an organization with sustainability at its heart and also is driven through its supply chain. And a lot of money goes into developing these sustainability strategies, into rolling them out. A lot of corporate effort goes in. It drives the whole corporate strategy. It really can fundamentally shift a business, which is a positive thing, but also is a very difficult thing to manage. So what I want to know is, how much does a company's ethical and sustainability performance drive consumer choice? You are a consumer brand. What is there value in doing this? Do consumers really buy into this? And as the guardian of the Lipton brand, how do you translate that value you're building into your organization into some of your consumer communications and campaigns?
Thanks, Rebecca, and wonderful to be here. And we at Lipton are just so excited to be working together with Peace One Day and Jeremy and the team for a second year on this International Day of Peace. So thanks for the question, Rebecca. We are working, as you know, extremely hard to make our business more sustainable. In particular, we focus, given the nature of our business, in terms of sugar reduction. By the end of next year, we'll have 80% of our portfolio below 5 grams per 100 ml, and we focus very, very much on making our bottles, transitioning our bottles from virgin plastic to recycled plastic. And by the end of next year, we'll have 50% of our portfolio that is recycled. So we're making a lot of progress. We're leading in the industry in this space. We're not at all complacent or happy. There's a lot more to do. But as you say, it's taking an enormous amount of resource and effort to get the momentum that we are. And as much as possible, we want to convert that into positive consumer preference. And we've had a lot of success in that. There's a lot of evidence that sustainable brands and brands with purpose do drive what we call brand power, which is a measure of mental availability for a brand, meaningfulness, difference, and helps to create salience and standout. But I must be totally transparent and say that it is not always a slam dunk in terms of being able to convert into immediate preference. But critically important, we persevere, and we persevere for 3 reasons. I think firstly, what we see is with the younger consumer group, with whom we call Gen Z, there is a lot of engagement and are very informed in this area, and that's critical because this is going to be the consumer group of the future. I think secondly, we all collectively are appreciating the kind of climate crisis that we're in at the moment. And for sure, what we can anticipate is, I think, a radical shift in consumer sensitivity and appreciation of businesses that are making a difference and brands that are making a difference. And thirdly, I think, and really importantly, because the ESG is a multi-stakeholder model. As important as consumers are, they are not the only stakeholder, right? And when you do a holistic assessment, actually, of the impact that our business has on all stakeholders, it's a conclusion that the cost of not taking action is going to be greater than the cost of taking action and the challenges of that. So for these reasons, we persevere on this journey, and we fundamentally believe as a business, as do our parent companies, that we will do well by doing good, and so continue to focus on these programs and continue to focus on how we can transfer that into meaningful propositions for our consumers.
Thank you so much, Frank. I'm afraid Nadim's had to leave us. He has important government business to attend to as well. So it's just the three of us now, and I really wanted to ask you, Jeremy always makes a very interesting point, and he tells me that the vast majority of conflict and violence does not happen on, in the war zones that we know about. It's not in Afghanistan, it's not in Syria. I mean, they are war zones and they are areas of terrible conflict. But the vast majority of conflict happens in our homes, in our places of work, in our schools, and in our local communities. And I know Peace Day Live and Peace One Day are very focused on addressing peace in all of those sorts of contexts. So just thinking about the role of business, because that's what we're here to talk about, how can business actually create more peaceful environments that people can work in? What are some of the things that that business can put in place to ensure more peaceful working environments where conflict isn't a driver, where it's not an aggressive environment? Frank, do you have any views? How you do so? I know your Make Tea Time, Peacetime was a consumer campaign, but have you done anything internally that's allowed you to kind of draw that and draw people together internally?
Yeah, well, I mean, we have a belief which is that peace flourishes when people connect, and that is a connection between the purpose of our brand and indeed with the International Day of Peace and Peace One Day, and so we're working really hard, I think, on the brand, as you say, in terms of external programs and campaigns to really mobilize around how it is that we can help people, enable people to connect, as we believe that is the seed of peace. But equally within the organization, we're working really hard to find ways within which our employees can engage with each other and connect with each other in an authentic way. So a lot of focus and energy going behind making sure that people who work within our organization have psychological safety, that they are empowered to fulfill their potential, and indeed around connecting with each other in a free and unencumbered way. So yeah, I mean, we try as much as possible to walk the talk and invest heavily behind that.
And Darian, I know that you, with Thai Union, you actually took quite a few Rohingya people who had been in the supply chain where they were at risk of labour abuses, and you brought them into Thai Union where you could guarantee good working practices and better safety, safe and legal labour. I know you always refer to it as. What sort of things did you put in place within Thai Union to make sure that those people who were coming in, sometimes in very difficult situations, sometimes highly traumatized, were able to find a home and be accepted within Thai Union? How did you build peace around that entry for them?
I think it's a really good point, and it comes down fundamentally to respect. So building on many of the comments that Frank made, it's making sure that people have that purpose when they come to work, and that part of their purpose is obviously for the product or the good that they're producing, but also that they have a positive impact on those around them and their communities and the way that they operate. So Thai Union operates within a culture of respect. And another value that I've always really liked is the value of being humble. And in this concept, it is that you can always learn more. So we could learn more from those people who we took in, who'd been in a crisis situation. So yes, we needed to give them help and support. They had physical and mental traumas that needed to be overcome, but giving them a sense of purpose through having work, being able to earn a living, support for education. As you know, we've done a lot of support for education of the families of our migrant workers in Thailand, because we know that education is so important of getting out of the conflict cycle and allowing people to enter the workforce and be able to have much more determination for their own life. And so I think it's about enabling people to act in a very human way, taking that human-centered approach to give them purpose, but also fundamentally that fair and decent work that they can have a positive impact on society as well as themselves and their own family.
Thank you so much. And I know I've seen some of the programs that are being put in place in Thailand, and they are incredible, and they look beyond the worker, they look to that whole family, so to support the children that will grow up in that family as well. There are going to be a lot of people watching Peace Day Live today who are not CEOs or chairmen or non-executive directors or captains of industry, and will feel slightly powerless, will want the companies they engage with to be doing the right thing, and will want to try and drive that, but will have no power, or feel they have no power. Now, we all know we can make changes in our daily lives, and there are small things we can do, and if everyone on the planet does them, it does start to have a real impact. But what is it that consumers, in your opinion, can do to drive business to better and more peaceful performance? How is it they have some power? Frank, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I think it's such a good question, right? And I mean, I'll answer it in two different ways, which I think are equally important. I mean, the first one is having been in business for 25 years, I know that businesses in the past decade, successful businesses, are very focused and are very good at responding to consumer preferences because that's how they're successful. So. I'm absolutely convinced of the fact that that if consumers exercise choice, more informed by businesses that are doing having a positive impact on the environment, society, in terms of their governance, that would really accelerate the transition, the transformation that we want to see from business. Now, I'm by no means abdicating responsibility from business. I think business needs to and are taking responsibility for the transformation that's needed. But I equally know that if consumers were more actively informed and more actively driving their preferences based on this, that it would accelerate the transformation. And the other thing to quickly say before handing it over is also to recognize that especially when it comes to the environment, that a lot of the impact actually comes from our behaviors as individuals, as consumers. A small example is, we're driving as hard as possible to move to 100% recycled plastic bottles. That requires a circular system in terms of plastic waste. That can only be enabled if people recycle. So it's a classic example of where consumer behavior is a powerful enabler. And there are many, many examples of the behaviors that we have as consumers that have direct impact on the environment. So I think we tend to underestimate, we play down actually the impact, the role that we have as consumers, both in terms of our preferences and our choices, but also in terms of our behaviors.
It's really interesting you say that about the circular economy. You're absolutely right. You can have recyclable materials, but if consumers don't recycle, there is absolutely no value in that. But consumers will only recycle where the infrastructure is in place. The government has put the infrastructure in place that they can recycle, and their rubbish is not just being sent abroad to be dealt with somewhere else where they perhaps have even less ability to deal with it. So that then puts the pressure from the consumer onto government or onto the policymakers to say, this is a priority for us. So it becomes a double circular piece.
You're absolutely right. And there's no simple answer. My one encouragement of individuals and consumers is to take more of an activist stance, to be honest, because indeed that will drive government response and it will certainly drive business response.
Well, we're certainly seeing some activists here in the UK today. We have some activists who are holding up the M25, trying to, asking for better insulation of homes, which is absolutely critical if we are going to address, it's a leaky old housing population we've got here in the UK. Darian, do you see from your work with Thai Union, which has a number of consumer brands around the world, did you see consumers making positive choices, and did they ever get considered at Thai Union centrally in Bangkok?
I think, as Frank said, any successful brand or company certainly listens to its stakeholders, and consumers for a consumer-facing brand are very important. But I think building on Frank's answer, it's not only the consumer action, we actually need governments and business and society to work in collaboration. You need peace across all of those three parts to really have any successful change, whether it's in climate change or the circular economy. We can't be pointing the finger to only one section and say it's their responsibility. It has to be that shared responsibility for ESG across all three pieces. And so it's great when we have governments making strong commitments. We need society to follow it up with their actions, and then we need business to be able to deliver the solutions that will enable everybody to make the changes.
Thank you so much, and you're absolutely right. I keep coming back to SDG 17, the Partnership for the Gold, and this whole spirit of collaboration. I think we're almost out of time, but I'd just like to say that as the United Nations General Assembly starts to take off today, and with COP26, I think the world does feel like it's at a bit of a turning point. So let's hope that spirit of collaboration and engagement and involvement, which brings governments and business and consumers and communities and every single institution together to make a difference, really does come together through the UNGA and through COP this year, and we actually are able to reach some consensus and drive change forward. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I look forward to the rest of Peace Day Live.
Hi, I'm Eglantina Zing, and I'll be taking you through this next section of today's Peace Day Live broadcast. Thank you to all the panelists out there for such an inspirational discussion. So, my first task is to introduce the next fantastic musical act. She is a Zimbabwean American powerhouse. She's an artist, songwriter, activist, producer, and poet. We are proud to have her with us today here at Peace Day Live 2021. So please welcome Shungutso.
I grew up in a country, or rather countries, in which as a child I found it so troubling that it was so hard to find peace, and that was both peace within the household I lived in and peace within the cities and the states and the nations that I lived in. I was such an idealistic child, and I thought that all it took to achieve peace was to wish for it, essentially, or to hope for it, or to dream of it. And it took me some time to realize that, in fact, to achieve peace in some ways, we have to fight for it. And I know that that seems kind of contradictory, like to fight for peace, but it's something that we all need to do. We need to be actively seeking and fighting for the peace in our lives and our communities that we hope for. And that's why I chose to support Peace Day. I think that peace has always been so important. However, in this day and age, it is so much easier to hear stories about and share stories about a lack of peace in any community. So now more than ever, we're aware of what's happening in the world. And with awareness comes responsibility. Once you know something wrong is happening, it becomes your responsibility to do something about it. This next song is called The World Can't Change for You, But You Can Change the World, and it's dedicated to all the women and girls out there who are tirelessly fighting for peace in their nations and peace for all. It's the way you love, baby, live in pain. It's the way you cry when the bad guy wins. It's those deep brown eyes that can see through sin to a hurt person. But you understand, it's the way you ask me the question why
Why do rich men feast while we're scraping by? Why am I alive? Mama said the world can't change for you, my girl, but you can change the world. Mama said the world can't change for you, my girl, but you can change the world. It's a noble thing to show up for change. I was in the streets when I was by your age. I know it seems like we turned the page, just to turn it back again, but I see the flowers growing where they never grew before. And there used to be a brick wall where there's now an open door. Mama said the world can't change for you, my girl, but you can change the world. Mama said the world can't change for you, my girl, but you can change the world. If you can imagine it, then it can happen. If you can imagine it, then it can happen. If you can imagine it, then it can happen. If you can imagine it, then it can happen.
Happy Peace Day, and go out there and make some peace of your own, both inside of yourself and in your outside world.
Great performance from Shungutso. Well, fabulous. And now words of peace from a brilliant British, well, one of the most brilliant British screen actors whose recent credits includes the feature films Emily, Running Naked, and The Pebble and the Boy, and whose TV credits include some of the biggest dramas on British television: The Driver, My Mad Fat Diary, Safe House, Mr. Selfridge, and The Mill. Fresh from presenting Peace Day Live earlier today, please welcome the awesome Sasha Parkinson.
Hello, I'm Sasha Parkinson, and I'm going to be reading Let There Be Peace by Lem Sissay. Let there be peace. So frowns fly away like albatross, and skeletons foxtrot from cupboards. So war correspondents become travel show presenters, and magpies bring back lost property. Children, engagement rings, broken things. Let there be peace. So storms can go out to sea to be angry and return to me calm. So the broken can rise up and dance in the hospitals. Let the aged Ethiopian man in the grey block of flats peer through his window and see Addis before him. So his thrilled, outstretched arms become frames for his dreams. Let there be peace. Let tears evaporate to form clouds, cleanse themselves and fall into reservoirs of drinking water. Let harsh memories burst into fireworks that melt in the dark pupils of a child's eyes and disappear like shoals of silver darting fish. And let the waves reach the shore with a shh.
So I chose this poem because, well, for one reason being that Lem Sissay is a fellow Mancunian and I love to celebrate Northern talent whenever I can. But the main reason I chose this piece was because although Lem Sissay is a very well-known poet and many people are familiar with his work, for a lot of people, the first time hearing of him and this poem, Let There Be Peace, was when he performed it at the 1-year anniversary for the Manchester Arena bombings. And, you know, that time.
Beautiful words of peace there from Sasha Parkinson. Thanks, Sasha, for all your support today. And another high-level interview now with a woman for whom peace has been a lifelong mission. A peace builder and founder of the Business Plan for Peace and Oxford Research Group. We are thrilled to welcome her to Peace Day Live 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Seela Elworthy.
Hello, I'm Sasha Parkinson and I am beyond excited and honoured to introduce a phenomenal woman whose list of accomplishments is so long I couldn't even begin to reel them off. She is the founder of the Business Plan for Peace and Oxford Research Group and 3 times Nobel Peace Prize nominee. Please welcome Dr. Seela Elworthy. Welcome, Seela.
Thank you.
How are you today?
Very well, and very happy to be with you.
So, firstly, can you tell us about your life's mission?
I can give you a very short answer to that, Sasha. The short answer is to help people stop killing each other. And I've known that since I was 13. I really had no choice.
Okay, well, secondly, can you tell us about your new program, The Mighty Heart, and how it can help people on their journey towards finding and creating peace?
Just before the pandemic hit, I had a premonition. I realized that something was coming towards us as a human race that was going to need every skill we have to transform the situation that was going to face us, to be able to alleviate stress, to be able to care for people who were in very difficult circumstances, to aid people who might be grieving over a lost relative. But most of all, to transform the conflict that was going to surround everybody. And I knew that what this was going to need was the power of the heart. And this word, 3 words came to me, the mighty heart. I'd never read it anywhere. I didn't know where it came from, but I knew this was all about the heart, because most of what politics does is the head, and what's needed now is the heart. And so I just sat down and wrote for 3 weeks solidly. It was like a download. And the first edition was published in April of the first lockdown. Very fast. We just went flat out to publish it. And it immediately became an online course, and now it's reaching thousands of people. And what it shares with people is the kind of skills that we're all needing to call on, but often we don't know quite how to. And those are really to get beyond the logic of the mind and to learn to employ our capacity to be compassionate.
What does Peace Day mean to you?
Well, it enables people at the grassroots, and this is what fascinates me, because I've worked for 40 years now with people at the very top of the decision-making tree on nuclear weapons, and then I got really interested in what happens when people are really facing hot conflict in troubled areas, the sharp end of conflict. And it enables those people to connect with other people all over the world so they don't feel so alone facing what they're facing. But also there are so many thousands of them working miracles at the grassroots, and they're not being listened to by the people making decisions. That's one of the problems. And I think Peace Day this year is incredibly timely, because after the chaos of Afghanistan, we need to examine how badly we made decisions, how we didn't have the intelligence, literal intelligence that we needed. And so 20 years of war in that country has yielded nothing, given what's happened and the chaos that has ensued. So now is the time, if there ever was a time, when we need to recognize and use the skills that locally led peace builders know back to front, because they use them every day.
Why do you think it's important that we stand together as one, united in the massive efforts underway for a more peaceful and sustainable world?
Well, the key element in all this is listening. I mentioned listening before, but here I mean that those making policies have to listen to what's going on the ground. If our policymakers had tuned in to what women were saying in Afghanistan months ago, years ago, we would be far better prepared and not caught in this terrible chaos. So what is important above all is using organizations like Peace Direct, which I founded in 2002, which now works with 1,800 locally led peace initiatives, and they've got their finger on the pulse. They know what's happening. But unfortunately, the military commanders, the intelligence people didn't pay attention. And now is the time when we have to, as Peace One Day, we have to convince not just the military, but the arms industry that it has to work differently. Because something's happening now which is much more obvious than it was before. And that is that the arms industry is a $2 trillion business every year. $2 trillion business. It's a massive amount of money. And basically, it's feeding the manufacturers of weapons, the strategists, the intelligence people, all the people who, if there wasn't war, they'd be out of business. So this is like a suction machine for continuous war. And if we don't do something about it now, it's going to go on being like that. If we were to be able to harness even 1% of that $2 trillion to enable peace builders to do what they know how to do, give them the resources they need, give them the electronics they need, give them the equipment they need, not to mention the access to decision makers, we could transform this situation without a shadow of doubt. I know that from 50 years doing this work.
The focus of Peace Day Live this year is about the protection of people, planet and wildlife. Could you share an insight that might help individuals and myself to understand that the creation of a more peaceful and sustainable world is in their hands?
So I would call upon all the conscious, brilliant people who are part of Peace One Day to take that step, to do whatever they can to persuade their families, their parents, their employer, their university to divest their funds away from the arms industry. And we've done this before with fossil fuels. You'll remember that at the beginning of the environmental movement, the fossil fuel industry was vast and people said it'll never change. What happened? Divestment from fossil fuels, from extracting oil from the earth. All the activities of the fossil fuel industry was gradually and systematically brought low by reinvesting those funds in environmental concern, in environmental policies and in environmental equipment. So we can do it. We did it with environment. We can now do it with stopping continuous war.
What does the phrase, no climate action, no peace mean to you?
I would say no climate action, no human future.
Well, that's a great way to round off the interview. Thank you so much. And honestly, I am in awe of you. And I know I said it before, but it's a huge honor to interview you today. And thank you so much for giving us your time. And I just want to tell everyone, to urge everyone to head over to peaceoneday.org and click on your bio and check you out so they can see the big list that I was talking about before, because it's incredible. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, Stella, for giving us your time today.
It's been a real pleasure, Sasha, talking to you.
Dr. Cilla Elworthy, founder of Business Plan for Peace and Oxford Research Group. Thanks for sharing your wisdom with us today. And music now from this music and singer and songwriter whose 2018 debut album, Only Human, landed at #1 on the iTunes album chart in over 20 countries around the world, amassing over 7.5 billion total global streams and counting. We are thrilled to welcome him to Peace Day Live 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful Callum Scott.
So thanks so much for supporting Peace One Day today. Really appreciate it.
Pleasure's mine.
Can I ask, what does peace mean to you?
Peace to me means calm, tranquility. I associate peace with state of mental health as well. Something I try and look after. But yeah, peace, I suppose, looking at it on a global scale is, I always think of, tranquility between countries, between people, between, everybody across the world. And we don't have enough of it, unfortunately.
And how do you find it?
Sometimes with great difficulty. I think finding peace within or externally can be really difficult. From my own perspective, from a mental health perspective, it's hard to be able to find peace when we live in a world that's constantly moving. There's, arguments with people or disagreements. I think it's hard to find total peace within yourself. But I try and practice some meditation. My music is a great way of me finding peace within myself, within the conflicts I have within myself, and externally. I've written about many a heartbreak in my music, which, my music helps me to overcome that pain. And I find myself at peace from that. Externally, I just try and be the best person I can be. I try and make good decisions. I try and treat people as I expect to be treated. And I think within that, I try and find some peace in that as well.
Yeah. We've done a lot of work with different organizations around mental health and peace of mind. Sounds like that's something that you've thought about.
Yeah. I've battled with it over the years. I mean, I've had my own journey with my sexuality, with coming into this business kind of overnight. I've had some huge changes in my life that have required me to grow and develop. And I think it's all part of a process. I think, if you're struggling and you overcome, then it's part of the journey. But yeah, I've found more peace the older I've got, the more accepting I have become of myself, and the more music I've made, to be quite honest.
So yeah, peace of mind, family, friends, these things are pretty crucial, aren't they? When it gets dark, right?
Yeah, paramount. I mean, I'm very much a family man. Love my friends and my family to death. I spend a lot of time going back home. Even if I'm international, I'll find time to come home. Because I think that kind of being surrounded by the people who you love and that have got your best interests. And I think that's really reassuring. It makes you feel a lot more secure. But yeah, family and friends, I think it's somebody to talk to as well.
Yeah. So you heard about Peace One Day and the story and this day and, how, in the home, the community, schools, places of work, areas of conflict, people are observing the day. And that we do a lot of music and film and panels and speakers. I mean, why did you want to support Peace One Day?
For all those reasons, I must admit, when I sometimes it's easy to think of peace and to think of, war and, conflict, all those kind of very sort of aggressive opposites of peace. But hearing you talk earlier about how, we need more peace within the home, within schools, within the community, then leads you to think about all the conflicts that we do have in those places that does need to be addressed. Even if we just start with one day a year, with total peace. I just think it's the ideals of having a world where there is no conflict and, we can reduce the amount of aggression and, upset, and whether that's mental health or, within communities, within people. I think it's a much nicer place to live in. You turn on the news these days and there's conflict everywhere. And it's so sad to see. And I don't suppose it's really been any different. I think it's probably just gotten worse. So I just wanted to be part of something that influences some change. My fans are incredible and my fans will support me in this as well. But I just feel like I have a platform and I want to use that for good.
Amazing, mate. Amazing. So yeah, we've been thinking about, the phone, like the Jedis in Star Wars, right? They had the lightsaber, right? The phone is a similar thing. It can be used in a really constructive, positive, wonderful, peaceful, loving, beautiful way, but it can also be really destructive. Yeah. And so we had run a campaign called #CyberNonviolence. Spreading a message of love on the day I'm sure that's something that you promote through our phones on the 21st.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I try to promote love and, that kind of stuff all the time through my social media. In fact, probably, I would, since I came into this business, that's always been my goal, is to try and help people anywhere. So having a social media following allows me to then not only use my music to do that, but to use my voice and to use my, my influence. And my fan base are worldwide, and a lot of them message me all the time, with wonderful messages about how my music's helped them or how what I've done has helped them. When I've talked about mental health in the past, how that's helped them. When I've addressed suicide prevention, that's helped them. And I think, it adds just to that list of things that I like to be involved in that's going to make positive change. So like you say, I think, you see it all the time with social media, how, you can say some hateful things online anonymously, but there is somebody else on the end of that profile, and it's a human being who listens to that, and it really upsets them. I feel very lucky in my career that I've never really had that. I've had a lot of love, which I'm very grateful for, but I have had moments where it's been a bit darker, and these trolls or whoever are obviously in an unhappy place themselves. And I think that's part of the issue is, rather than respond with anger, if we can respond with compassion, then, that person may think, oh, what am I doing sending that message? And it might help them find peace within themselves or, to address a problem. And I think, social media, we do need to spread more positivity.
Yeah, it's a lovely thought. I mean, the idea of people saying sorry over the world, reconciling their differences, coming together in schools and in families, that's what Peace Day is all about. But the idea also of people all over the world using their phone in a really simple way to send us a message of peace and love, maybe to somebody they've fallen out with or they've hurt, that's the sort of thing we track and watch, Callum. It's really quite beautiful. So the Day of Peace isn't just something that, we physically can be involved in. It's something that we can actually use this thing that's in our pocket in a really constructive way on the 21st of September. Okay, at this particular time, I mean, we talk about, protecting people, but also we need to protect resources, right? Because when the resources run out, then we kill ever what's left. So we say no climate action, no peace. Yeah. And also we need to protect wildlife. And these are the things that we will speak about on the day. And there are things like, as you were growing up and getting older and wiser and sort of traveling the world, I mean, is there something in terms of wildlife or resources or the protection of people? You talked about mental health. Are there some things that you were drawn towards?
I mean, all of the above, really. Yeah. Growing up, I've always been fascinated with animals and travel and stuff like that, and have now within my job been able to travel to either side of the planet, and being able to see these amazing places and this amazing landscapes and animals and wildlife, and unfortunately, you only have to watch documentaries to see that these places are being torn down for, people wanting more and more and more. We don't live in a sustainable world. We are very much trying to salvage everything we can from the world and not realizing that has a massive impact on our planet, on our ecosystem, on our climate. Our climate's getting scary. These days, sometimes the UK is unbearably hot. And I don't think that's ever been said in the history of England before. But, there's fires happening all over the planet. There's floods, there's droughts, there's endangered species just becoming extinct. There's all of these things happening because we're not taking care of our planet properly. So, like you say, with peace, it's not even necessarily peace within ourselves, but peace across the world for our planet,
But it's great that your fans and the people who are watching this can understand that, because what we're saying is protect people, protect planet, and protect wildlife. We protect those three things. And of course, humanity has a chance of surviving. So, on the day, we'll see all of those three areas with people doing things. That's why the head of WWF Wildlife Fund is present with us, or indeed the international head of Greenpeace. It's, Peace Day is an opportunity for all of these figures, who are doing great things in the world. It's not just about peace. It's not just about sustainability. They're inextricably linked. You can't have one without the other.
Yeah. We just need to take individual action as well. I think, some part of it is about, if on this one day that you can observe peace and you can try and send a message of positivity, or you can even look at your own behaviors or the way that you communicate, even if it's just this one day as a starter, I think is, a huge thing, because we all have to start at some point. But if we don't all take individual action, then we're never going to get anywhere. This second song is my favorite to perform. Always has been. It's called You Are the Reason. And it's a song that you can dedicate to that, special person in your life. And what I love about this song is it transcends relationships. I think it can be the relationship with your family, with your friends, with your pets, with your other half. I think anybody can be your reason for getting up and wanting to be motivated. And everywhere where I've sang this, you can just see people loving each other just a little bit more. I've sang You Are the Reason in almost every country in the world now. And it's transcended language. It's transcended, culture. It's just become one of those songs that people, it's a very sincere, very genuine song. It comes from a very real place. And like I say, it's my favourite to perform, so I can't wait to perform it for you.
Thank you. Well, before we listen to that song, Callum, I want to thank you for supporting Peace One Day. It's been amazing being with you. You're an incredible artist, and just thanks for spreading the message of Peace Day, the 21st of September. Thanks, Callum.
There goes my heartbeat, 'cause you are the reason I'm losing my sleep. Please come back now. And there goes my mind racing, and you are the reason that I'm still breathing. I'm hopeless now. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. There goes my hand shaking, and you are the reason. Oh, my heart keeps bleeding, and I need you now. Oh, if I could turn back the clock, I'd make sure the light defeated the dark. I'd spend every hour of every day keeping you safe. And And I'd climb every mountain, and I'd swim every ocean, just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. You are the reason. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'd climb every mountain, and I'd swim every ocean, just to be with you and fix what I've broken. 'Cause I need you to see that you are the reason.
What an incredibly beautiful voice. Thank you, Callum, for bringing the music to Peace Day Live 2021. Now, to another of our campaign partners, CodeBots aims to bring programmers and peace workers together to create practical and valuable tools that can be used by people around the world using the power of software to help create peace. Peace One Day has partnered with CodeBots on the Code for Peace campaign. To announce the winner of that campaign, let's hear it from the founder and CEO of CodeBots, Evan Scott.
Oh, thanks for the introduction there. In the spirit of reconciliation, I want to begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land Australia where I present these awards, and pay my respect to the elders past and present. And I extend that respect to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening in today. My name is Evan, and it's an absolute privilege for me to introduce you to the inaugural Code for Peace. Code for Peace is a worldwide competition to support the International Day of Peace. It is our mission to spotlight organisations that are meaningfully working towards the Sustainable Development Goals, and specifically SDG 16, Peace, Justice and Strong Institutions. I first met Jeremy from Peace One Day when I was living in England in the mid-2000s at the local wakeboard park. When I found out who he was, I was so inspired. Myself and a group of friends put together a competition called Ride for Peace that ended up in 8 countries with people wakeboarding and celebrating the day all over the world. Wind forward a few years, and here we are again with Code for Peace, bringing another passion of mine to the mission, software. When I started looking at the intersection between peace and software, I found an emerging field with some pretty amazing people. This field is dubbed Peace Tech. Peace Tech has all sorts of great organizations like Hala Systems doing real-time analytics of conflict zones to help protect civilians, and Text.io, which does inclusive language to create cultures of belonging. But for this year, there could only be one winner, and I'm very proud to announce, with the drum roll, this year's winner is LumaChain. Okay, so LumaChain is an end-to-end solution for food supply chains from farm to fork. What they're able to do is they're able to track with provenance and accuracy the quality of where the actual food is going, so it can be ethically and sustainably sourced. A big congrats to Jamila Gordon, the founder of LumaChain, with her deeper purpose is actually to end modern slavery. So if they can track that all the way from farm to fork, we've got a shot at ending modern slavery, which is pretty awesome. Finally, a big thanks to our sponsors, Microsoft for Startups, the Peace Innovation Labs at Stanford, Peace One Day, and of course, CodeBots. And also to my fellow judges, Justin Ainsley and Margarita Kios, and Jeremy and all the team that helped out. I'm really looking forward to seeing this event grow over the years, and to leave you with a thought. As Margarita always points out, isn't software the plumbing, the conduit that runs the modern world? So if we got to have an opportunity to influence the way that we're going to take this forward, we should really be concentrating on this peace tech. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Thank you, CodeBots, and congratulations to the winner of the Code for Peace campaign. No?
Thank you.
Congratulations to the winner of the Code for Peace campaign. And our thanks to CodeBots for being on board as one of the Peace One Days campaign partners. My time presenting Peace Day Live 2021 is drawing to a close, and it's been a great thrill to be here. But before I go, it is my honor to introduce the last of today's panel's discussions. Please take this opportunity to encourage your friends and colleagues in social media to tune in into Peace Day Live now. You can go at Peace One Day on Twitter or peaceoneday.org. So between the 31st of October and the 12th of November this year, world leaders will convene in Glasgow, Scotland for the United Nations Climate Conference COP26, what many are describing as humanity's last chance to secure global net zero by 2050. So we can limit catastrophic global warming to 1.5 degrees. The conversation around the link between climate change and peace is profound and urgent. To help us explore this critical issue, I am thrilled to welcome and hand you over to the moderator, my friend of today's discussion, Executive Director of the Peace Innovation Lab at Stanford, Margarita Kiwis.
Hello, everyone. I'm Margarita Kiwis, and I'm the Executive Director of the Peace Innovation Lab at Stanford, and I will be moderating the panel on COP21. For those, COP21. The COP26 panel is going to cover climate change. So this conference is coming up in November of 2021. The UK will host. It is a global climate summit of world leaders convened by the United Nations. COP26 is widely regarded by many as the world's best last chance to get runaway climate change under control. Now, I'm going to introduce our panelists. Our first panelist is Susan Lee. She is part of the core delivery team for the Global Assembly of COP26. She is a student and activist from Seoul, Korea. In 2016 and 2017, she worked at We All Govern Lab, a Seoul-based democracy startup where she translated and conducted research on civic participation and democratic innovation. Since then, she has been working in global deliberative governance with a focus on iterative pilot testing and youth activation. Susan has published works such as The Challenge of Global Deliberative Democracy and spoken a video explaining the Global Assembly for COP26 for the COP26 Climate Ambition Summit 2020. And she is currently finishing her studies in political science and religion at Amherst College. Welcome, Susan.
Thank you so much, Margarita. I'm very happy to be here.
Wonderful. My next panelist is Richard Lochhead, member of the Scottish Parliament, Minister for Just Transition, Employment and Fair Work. Richard was first elected as a Northwest MSP in 1999 before winning the Moray by-election in 2006. He was previously the Cabinet Secretary for Rural Affairs, Food and Environment, and Minister for Further Education, Higher Education, and Science. He was appointed Minister for Just Transition, Employment, and Fair Work in May 2021. Welcome, Richard, to our panel.
Nice to join you. Thanks very much for having me along.
Yes, wonderful. So we have some we're going to have a talk about the connection between climate and peace. So Susan, I want to start with you. What is the Global Assembly's role in relation to COP26?
Thank you so much, Margarita. I think a good place to start would be by explaining the project to begin with. So I'm joining you today from the Global Assembly. We're a group organizing the first ever Global Citizens Assembly on climate change for COP26. And what this means in very simple terms is that we're organizing a citizens assembly of 100 people, everyday people coming from all different walks of life, who form a representative sample of the global human family. This means that these 100 people were selected using a civic lottery as opposed to an election, for instance. And this snapshot of the human family is going to come together online to deliberate and learn about climate change and plot more fair and effective ways of moving forward as a shared humanity. And so this group is going to be presenting their findings at COP26. This is, of course, why I'm joining you today on this panel. They're also going to be observing the conversations and negotiations that take place at COP and going to deliberate after the COP26 proceedings end to reflect back on the conversations they observed and observe if what they saw at COP is actually accountable to the principles and outputs that they had delivered before the start of the COP assembly. And so the snapshot is at the core of our project for this year. They're going to be accompanied by community assemblies that can be run by anyone, anywhere around the world using an open access toolkit that we're developing, including the same learning materials as the core assembly, as well as facilitation guidelines to allow communities wherever they are in the world, even if they weren't selected by the global location lottery, to engage and mirror the journey of the core assembly. And so speaking to this question, Margarita, to our relationship with the COP process, I think it's useful to sort of zoom out into what we're trying to accomplish in a long-term scale at the macro level. The project itself stems from a very simple realization that there's a missing piece in how we make decisions at the global level. And this missing piece is us, right? It's everyday citizens. And recognizing this lack of a fundamental sort of infrastructure to provide this node of civic intelligence, this is where our project comes in. And we hope that the Global Assembly becomes a permanent infrastructure that exists alongside these other nodes and the sort of global governance ecosystem that provides citizens' voices. So in terms of COP, this is our first year of docking onto an existing institutional body at the global level. And so not only are the participants going to present their findings at COP, the key part here is that they're not just done after they sort of present what they had deliberated on at COP. Rather, in the methodology of being able to observe COP and actually be able to, as Gen Z would say, clap back to COP, we're exploring sort of the beginnings of what a relational sort of relationship really would look like between a body like this composed of citizens and an existing infrastructure in global governance. And so at COP, we're exploring this for the first year in 2021.
Fantastic. Richard, tell me, how is Scotland helping to achieve an ambitious outcome at COP26?
Just listening to Susan there, I actually was speaking to representatives from the Scottish Citizens Assembly today who reported recently, and that, as it says in the title, was a representative sample of the people of Scotland who came together for the first ever Citizens Assembly on climate change. That was very interesting to hear what Susan was saying on a sort of more global scale, that we've been doing that in Scotland for the first time as well. But in terms of your question, Margarita, clearly we are very proud to be hosting COP26. It's the UK that's hosting it, and it's taking place in Scotland. So the Scottish Government clearly has got a very close interest in that. And what we have been doing over the last few years is trying to show a global lead in terms of setting really ambitious targets. We've set targets for Scotland to achieve net zero by 2045. The UK is 2050. And, we are trying to put our money where our mouth is and make sure that this run up to COP26 shows that Scotland's prepared to play our role, and that hopefully the rest of the world, when they gather in Glasgow, are willing to match their words with action as well, because as we all know, this is a case of no time to waste. We have to take action if we're going to save humankind and the planet. So Scotland's trying to lead by example, I guess, is really what I'm saying here, and that's how we're approaching COP26. And there's lots of activities that will be happening in Scotland. Clearly, the Scottish Government will be closely engaged with the UK Government in some of the events around the actual gathering of the summit in Glasgow as well. So it's a huge event for the country. As you can imagine, in Scotland, discussion of climate change and the net zero has really been heightened, and it's rocketed up the top of the political agenda because, you know, we're hosting COP26. It's acting as a real catalyst for Scotland as well. And hopefully for the rest of the world, clearly, because we have to now move towards delivery because we know what needs to be done.
So, Richard, can I ask a follow-up question? How is Scotland experiencing climate change right now?
Well, clearly Scotland is, like the rest of the world, seeing with their own eyes the impact of climate change in our own country. We've seen unprecedented extreme weather events, whether it's hot days or cold days or wet weather. You know, some of the indicators of what's supposed to happen every 100 years now is happening every 1 or 2 years. So people in Scotland, I think, are now beginning to waken up to the impact of climate change. Now, clearly, we look at what's happening across the rest of the world, which we can also see in our TV screens. You know, there's some real crisis taking place, or extreme weather events we've seen on our TV screens from across the whole of the world. We might not have quite as extreme events here in Scotland, but we are experiencing unprecedented weather patterns, and the climate is obviously changing. So people are now very much alert to that. We've had more, you know, flooding events and extreme weather events in recent times.
Yeah, excellent. It seems like there's no place on the planet that is immune to the change, where we're all feeling it in different ways. Susan, in Korea, what are you seeing?
I think the key thing to flag here is that, so I grew up in Korea. I was born and raised there, and I don't think I realized that climate change was present in my life until I really had a chance to reflect on this sort of presentness of this in an immediate way in my life until the pandemic happened and everyone started talking about masks. So, you know, when the pandemic kicked off, many of my friends from across the world, not in Korea, would come to me and complain about how much it was a paradigm shift that they had to start wearing face masks. And it was at that moment when I started to reflect back on my childhood growing up in the middle of Seoul, where masks were part of my daily reality. It was just something that my parents would intuitively add into my lunchbox or sort of school supplies as they sent me off to school every morning. It would be routine to check our phones and see what the microparticle pollution levels were at that time, and to then prepare for the rest of the school day in that manner. And so it was part and parcel of feeling the effects at an everyday level of systemic changes and degradations that were happening elsewhere. And so it's something that's quite clearly been present throughout my childhood, and I'm sure in the childhoods of all of my Korean peers and young people. And of course, there are more immediate ways in which we feel it in our lives. More recently, for instance, sort of the sporadic monsoon seasons that we had, these constants of life in which you enter into the summer break knowing that there's going to be 2 weeks sort of in the middle of July where it's pouring, and this has been a constant throughout our entire lives. These sort of taken for granted pillars of reality in a given geographic location just being quite easily altered and sporadically changed. I think it's in these sort of disruptions of everyday familiarities that I feel climate change, of course, with the asterisks that this sort of example of how I feel climate change in my personal life in Korea only forms a fraction, of course, of what my other young peers are going through in their corners of the world every single day. But yeah, I would want to share that.
Thank you. So I want to ask a question of both of you. What are the obstacles to government making and sticking to meaningful commitments at COP26? It's like, I know that everyone's like, we need to do something about it, right? And so there's been a lot of meetings, conferences, convenings, and so on, talking about something happening. How is COP26 going to be different, and how can we see that a real commitment is made?
Well, I'm happy to go first. It's a very good question, and you know, this is COP26, so there have been previous global summits to tackle climate change. But I think hopefully there's a recognition that this is about action and about delivery, and not just talking about what needs to be done in the future, but actually signing up to action now and setting up what countries are actually going to do. And I noticed that President Biden is in the news this evening saying that the US, I think, are going to double their climate finance contribution. So that's obviously a big step forwards, and it's that kind of action and commitment we're going to need from the other countries and other global leaders who are gathering in Glasgow at COP26. So I guess it's what's lacking, or what we need, is courage, boldness, bravery, and a recognition that this can't be delayed any longer. We don't have much time left to make sure that we limit, global warming to 1.5 degrees and do what's got to be done to save the mankind and the planet. I mean, it's as big as that. And I think, the world population is beginning to recognise that's the case, but we need the leaders to lead, and they're the ones that are gathering in Glasgow. So I hope it's not going to be a case of, everyone just keeping their cards close to their chest to make sure someone else has got to go first and make their commitment first, and then they'll maybe, say, okay, we'll do the same. We want people to lead from the front, and that's got to be about leadership and boldness.
Thank you. Susan, what do you think? Just from a Gen Z, just the younger generation, what do you want? What do you think is the obstacles for government, and especially with your participation with the General Assembly and all the work that you've done so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would start off by just agreeing with everything that's been said. And I think insofar as the Global Assembly project stems from first trying to identify, right, what are the deficits at the moment, and how decisions are made at the global level? What concretely are those obstructions that block meaningful commitments, right? This is the kind of interrogation that allows us then as a project at the Global Assembly to determine, okay, what kind of model do we need to try to supplement these deficits by evolving the process and the structure of how decisions are made in the first place? And I think one thing that we've always been conscious of going into this, one understanding, is that global governance is in many ways, right, it's a moral space. As the geeks in my team would like to call it, the global city is very often a moral city, particularly in cases when there's sort of a lack of clear decision rules. And consider the fact that at the same time, the world is becoming increasingly more polarized. I mean, I think Gen Z, if I were to speak from that sort of facet of my identity, is holding witness to how little it seems we can agree on things anymore that are at the basic level, let alone sort of the fundamental basements of at the level of ethics and norms. And so when this sort of, I want to say, reality or a paradigm, whatever you want to call it, is coupled with people having debates or negotiations on policies, of course we're not going to be able to find common grounds and agree in meaningful ways, right? I think even I know as a kid that policies themselves are suffused and presuppose certain morals or ethics or principles, right? I mean, I think a recent example in the pandemic, lockdown policies make it clear that even if policies don't explicitly surface values, they're still very much undergirded by certain fundamental ethical questions about who pays and how do we distribute the burdens and so on and so forth. And so actually what we want to do at the project is take a step back beyond those policies and engage with that first more fundamental question around the concepts of fairness and around these principles that are going to inevitably undergird any sort of policies that get put on the chopping block at COP or otherwise. And so traditionally speaking, I'm really happy to see to talk about the precedents of the Scottish assemblies as well. Of course, everyone at the team is a geek on process, but you'll see sort of traditionally that often citizens' assemblies end up presenting as their outputs these very granular policy recommendations. And we are sort of taking an intentional departure from this model at the Global Assembly. Rather, the citizen participants for this year are going to talk about and deliberate on sort of 3 different parameters of fairness principles. So first being intergenerational, which is who pays. Does my generation pay? Do my kids' generations pay? Do their kids' generations pay? And so this is intergenerational fairness. And then there's the key piece of international fairness, right? Who has to pay more? Countries who have sort of historical increased complicity in the situation we see today, or complete equitable flatline. And then concepts of national fairness around equity and different actors. And so these are the kinds of undergirding principles that the participants are going to produce, as opposed to granular policy recommendations, in order to take us to that conversation that we feel is being bypassed in these global sort of discussions. And I think it's quite easy, and I had this intuitive reaction first. Many of us tend to shirk sort of instinctively from conversations around ethics or morals or principles, because they seem sort of so culturally specific, right? Principles are perhaps the most culturally specific sort of facets of life in many instances. And it's actually precisely because of this that we feel we need to actually surface and engage in deliberation about these various and sometimes dissonant, sometimes resonant principles that all of these different people are bringing together. Because if we don't engage in that discussion, and often, these global discussions don't engage in those fundamental conversations about values, we often actually end up with policies that still have values embedded in them, but that only reflects sort of dominant or singular and therefore, in my view, impoverished principles that don't reflect the whole kaleidoscope of sort of worldviews that exist there, and in that way obstruct meaningful commitment and common ground.
Oh, that's beautiful. It sounds like stuff's going to get real at this conference. Yeah? I mean, we're going to talk about what really matters, as opposed to everyone walking around saying, like, I'm afraid to talk about this, I can't really bring this up. Getting to the heart of the matter. Richard, there's a theme in COP26 is called Just Transition. Can you tell me more about it and your views on the importance of just transition?
Yeah, so one of the themes of COP26 is just transition, and Susan was just speaking about fairness being at the heart of the negotiations and the outcome of negotiations, and that's very relevant to the just transition, because I'm speaking as the First Minister in the Scottish Government for Just Transition, which is a new post we created, and the Just Transition is a principle which has largely been promoted by trade unions and labour organisations around the world because of the potential impact for workers, perhaps workers in a high emitting industry who clearly, if we're changing things as we have to do, they want to know that they're going to have a job in the future and job security. So it's a big issue for labour organisations and trade unions. So the Just Transition is about making sure that we do move forward with fairness as we go towards our net zero targets in the decades ahead. And that, as Susan said, works in a global context, which is all around the debate of climate justice. And the Scottish Government, we've tried to play our role with climate justice. We've funded projects in Malawi, Rwanda, Zambia, and that's obviously quite a modest contribution compared to what the large countries of the world will hopefully be putting on the table at COP26 in Glasgow to help the global south and make sure that we treat the whole world with fairness as we go through where we have to go through in the coming decades to get to net zero. But my job in Scotland for Just Transition is to make sure we manage the way forward. We don't just have a cliff edge for any particular industry or community who suddenly just find themselves put out of work or facing economic dislocation, which of course is also relevant to Peace Day and Peace One Day, because as you said at the beginning of this event, you can't have peace with a climate emergency and a climate crisis. So we have to manage the climate crisis and deal with the climate emergency in a way in which we can keep and promote peace. Because if we don't do that, there will be economic dislocation and there will not be peace in the world. So my job in Scotland is just to manage the way forward for individual sectors of the economy, for communities, for people, and it also is about addressing that point, I think, which again Susan made, which is making sure that there's not one generation or not one area or part of the economy or country who have to deal with a disproportionate burden of what needs to be done to decarbonise society, and so there's no one pays a disproportionate cost. We have to share that equally and fairly across all societies and across the world. So that's what Just Transition is about, and that's why it's great to see it's a big theme of the COP26. I think the two themes are people and Just Transition at COP26 in Glasgow. So just transition is a concept which has just again rocketed up the global agenda, and here in Scotland it's rocketed up the agenda here in this country as well.
Yeah, it sounds like ethics, fairness, justice are at the core of any kind of solution that we're going to have in order to save the planet, right? Because if we don't do it the right way, it ruins it for everyone. And so this is not one of these situations where we can have winners and losers, because that would be catastrophic. It will not help us save the planet. We need to make it fair and just for everyone. And I'm so inspired that the conversations at COP26 will address this head on, that we will have these honest conversations, and it will be with people like the two of you who have been so thoughtful about this, of thinking, how do we make this transition so it is as easy and as graceful as possible, because it will be challenging, but we don't have to make it harder than it already is, right? So I want to transition a little bit and say, so Richard, what do you think are the signs of hope that COP26 will yield sufficient progress given the time that we have left in this decade?
Well, the proof will be in the pudding when we see the outcome of the negotiations, and ultimately this is world leaders, politicians getting into the room and negotiating. And I think what we're seeing from outside the political bubble is the rest of the world, and lots of organisations and NGOs and public opinion putting pressure, quite rightly, on the politicians to deliver and actually not just make this a talking shop. They've got to deliver results and progress. So I do think that things are coming to a head, and I think that there is unprecedented pressure on the world leaders to produce action. Now, we'll have to wait and see if that actually happens. Obviously, we hope it does, because it's got to happen for the sake of the planet and for the sake of all the things we've been talking about so far in this event. So, I don't know, I mentioned earlier on that President Biden had announced he's doubling the contribution for climate finance tonight. Hopefully in the run-up of the next few weeks to COP26, we'll see more and more countries, putting their money where their mouth is. And also the other commitments they have to make in their own countries to make sure we go in the right direction. So there's definitely hope. We must not think there's no hope. There's definitely hope. And, the rest of the world, the public, the general public have to communicate to their politicians and their governments that they want to see action. And this is it. We can't wait any longer. There's no more time to waste.
Amen. Susan, so community assemblies are going to be a big part of COP26. Tell me a little bit more about them and how they're going to push to get action and progress out of the conference.
Yeah, thank you so much, Margarita. And so to zoom out a little bit, in selecting the 100 participants of the core assembly, we again ran sort of what we call a global location lottery, which more or less means we started with a list of administrative districts around the world, and using an algorithm weighed by population density, picked 100 of those in a lottery format. And these are the 100 locations where the participants of the core assembly come from. But the key thing that we knew going into the process was that we wanted the global assembly to be able to exist beyond the walls of the core assembly. And so, of course, the core assembly is precious in the sense that it provides us with that first sort of methodologically rigorous snapshot of the global population, a sample weighed by all of these demographic criteria, so gender, age, attitude towards climate change, educational level, and geography. And so that 100 forms that mini world, that snapshot. But we also wanted people from all over the world, regardless of whether they were in a sortition selected, in a lottery selected location, to be able to follow along on the journey of the core assembly. And so actually we'll be publishing what we call our community assembly toolkits on October 5th and the official launch of the Global Assembly. And what this toolkit contains is the same information materials as the core assembly participants, as well as facilitation guidelines and event hosting tips for communities all around the world, whether it's a middle schooler studying in Mokpo in South Korea, or a public library located in Lakewood, Washington, really wherever you are and regardless of the profile that you're coming from, the community assemblies allows these local conversations to then feed into a global conversation. And so this is really at the undergirding basis of the thinking behind the community assemblies, and ultimately the sort of outputs that we're able to gain from these localized community assemblies happening all over the world will feed into the final report of the Global Assembly that will be published in the next year. And so it's about how we are trying to experiment with sort of different types of fora, really, of involving citizens. When I say we're process geeks, what I mean is really speaking to the value that's at the heart of the project, which is that we're focusing on the means, right, as opposed to the ends. There are so many different solutions that brilliant people from everywhere are bringing to the table on how we can solve climate change. But actually what we at our team believe is that the most pressing solution at the moment is a better way of coming up with the solutions themselves. And so whether that's a methodologically rigorous citizens assembly in the form of the core assembly or sort of diffused community assemblies, both of these sorts of means are experimentations on our part that stem from, of course, urgency and necessity to change the way we make decisions to then feed into this global conversation. And so I would just really encourage all of the community organizers, the young people, the folks out there who are trying to start the conversation in their local communities in a way that's tuned in to these global dialogues, to really watch out for these toolkits that will be published on October 5th.
Wonderful, thank you. So for our last segment, I have actually two questions. One is, what influence do we as individuals have in holding our governments to account for commitments made at COP26? And then the other is, how as we as individuals, what can we do like starting today, starting tomorrow? Some action that's very, very specific that we can do to be more engaged in this conversation. You know, I think certainly in the United States, we feel a little bit disengaged, like, okay, government's over there and we're over here and we're not really connected, but that's not true. I mean, the citizens need to speak up and say, this is what we want. And then politicians hopefully will say, yes, this is the mandate from the people. How can we create a stronger mandate for our political leaders so they will do the right thing?
Can I just firstly
yes.
perhaps for Susan's benefit, just say that the Scottish Government just announced, I think it was last week or the week before, that we are actually going to fund the 16th Conference of Youth, which is the UN's official youth event for COP26. So I think the voice of young people is unbelievably important in this debate. This is all about the world in which our young people are going to grow up in and have their own children. So we're doing our best in Scotland, at least, to try and support the young people having a voice for COP26. So that's going to be a big event. And I know Scotland will be sending 5 delegates to that conference, but obviously, there'll be a lot of people from around the world taking part. In terms of governments being held to account, well, clearly as a politician, I'm held to account by my own constituents who vote for me, and I can see from what they're saying to me that climate change and the future of the world is, rising up their agenda. It's more important to them than ever before. They're very concerned and worried about what they're hearing about the impact of the climate emergency. So, and what in Scotland we've done is we have set up a Just Transition Commission who are going to oversee and monitor how successful we are as a government implementing the recommendations from their report that they gave us earlier this year about what we should do to have a just transition. So we've set up an independent kind of overseer who are going to hold me and my government to account about the just transition, to make sure that we are doing our best to support people with getting new good green jobs, to make sure that they can afford to pay their fuel bills and their energy bills, that they don't rocket because of the climate emergency and the policies that are adopted. So that's one thing we're doing, trying to hold us to account of what happens after COP26, is setting up that independent scrutiny body. But I think generally the public absolutely have to use every means possible to communicate with their elected representatives and their governments. And the more people that speak up and contact their representatives, then the more pressure that'll put on the politicians and the governments to act and deliver, because they've got to go back to their own countries after COP26. They've got to look their own people in the eye. They've got to look their own media in the eye. and they've got to explain what they signed up to at the negotiations. So, they've got to be held to account, and I think hopefully that will happen, and the politicians know they've got to go back home to their own country after Glasgow, and they've got to be held to account by their own people. In terms of how people can get involved at a local level, I think that is one of the biggest challenges. This has got to be a bottom-up movement, not just a top-down from governments and organisations and big companies. It's got to be about people, households, communities, taking action to work together in their local communities, local areas towards net zero, to adopt different actions. It might be sharing electric cars, car share schemes, or it might be, working on clean energy schemes. I today was visiting a clean energy scheme that's been built next to a college, which will help power the college, but the college will also use it for educational purposes, and the local community are involved in that as well. So I think there's lots of ways at ground level, at the grassroots level, we have to have this as a bottom-up transformation of society towards net zero. And there's various ways governments can help empower people to have a voice locally, and also get some resource locally as well they can use to actually do things locally in their own communities to move towards net zero.
Great, thank you. Susan.
Yes, thank you so much, Margarita. I love this question. I'm so happy you coupled these two facets. And I'll comment really quickly on the last bit because I know we're running a little late on time. I think traditionally when we ask about what individuals can do, it's often only framed in the first part of that question, which is how can citizens put pressure on governments, influence them, the real power holders, to do their jobs. And the second part about scrambling, to begin with, scrambling the divisions between the citizens and power holders is really at the heart of, I hope, the message that I can bring across today, which is that citizens' assemblies already, are coming up with policies that are as ambitious, if not more, and compelling than politicians. Sort of in my view, I'm a very simple person, and it seems that we as everyday citizens are the most untapped repository of knowledge and wisdom. And again, speaking as a very simple person, it's about more knowledge or less. More companions in the plotting of a shared future that all of us are going to share regardless, or less. And so we were talking about, these moral sort of tides in global governance before. And though in my parents' time it may have seemed like we were at the end of history, clearly we can see now that our systems are becoming increasingly outdated. And so it's not only about increasing pressure on politicians, but again, rethinking these new partnerships between power holders and everyday people. And I'll just quickly end on this proverb that as we get ready for the core assembly to start in October 7th, as we get down to crunch time, has been living in my brain rent-free, which is that you can't cover the sky with the palm of your hand. It's inevitable, right? And there's a foolishness in attempting to do this. And to me, it speaks to the reality of climate change, that the dogged faith now that things are all going to be okay without action is very much the same as trying to cover the sky with your palm, the same level of foolishness and inevitability. But also it's about the power of citizens and participation, about the people around the world who are now increasingly demanding that we scramble those divisions and change those partnerships. And in COP26, we'll have a chance to hear from the snapshot of individuals. And at this point, it'll be as obvious as trying to cover the sky with the palm of your hand that the future of decision-making around climate is inevitably participatory.
Thank you for those beautiful words, Susan. And with that, I will be wrapping up this panel. As we know, no climate action, no peace. With peace, extreme weather patterns, increasing water insecurity, food insecurity, we will have conflict. So we need to protect the planet's resources in order to maintain the peace, and we need to be able to peacefully collaborate in order to save the planet. The two are interlinked. I thank you so much for taking the time to spend with us on Peace One Day, 21 September. Thank you so much. And for all of you who are listening, go and talk to your politicians, write to them, communicate to them on social media, and let them know that climate change is something that they need to work on, and give them that sense of urgency. Thank you so much, and we'll move on to the next panel.
Hi, I'm Monique Coleman, and I am so thrilled to be back presenting this final section of Peace Day Live 2021. What a fantastic discussion that was, illuminating for us the connection between climate action and peace against the backdrop of the upcoming COP26 climate conference in Glasgow. Music now, and twin sisters who have literally set TikTok alight. Their mission is to bring their Indian classical music roots into the pop vernacular. Prepare to be blown away by their stunning close harmonies and thrilling vocal dexterity. Please welcome back the fantastic Kiran and Nivi.
I think coming together brings unity, and the more we all are together and supporting a cause like this, not only brings more unity, but it brings more peace around the world. And the more that we are all accepting ourselves as who we are and, loving each other as we all are, that brings more peace around the world. So I think it's very important to come together to support a cause like this. So one of our songs, Is There Peace, is what we'll be performing, and it's a song we wrote inspired by the Black Lives Matter movement that happened last year in 2020 because of what happened to George Floyd. It was just very heartbreaking to see the videos and what happened to him, and we were just sitting at the piano one day and this song came, and I think the first question or the first thing that came to my mind after seeing what happened and hearing about it was, is there peace? Like, that's the question that came to my mind. So that's what the song was about. And there is a quote that we used from our spiritual guru, Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba. Yeah, and the quote is, there's only one religion, the religion of love. There's only one language, the language of the heart. And there's only one race, the race of humanity. And I just think that this quote sums it all up, of what we all should be and how we should, treat each other. And we just hope you really like the song and hope you like our performance. Thank you. Is there peace?
Oh
Wow, what an incredible message and beautiful song. That was the wonderful Kieran and Nivi there. Thanks so much to them for supporting us this year. A message of peace now, and a British actor, comedian, and activist. She made her stage debut at the Comedy Store London in 1987 and has gone on to win 2 Primetime Emmy Awards, a Tony Award nomination, and a special award at BBC Sports Personality of the Year in 2009 for her achievements in marathon running. Ladies and gentlemen, the incomparable Eddie Izzard.
Hello, my name is Eddie Izzard. This is my message of peace. I think to have a peaceful world and to make this world work with human beings in it, because we are the problem, I think we need 2 things. Just 2? Yes, maybe just 2. One is we should all hold to the golden rule, and the second thing is we should all use common sense. Now, what is the golden rule? That is, treat other people as you'd like to be treated yourself. If we all treat other people as we like to be treated ourselves, we would not steal because we don't want to have our stuff stolen. We would not kill because we wouldn't want to be killed ourselves. There's a whole load of things that get taken care of with this one idea, the golden rule, and it's in all the major religions. So something all religions and everyone who is a humanist and not religious would be linked on that one. Let's just try it. A lot of people do try it, so I think that is an important one. The golden rule. On the other hand, common sense, not taught at school. Please can it be taught at schools? I know it's a little tricky to teach. You'd probably have to ask the class, what would you like to do? Now use your common sense to try and see what we could do. A day trip, go and see a museum, go to a fun park, something, build something. Now use your common sense to do it. So that I think you need to practice with common sense to get it to work. But common sense and the golden rule, treating people as we would like to be treated ourselves, with that we can achieve peace quicker, much quicker than it's taken to get to peace so far. And this is the 21st century. This 21 is the coming of age year, coming of age number, age. I don't know, it's a little bit arbitrary with our number system, our year system, but we may as well take it that this century is the coming of age of humanity. We'll either make it a farewell for everyone this century, or it could be goodbye humanity, sayonara, one of the great extinctions. So I encourage you to go with the golden rule and with common sense. Those 2 things, we could achieve a lot. Thank you. That is my message of peace.
The fabulous Eddie Izzard there with her message of peace. Thank you, Eddie, for supporting Peace Day Live today. Now, to help me introduce the final musical performance, please welcome the producer and director of today's broadcast and the driving force behind Peace One Day, my friend, Jeremy Gilley.
Hey, Monique. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, well, we're almost there at the end of an amazing broadcast. So thank you to you and everybody else. Actually, Monique, it was a great opportunity for me to thank, just like everybody involved, just briefly, all of the artists. It's been an incredible day. To the actors, to the presenters, people like yourself, to those who were interviewed, and to our panelists, and indeed the moderators, to all our partners, the technicians and the pod team. And a special thank you to Avon, to Lipton, and to Trivium Packaging for sponsoring today's event. You know perfectly well, Monique, that without all of those people being involved, we would have absolutely nothing. So a huge thank you. And of course, to the audience, everybody who's been watching, very large numbers. So thank you for tuning in from across the world.
Absolutely. We're so happy that you're here with us. And we are almost at the end of Peace Day Live 2021. What a fantastic show it's been, and all the way to the end. One of the most prolific and influential musicians of the last 40 years, with 17 Grammy Awards, 4 Brit Awards, 5 Emmys, 2 Ivor Novellas, and a Golden Globe to his name, not to mention 3 Oscar nominations. We are so excited to welcome back with a special Peace Day Live performance, the legendary Sting.
Hi everybody, I'm delighted to be at the Peace One Day concert, the virtual Peace One Day concert. I'm going to sing a song from Tyneside, a traditional song called The Waters of Tyne. It's a song that means a great deal to me. I was born and raised literally like 50 yards from the banks of that river, and that song has always been a very resonant one for me. It gives me a feeling of belonging somewhere. And you might think, well, why is that relevant to the issue we're discussing tonight, peace? It's great to belong somewhere, but often I think we misunderstand that. We think it's the other way around. We think this land belongs to us, and actually we belong to the land. And often that means excluding people who you don't think belong to the land. And that creates a lot of issues. And so, in my opinion, all land is sacred. All pieces of the world are sacred. And our birthright as human beings is that we belong to the whole thing. So having a feeling of belonging, having a feeling of safety is something that everyone deserves. So this is the Waters of Tyne. Thank you. I cannot get to my love if I would deep, for the waters of Tyne run between her and me. And here I must stand with a tear in my eye, both sighing and sickly my true love to see. Oh, where is the boatman, oh my bonny hinny? Oh, where is the boatman, bring him to me, to ferry me over the Tyne to my honey. And I will remember the boatman and thee. Oh, it's starting to rain and I'm froze to the marrow. I see her as plainly as she can see me. It's less than a mile between North Shields and Jarrow, and the ship of my heart's carried out to the sea. Oh, bring me a boatman, I'll give any money, and you for your trouble rewarded shall be. To ferry me over the Tyne to my honey, a sculler across that rough river to me.
Wow. Thank you, Sting, for playing us out with that fantastic performance. And we have come to the end of Peace Day Live.
Yeah, incredible. He's, as Monique said, thank you, Sting, for that amazing performance. What a wonderful way to end Peace Day Live, Monique. I'm sort of sitting here at the end of a day where the team have worked incredibly hard. It's all dark now, and just, him and reflecting on all the beautiful things that we saw. I mean, if you look at the social media and you look at the stories, and the guys have been just working very hard today, trying to keep up with the amount of things, that have been going on across the entire world. And, Monique, that's what it's all about, isn't it? It was really about trying to inform, engage, and inspire people all over the world. And, I think that we did that today, as well as many other organizations and individuals across the entire world. It's a sort of a global team effort that is making this day the great success that it is in terms of people, involved in sort of peaceful actions, which is great. I think it's worth saying, Monique, that, in 4 days' time, we're going to translate everything over the coming days. And so that everybody in 4 days' time, if you go to all the POD social media or the YouTube channels or whatever it might be, the website, you'll be able to see all of the content broken up into, individual sections. And all of it will, of course, have subtitles associated with it. So if you're on the tube, you need to have the volume down, then you'll be able to. And then, of course, we're getting ready for Space Transformers, a show for young people. You can't do the show unless you're under 30, so that rules me out. But it doesn't rule you out, I'm sure, Monique. So,
oh, no, it ruled me out too!
So Space Transformers, the 21st of December. Get ready to tune in, but follow us on social media. Your numbers count. It's been an amazing day. Monique, thanks to you. Thanks to all the teams involved. You're amazing, Monique.
Thank you so much. It's incredible.
All right. Well, everybody, it's goodbye and good night from me and Monique.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
See you guys. Thanks a lot. Take care, everyone. Have a lovely rest of your Peace Day.